Walking through the narrow streets of the city was a 23-year-old boy named Shen, who was an avid otaku and had long since dropped out of school for an internship. The guy's face was filled with sadness, as it was a normal part-time job at a coffee shop to improve his financial situation. Furious, he wondered if his boss thought he was a man who could be easily intimidated, and that was why he was making him stop to get out. Going home, the hero realized that knowing the outcome, he would not have dropped out of school and, having a decent job, would not have called with a banner. Walking up the stairs, Shen was angry and didn't notice at all that a stranger in a strange outfit was watching him. Laughing and smiling, the girl in the bunny costume was glad that the handsome man she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Feeling shy and blushing, the young man was at first very happy at such an unexpected meeting, but still admitted that his little sister had confused him with someone else. Without backing down, the stranger offered to make a discount on her services, and Shen decided not to be a gentleman and moved on to the question of price. With a wink, the girl replied that it was only $300, and the guy could pay her with cash or a credit card of his choice. Hearing such a sum, the hero waved goodbye to her and said that she was definitely mistaken by the person to whom she came here, taking him for a rich man. Walking up the steps to his apartment, the character thought that if he owned such a sum, he would not have been robbed humiliatingly, and the stranger looked after him. With a sigh of relief, Shen thought that the courier would arrive soon with his order, and did not notice at all that he was standing in front of him. As if coming to their senses, they decided to stop each other right on the landing. Almost face to face, smiling broadly, the courier noted that his client was simply an amazing guy, who is a pleasure to deal with even on the most tedious working day. Holding out the bag with the order, he said that the young man will receive his McDonald's and will be able to eat safely at home without being distracted by fuss and unnecessary thoughts. With a dissatisfied face, trying to express calmness, the hero apologized and explained that he ordered KFC, and the courier, realizing his mistake, became agitated. As he went up, he thought about the physical characteristics of different people and how they helped them in life, and his abilities often confused everyone. In the house, many windows of different apartments were lit up and different voices were heard. Someone was also waiting for their order. Someone was playing games or watching TV. Hearing that some boy was watching Internal Affairs, Shen got very angry and advised him to watch a cartoon while muttering to himself. Pulling on the door handle, he realized that the door was jammed and he would have to tinker, wasting the last of his strength and nerves after a long and hard day's work. Angrily, Shen realized that this was happening every day, and he begged her to open up, hoping for some luck and peace of mind this evening. Suddenly, the hero heard a crackling sound above. It was a light bulb on the ceiling, which sparkled, scaring him with sharp flashes and sounds. The light in the corridor went out abruptly, and this made the young man even more angry. He did not understand what was happening, as if everything around him was against him. Still, the light bulb burned out and went out. It was only subject to replacement, and the master, as always, was not there and had to wait a long time. Someone behind Shen cursed, and he, realizing that he was alone, became alert and asked who was talking to him, listening for every sound. Trembling with fear, the young man decided that it was a hallucination and just imagined, but the strange voice continued to sound behind him. The stranger spoke of death, witches, and destruction, and the character, numb with terror, was afraid to turn or even move. Having changed in the face, the hero decided that he was being pestered by ghosts, which in the old house were not a surprise. Gritting his teeth and forcing a strange smile on his face, Shen decided to turn to the ghost, showing his courage. But what he saw threw him into shock, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise and tried to comprehend what was happening around him. A thunderstorm began, and a bright bolt of lightning pierced the overcast sky like a harbinger of a long and torrential rain. A black raven with red eyes sat on the gate, adding to the atmosphere of terror as it watched the strange procession nearby. As the lightning struck once more, huge dark birds leaped from the roof of the tall Gothic building, swarming through the air like a living shadow. A group of red-robed men marched meekly toward the throne where their lord sat as he prepared to perform his ritual. A man with a crown on his head and a mad smile was saying that they were giving a sacrifice to the mighty Lord of Ashes. With her hands tied, kneeling on the ground, a young blonde girl begged for mercy, hoping for mercy. But when he looked at her, the Lord only laughed maliciously, feeling his superiority and the power given to him. Sternly, he added that eternal misery is the source of all disasters around the world and did not intend to stop moving towards his goal. Placing his hand on his chest in token of his devotion, he would address the Lord of Ashes and inform them that they would grant him a witch of their own flesh and blood. Feeling terror all over her body, the girl wept bitterly, and the tears ran down her cheeks, unable to contain the despair and fear that gripped her. A pictograph appeared under her feet, which glowed with a strange light after the man's words, filling the room with mystical energy and terror. Perplexed, the man asked if the sacrificial call had succeeded after several hundred years, trying to figure out if the Lord had responded to their long-awaited call. With his eyes filled with tears of joy, He couldn't believe that the great Ash Lord had responded to their call once more. As if spellbound, with mad expressions on their faces, the robed men began to call out to their lord, oblivious to everything around them, completely giving themselves up to the ritual. With each repetition, their faith grew stronger, and their voice became louder and more confident, filling the hall with power, mystical energy, and awe. The huge, pointed spires of the Gothic building's roof remained impregnable, towering over the city and looming over it like fearsome guardians of ancient secrets. The victim watched in horror, unable to utter a single word or even move. Tears of happiness rolled down the man's cheeks, and he let out a sigh of relief, feeling that everything had finally been done, and he could rest. With a big smile, he said that this time everything worked out and couldn't hide his emotions in front of the other participants. After opening the door, the man told the devout followers in red robes to follow him, leaving the girl alone. Suddenly, a strange vortex appeared above the doors, resembling a portal that gradually grew larger. She, understanding what was happening, watched in surprise what would happen next and tried to understand the danger that threatened her. A huge cloud of dust rose up, and a huge monster appeared in front of her, making her look like a grain of sand in comparison. Stammering, she turned away and realized that this was him, the Ash Lord himself, who had been summoned by the robed men earlier. Opening its huge mouth, the dragon released fire that covered its entire muzzle, and the heat from the flames instantly filled the hall with unbearable heat. The candles burning in the hall melted and spread, dripping on the floor, crackling and making strange sounds, like harbingers of danger. Sweating profusely, the girl noticed that it was very warm and almost fainted, trying to stay on her feet and not fall to the floor. Her head was spinning, and her strength was slowly draining. But her eyes were slightly open and she was trying to keep her sanity despite her weakness. Standing in the thick dust, Shen coughed and protested that he was going to suffocate, trying to get some air and not lose his balance. Noticing the girl, the hero thought that this was the same ghost that he suspected of strange conversations behind his back. He stopped abruptly, realizing that he might have guessed wrong and that the stranger wasn't a ghost at all, as he had thought earlier. From fear and the incredible heat, the girl squeezed her eyes shut and did not even see the guy in front of her, trying to gather her strength and understand what was happening around her. The hero was very surprised, and looking at his little sister laughed, but she did not react to this behavior. After taking a closer look at the stranger, he still realized that she didn't look like a ghost. The person in front of him was alive. To begin with, he decided to remove the huge tight rope that bound her body, and he didn't understand what evil intentions she might have. From this heat, the rope, falling to the floor, immediately caught fire and disintegrated into particles, turning into ash underfoot. Taking her hand, Shen noticed that the stranger was sweating profusely and assumed that she had a cold, worrying about her condition. Poking her on the cheek with his finger, he asked her if she was all right and tried to wake her up, and she gradually came to her senses. Perplexed, the character wondered what to do with the stranger, and decided that perhaps he should take her to the hospital. Looking at her further actions and behavior, the girl seemed to him a little strange and somehow fascinated. Falling to the ground, she bowed and repeated about the Lord of Ashes without looking at the young man directly in front of her, as if she didn't notice him at all, not understanding who she was talking about and her behavior. The guy said that she was a little mistaken in calling him Lord, despite his physical strength. As if spellbound, the girl kept talking about the master and asking if, as a follower, she might have confused him. Outraged by her behavior, Shen asked the stranger to explain what kind of creature he was, in her opinion, trying to understand who she saw in front of her. But she insisted that he was the Lord of the Ashes, majestic, superb, and indescribable, and her gaze remained wild and distant. Amidst the dust, she saw a huge monster with flames in its mouth that looked terrifying and could destroy everything in an instant. Before her eyes was a picture of a huge fire that was coming out of the monster's mouth, burning everything around her and instilling primal fear. With a heavy sigh, Shen realized that the stranger was a little out of her mind, and this discovery made him wary and thoughtful. He lowered himself to her and asked her if she was sure he was the one she was talking to, trying to keep his voice calm and unthreatening. But there was no answer, and she closed her eyes as if she had fallen asleep, leaving him completely bewildered and uneasy. Feeling the tension, Shen was very surprised and wondered if he had scared the girl out of her mind, or if he had been framed for blackmail. Suddenly, the guy remembered his work backpack, which was sitting on the floor next to him, and decided that there might be something useful in it. To bring the stranger to her senses, he decided to buy her a cup of coffee, hoping that a hot drink would help her wake up. Inwardly, he thought that he had just watched a lot of manga, and wouldn't be surprised if he was suddenly reborn as someone else. Hearing him mutter, the girl opened one eye and frowned, as if listening intently to every word. Watching her, Shen couldn't believe that she was just pretending, and was actually conscious all this time. Thinking about it, he guessed that perhaps the stranger's guesses were true, and he had indeed been reborn into a demonic god. Changing his face, the hero smiled and, asking the girl not to be afraid of him, calmly asked what her name was. Shocked by his words, she couldn't believe that a powerful god would speak to her so simply and without arrogance. Confusedly calling the youth the star-destroying Ash Lord, she introduced herself as Aina while lowering her gaze. Privately, the character thought that with such a long title, he could play along with her, wondering if it was easy to remember her name. Holding out the cup, he asked the girl not to be afraid of him and tried to look as friendly and smiling as possible. Smiling, he said that it was coffee and offered to try it, showing sincere calm and cordiality. In order to help restore strength, in his palm, he was tightly clutching a pink cup with a drink that was steaming hot and fragrant. In front of Aina, it looked like hot lava in a glass, exuding danger and inexplicable divine power. Everything went dark in an instant, and she saw only a thick fog and a glowing container of hot and bubbling substance in front of her. Her expression changed back to one of fear and confusion, and Aina wondered if this was how the Lord took the lives of his victims. Determined to be submissive, she reached out her hand for the glass with the unknown contents, accepting her fate and trusting the unknown. Turning resolutely to the Lord of Ashes, she declared that she would willingly offer her life to him without resistance. Perplexed, the indignant Shen furiously wondered what he should do with such a strange and frightening gift. Coughing and calming down a little, he asked the girl who she was and how she had called him here. Frowning, he asked me to explain everything honestly, wanting to understand the difficult and incomprehensible situation, since he was just returning to his apartment. Watching his reaction, Aina revealed in a trembling voice that she was the victim used to summon the patron saint of ashes, whom she thought he was. After listening to her, the hero realized that he was in another world, where there is a mysterious and evil church organization. They used their icons, spells, and sacrifices to summon the Demon Lord, believing in his destructive power. Folding his hands, he realized that there was a mistake, and he was summoned completely by accident, confusing him with another creature with incredible power. The candle, which had almost melted from the heat, was still burning on the floor, illuminating the room with a dim light and highlighting the icon on the floor. Suddenly, a strange whirlwind swirled around the hero, and he perplexedly declared that the summon was now considered over and the goal was achieved. Shielding herself from the light and thick dust, she agreed to his order, even though she couldn't stop what was happening, which scared her. Shen smiled and tried to give his last order as he disappeared through the portal, knowing that there was no time to say goodbye. Telling her to move on carefully, he suddenly disappeared, and Aina looked in surprise at the dissolving exit and the guy in it. As if mesmerized, the girl stared at a single point while a lot of disturbing thoughts and extraneous voices appeared in her head. All her life, she had been told that she was meant only as a sacrifice and should be proud of it, and without power. Aina believed in this. Feeling hopeless and confused, pursing her lips, she decided to move on, despite the fear and doubts about the future. With tears in her eyes, the girl decided that she should adhere to the great will of the Lord and fulfill his mission without any objections. Feeling a little sad, she tried to understand why exactly she had been given such a strange and frightening reward that she had never asked for. Looking at the glass of hot lava, Aina knew that the Order of Ash and Chaos had always been in favor of serving and summoning the Overlord. As the liquid gurgled, she found herself thinking that for thousands of years, mercy from the Overlord had been rare. Horrified, she covered her mouth with her hand and found herself wondering if this meant that the Lord preferred little girls as his victims. Clutching her head, Aina realized that as a mere mortal, she couldn't comprehend the great god's mysterious intentions. Deciding to warm up a little and calm down, she carefully picked up the glass with the unknown bubbling contents, as if she was afraid of getting burned. Feeling the warmth, Aina was happy and fascinated by the drink, which still seemed to her like lava. Torrential rain fell down from the pointed roofs of the Gothic temple, filling the night with a roar and echo, the drops turning into huge puddles on the ground. An unknown dome with a mystical glow reflected hail drops, creating a sense of unreality of what was happening. Everything inside it remained dry. Timidly, barefoot, the girl strode forward, entering an unknown and frightening world. Her future, having previously lost all hope of being free again. While holding the glass in her hands and being in the dome, she noticed that the water did not fall on her, and decided that this was the power of the Overlord. As Aina watched the liquid, she found herself thinking that no threatening natural world could compare to it. Standing in the pouring rain, the girl recalled how since childhood she had lived in an orphanage and had no right to go out of the gate alone. Today, in bad weather, she was in the middle of a big city at night, and perhaps this was the power of the Lord that he had bestowed on her. Looking around warily, Aina realized that this was the capital of Nolan, the largest city in Baaland, with tall apartment buildings. As she walked past the buildings, she couldn't believe that she was seeing everything with her own eyes. She wondered what this area was and why it gave off such an unusual and unsettling aura that repelled rain. Privately, she thought that the most important thing was to get back to the church as soon as possible, so that no one would notice her absence. The torrential downpour continued without stopping, and huge dark puddles and viscous mud formed near the buildings. There was a thick blanket of water around them, but the sign of one of the cafes was still lit up, announcing work at such a late hour. Inside, in the kitchen, a strange portal appeared, which gradually grew larger and curved the air. As he swirled around in a strange vortex, Shen wondered what was going on and where he was at all, since he had only recently been near Aina. Falling out of the portal, he landed upside down in the middle of the working kitchen surfaces and screamed as pain shot through his entire body. As a result of the fall, the hero lost consciousness and got a painful lump on his head, after which he lay in one position for a long time. After sleeping through the night, he didn't wake up until the next day, feeling weak and confused and vaguely remembering what had happened the day before. Looking around, the young man realized that he was in a cafe, but the feeling of an alien world did not leave him. He was clearly on some other planet. Looking at the bookshelves, the hero realized that he was in the world of a strange church cult, which he saw in the midst of fog and summoning. Suddenly, a photograph hanging on the wall caught his attention, and the character warily looked at it in more detail. It was a huge portrait of the owner with white hair and an unnaturally wide smile that somehow made him slightly uneasy. Suddenly, a girl passed by the young man and asked him to make one cold latte, as if he was an employee of this institution. Shen wondered if she was really speaking to him, looking around for a real barista. Indignant, the hero realized that he was mistaken for the boss in the photo and noted his strange resemblance, which began to play against him. Looking at her confident expression, he realized that his physical attributes had come into play again and were misleading people. Looking at his watch, the young man realized that he had nowhere to go and decided to wait for the owner, hoping to get an official appointment. Suddenly, a pretty woman came in and demanded a cold Americano, and the guy, fascinated by her appearance, agreed. As time passed inexorably, evening approached. But the boss still didn't show up, leaving Shen to face the uncertainty. During the day, there were various clients, including huge jocks who behaved strangely, fearing to lose weight and shape. Hour after hour flew by, but the person the character had been waiting for was still nowhere to be seen, and hope was gradually fading. Outside the cafe, everyone was praising the photo of the boss, considering the guy the same, and he politely invited them to come back to this institution. Wiping his cup, the hero caught himself thinking that life was too unpredictable, and he moved to a barista. After polishing the dishes until they shone, he noted that the business of this shop is not so bad and can bring a stable income. Stopping himself, he frowned as he realized that the boss hadn't shown up all day, and wondered if all his work had been wasted and pointless. After turning off the lights, he noticed that there was food and a bed inside, which he took as his salary. Trying to calm down a little, night fell, and a huge moon rose in the sky among heavy clouds, turning everything around in a silvery and gloomy light. Meanwhile, the dark-robed worshippers gathered outside the church again, whispering prayers in low voices and preparing for the upcoming ritual. Peeking through the crack in the door, the man asked if this was the one who would be undergoing the Reformation operation. Smiling, the robed Dr. Norn replied in the affirmative, showing no shadow of doubt and leaving a feeling of complete confidence in his words. One of the believers was Aina, and the man could not believe that such a small girl agreed to the procedure. As he entered the torchlit corridor, he asked for her name, trying to keep his voice calm despite the tension and anxiety. Following each other, they decided that the Reformation operation would take place in an underground hall, away from prying eyes. The shocked girl did not expect such an outcome of events, and opened her eyes wide in surprise, unable to find words. When they reached the proper door, the doctor announced that they had arrived and asked Aina to give them some time alone. Looking at her intently, the Norn finally asked her to leave the burning blood, saying this in a cold and confident tone. Holding a strange black box in his hands, the man promised that everyone present would be extremely surprised by the unusual gift. Smiling maliciously, the man wanted to make sure that his partner's words were true and did not hide his curiosity. In a semi-sedentary state, she was preparing for the upcoming ritual, which here was called the Reformation operation. Without bothering to adjust his jacket, the doctor abruptly tore open the sleeve, exposing the skin and preparing a place for the injection. After he ordered them to take off their raincoat and lie down on the operating table, the atmosphere in the room seemed particularly gloomy. The girl put her feet in special supports, holding herself straight, trying to remain calm, despite the strong tension of her whole body. His hands were bound with tight straps, making it impossible to move, and each attempt to move only increased the feeling of helplessness. After preparing the sharp syringe, he was going to start by injecting the anesthetic, acting without further ado or explanation, acting confidently and without further ado. With the needle, he pierced the girl's skin and slowly injected the contents, carefully observing her reaction and condition. Aina squeezed her eyes shut in fear, but did not resist, knowing that she had no choice, and any protest would only make the situation worse. Turning his back on her, Norn stated that as soon as the drug took effect, the Reformation would be started. Opening the lid of the strange box, he he saw a red light coming from inside and flooding the room as if it was filled with flames. Eyes wide with surprise, he couldn't believe what he was seeing and froze in place for a moment, startled by what was happening around him. Stammering, the man asked if the previous sacrifice was really successful and brought results. Looking at the glass of bubbling lava inside the box, the doctor was clearly skeptical about what was happening. After that, he asked not to be convinced that the Ash Lord liked silver hair and red eyes, thinking that it didn't matter. Clutching his head, he wondered in horror if the blonde curls and blue highlights could be unattractive for a creature with such power. To his surprise, the Norn concluded that the Ash Lord might just be interested in little girls and not care about the others. Sternly, he said that if his assumptions were correct, then according to the High Priest's will, she would become a child of God, chosen by fate. Surprised by what she heard, Aina asked again, not understanding what exactly the man meant and how exactly her life would change. Confirming his words, the doctor explained that in no case will she become a descendant of a divine being, and her role is symbolic. Looking at it closely, he added that it was just a form of address within their religious order and did not change the essence of its purpose. Each faith had its own transformation procedure. In the ashes of chaos, it was a method of burning blood, capable of changing the body and spirit of the chosen one. To Aina's surprise, the doctor admitted that the procedure could have been performed in a church and asked if she knew the reason why she was brought here. The whole point was that the financiers were in this villa and wanted to personally see the burning blood with crazy glowing eyes. He also explained that everyone dreamed of becoming a child of God. But by a happy coincidence, it will be her first and her name will go down in history. Listening carefully to the man's words, Aina realized that she had an important and frightening role to play for the entire order, with irreversible consequences. After filling the syringe with burning blood, the Norn was about to proceed, assuring her that she already knew what she was supposed to do and must obey the will of the ritual. Gradually, he began to inject the contents, and the red liquid slowly spread through the victim's body, leaving a strange warmth. Closing her eyes, Aina felt a piercing pain, and her face gradually became covered with bright red spots, as if flames were spreading across her skin. After a moment, the syringe was completely empty, and all the contents were finally in the girl's blood, slowly spreading over her body. The process of reforming began, and Aina puffed out her cheeks in pain, trying not to make a sound, holding her breath and not attracting too much attention. The veins in her arms had turned a deep red, and all the veins in her body were straining to the limit, as if her body was resisting. Unable to withstand the force, she screamed, but she didn't open her eyes, losing control of her own body and feeling her strength gradually drain away. After a few minutes, the skin began to take on a more natural hue, as if the process was coming to an end. She lay weakly on the table, and blood slowly flowed from her eyes and mouth, leaving dark marks on her pale face. Surprised, the doctor came to the conclusion that the operation was unsuccessful, and stated that it seems that the girl was not chosen for this procedure. With a snort of displeasure, he noticed that the silver hair and bright red eyes were not the best combination. In her unconscious state, Aina was delirious and muttered softly about the ashes and the Lord's will, trying to make sense of what had happened. Before her eyes, a huge divine monster once again appeared, spewing fire from its mouth, and its majestic figure seemed unrealistically huge. As she came to herself, she remembered the words that she must live and fight, despite all the horror and unpredictability of the world. Meanwhile, it was still raining heavily outside, and Shen's cafe was closed for the night, but he stayed inside for the night. Sitting on the bed, the hero thought that he was not sure if he would meet the girl again, and at the same time tried to cope with anxiety. Remembering the church with its strange skills and mysterious rituals, he decided that these people couldn't possibly be a serious organization. Suddenly, the building shook strangely, but the rain outside didn't even stop, creating a sense of strange hum around. A strange voice came again from above, but Shen assumed it was just an ordinary earthquake, even though he felt a sense of tension inside. He heard a familiar timbre and listened warily, sensing the approach of danger and searching for the source of the sound. Trying to understand the strange words, the hero realized that this was a new summoning spell, and experienced a strong fear, realizing that he would soon move again in space. After Shen calmed down a little, he even smiled and asked himself if the same girl he couldn't help thinking about would be there again. Feeling a strange sympathy, he bared his teeth and laughed, feeling an incomprehensible excitement growing inside. Straightening his hair, the young man acted as if he was preparing for an unexpected but welcome meeting in advance, replaying the possible outcomes in his head. Spreading his arms out to the sides and closing his eyes, the hero opened up to meet the unknown energy filling the space around. Pouting his lips as if for a kiss and opening his eyelids slightly, the character began to mentally summon the girl, not fully understanding his actions. As he remained in a strange position with his head thrown up, he wondered why the summoning suddenly stopped and the transfer never happened. But suddenly, the heart in his chest responded painfully, as if telling him that he wasn't ready for such a transformation yet. Startled by his own body's reaction, he opened his eyes wide and froze in place, instinctively clutching his chest. In an instant, a strange energy wrapped around his entire palm, pulsing and causing a feeling of uncontrollable power. Feeling unbearable pain, the guy grimaced and squeezed his eyes tightly, trying to wait out this strange and frightening state. Power slowly filled his entire body, and Shen continued to hold on to his heart, feeling the heat and something frighteningly new grow inside him. As long as there was a small light in his hand, he didn't understand what was going on and decided that it was all because of his past transformation into a deity. The strange orb of light disappeared from his hand, but the feeling of intense warmth still clung to him, making him nervous. When he put his lips to the palm of his hand, he realized that the heat had passed from his chest to his arm, and it looked like he was now able to emit flames. As he held out his hand, he suddenly remembered Nakaji's name, though he still didn't understand why exactly it popped up in his mind. Abruptly getting up from the bed, the hero decided to test the revealed abilities, not wanting to languish in doubt. Chanting a spell in Japanese, he tried to recreate the fire, but only a faint and barely noticeable spark appeared. With passion, he summoned the flame again, sincerely hoping that this time he would finally succeed and the inner energy would obey his will. In an instant, a huge fire shot out from his hands, filling the entire space around him and blinding him with a bright light. Watching in surprise, the character continued to whisper strange words, not realizing the danger of the situation. When he came to his senses, he cursed and realized that he could burn down the entire apartment if he didn't stop right now and take control of everything. Deciding to make sure that it wasn't a dream, the young man started waving his hands again, alternately increasing and decreasing the flame, carefully monitoring its reaction. As he stared at his palms in silence, he couldn't believe that he actually possessed such abilities. Repeating the movements of his hands, the guy continued to play with the fire, carefully observing how the flame obeys his will. Gradually, Shen weakened it to the level of a spark and then extinguished it altogether, testing the limits of his control over the elements. Realizing that he was doing just fine, he smiled smugly at nothing, enjoying the moment and feeling superior. Feeling like a powerful Lord of Ashes, Shen released the fire again, not hiding his inner delight. Turning to an imaginary actress, he admitted that he feels as if he was born again and got a second chance. Suddenly, the silhouette of a girl's head appeared in the flames in front of him, frighteningly clear and vivid to be an illusion. Upon recognizing his idol, the character was overjoyed, and his eyes lit up with a rich red light. Flirting with him, the imaginary Alice winked, made faces, and seemed to respond to his emotions and movements. Feeling the storm of emotions, the hero's heart beat faster, and he even lay back on the bed, trying to calm down and catch his breath. As Shen lay there, small flames continued to float in the air in front of him, slowly twisting and flickering. While thinking, he decided to test whether he could control the shape of the fire and give it a meaningful and accurate appearance. Waving his fingers, the young man began to create letters in the air, woven from living flames, first N. After that, he proceeded to create the letter B, concentrating on directing the flame and trying to keep the symbol's shape clear. After forming the N and B signs, Shen was overjoyed to feel absolute control over the elements. Looking at the shelves, the hero realized that his flames were fierce, but still not fierce enough to destroy. After taking a few books, he considered setting them on fire and then hiding them, naively assuming that no one would notice. Using his finger, the character tried to ignite the corner of the pages, carefully observing the reaction of the fire. A moment later, all the sheets were engulfed in a powerful stream of flames that shot up, illuminating the room with a bright and disturbing light. But the hero, feeling completely calm, realized that there was no danger for him before such a powerful element. Deciding to add strength, he almost burned his own head, which was almost invisible amid the raging and consuming flames surrounding him. The most amazing thing was that nothing happened to the book, and it remained completely intact, as if enchanted. Throwing it violently to the side, the hero decided that his flame was actually too weak and that it would take much more effort to level up his skill. As the rain continued to fall outside, the young man thought that he had only wasted his time experimenting without knowing what the future held for him. Meanwhile, in the underground basement, the reformation ritual continued, and a dim torch lit up the corridor. The doors of one of the offices were slightly ajar, creating an unsettling sense of incompleteness, as if someone was watching from the darkness. With annoyance, Dr. Norn realized that everything was much more complicated than he had previously expected, and all the predictions were wrong. As he left, he decided that the next time he would choose a blonde as the victim, so that he could test his hypotheses about the influence of different people on the ritual. After closing the door, he did not lose hope to repeat the operation with Aina under better conditions, carefully considering each next step. Suddenly, the doorknob turned and a girl came out of the office, staggering and panting. In a weak voice and hopeful eyes, she called out to the doctor, claiming that she had made it through the ordeal. When he heard her, the man froze in the dark hallway, unable to believe what he was hearing, overcome by a mixture of anxiety and relief. The Norn turned in surprise and stared at her as if he'd seen a ghost come back from the dead. Not understanding his reaction, Ina repeated the same thing, trying to reach out to the man's mind and convince him of the reality of her own existence. Rushing to meet her, he couldn't believe that the girl was alive, and he was genuinely happy about it, knowing that the experiment was a success. Like a madman, the Norn shouted that they had done it, not hiding his delight and relief, feeling the tension of the last few hours finally begin to subside. Looking at him skeptically, Ina wondered if her chance of survival was really that slim. Clenching her fists, she decided that it was only thanks to the great Lord of Ashes that she was still alive, and that her fate was now closely tied to his will. With a smug smile, the girl believed that she was born to serve him, feeling an inner strength and confidence. As night gave way to morning and the sky brightened, the doctor asked that the high priest be instructed to prepare for a new ritual. The rain did not stop, and in the cozy cafe, meanwhile, a new working day began, filled with the smell of fresh coffee. As he prepared another drink, Shen decided that it was time to show what he really could do, even if it would change his usual life. As the coffee slowly poured into the cup, he thought that it had been a full month since the last summoning, but his boss still hadn't shown up. Adding milk, the hero understood that he had no home in this world, so he deliberately decided to stay here, in this cafe. After finishing making the latte, the character realized that he had become an important person for this coffee shop, and without him, the work already seemed impossible. Smiling to himself, Shen thought that one day he would like to become a director and run this place on his own. In his apron, he had been thinking a lot about what had happened, replaying the strange events of the past few weeks in his head. Despite all the good things, the young man really wanted to go home, and these thoughts inevitably led him to a quiet but deep sadness. Throwing back his head, the guy gulped down his coffee, as if trying to drown out his anxious thoughts with a hot drink. In an instant, the cup was empty, and the latte left only a faint warmth inside and a bitter taste on his lips. There was a picture of Alice, an imaginary TV presenter, on the apron, and suddenly there was an incredible, frightening power in her body. As the rain continued to fall outside, he heard the familiar words of summoning again. As if right in his head, an unknown voice uttered strange phrases, and Shen listened warily, feeling a chill run down his spine. All of a sudden, everything went quiet, and he couldn't believe it had ended so abruptly, leaving only an uneasy silence, and he smiled. Amazed at all that had happened, the hero tried to realize that this was really reality, and not a figment of his own imagination. The evening came. The guy closed the cafe and decided to go straight to rest, hoping to get at least a little distraction from his thoughts. There was a calendar on the cabinet where he marked the days of conscription, and in a month he had counted about 7 different types of them. To his horror, he knew that things were not going well, and he did not know who or what he would face next. The hero was terrified of the thought that if he came across a group of evil cultivators with red eyes and robes, suggesting that they might kill him. Suddenly, he remembered that there were universities in the city, and one of the largest and most popular was Badenga College. Thinking of the beautiful girls, Shen assumed that there might be a lot of them in such establishments, completely different in type. These thoughts made the character a little embarrassed and blushed, feeling awkward even in private. As he crouched down, he heard the unknown voice calling to him again, insistent and demanding. Hearing the mention of the Lord of Ashes, the hero immediately recalled everything related to this name and the past. Suddenly, a portal appeared that swallowed him up in an instant, leaving no chance for him to resist and escape. In a second, it shrank to a tiny size and practically disappeared, disappearing into the flow of energy as if it had never been there at all. Bright lightning streaked across the sky, lighting up the city in sharp bursts of light, and the clouds parted for a moment, revealing a sinuous trail of electrical discharge. Meanwhile, in the temple, 10 minutes before the incident with the young man, the call prepared by the high priest was already taking place. One of the robed worshippers asked the other cultists if they were all ready, and suggested that they start the ritual immediately. Standing in the center of a glowing icon on the floor in front of an altar of candles, the man began to invoke the god of ashes. The rest of the robed men crouched on the floor in low bows, expressing submission and fear of the greatest. Feeling a heavy gaze on his back, the leader was sure that the Lord would soon descend to help them. All this was started in order to agitate the crazy rich to invest their money in the development of their sect, who participated in the process. Among the robed people, there was a confused Aina, who had a power like a natural disaster hidden inside. Crouching on the floor, the girl obediently waited for the appearance of the Lord while hiding her own, far from simple motives. She thought the high priest was preparing a speech about ancient relics and the great power they gave to the chosen ones. Only investors could provide the sect with these artifacts, which were forbidden to be touched by ordinary people. After shouting, the man decided to make a sacrifice to the Lord, considering this a necessary step for the success of the ritual. As he approached the altar, he carried a strange red box in his hands, and with each step, the alarm around him seemed to thicken, causing the faithful to hold their breath. Inside, there was a white mask covered with faint symbols that only a few initiates knew the origin of. With his arms outstretched, the high priest asked the Lord of Ashes to show them his true greatness and show them a sign worthy of faith and sacrifice. Suddenly, the candlelight flickered, passing through the temple and touching everyone present. After a moment, all the lights went out completely, plunging the hall into semi-darkness, where only rapid breathing and thumping hearts could be heard. Outside the massive doors, the storm was still raging, drowning out any sounds from outside. Only muffled rumbles penetrated a little inside the temple. The priest waited with excitement for what would happen next, feeling a growing tension that was stronger than the fear of the unknown. He was suddenly horrified when he realized that he could no longer hear the downpour outside, as if the whole world had stopped moving. Meanwhile, lightning continued to flash in the sky, illuminating everything with a blinding light and turning the clouds into an ominous light. Realizing that the Lord of Ashes might have descended upon them, the high priest couldn't believe in such a miracle, as it was quite rare. While Aina looked hopefully into the void in search of the Overlord, the man was skeptical about what was happening. The light from the pictograph on the floor illuminated the entire room brightly, casting strange, distorted shadows on the walls. Suddenly, the priest felt an incredible amount of strength and a strong shiver ran through his entire body. Stammering, he couldn't believe that he would actually see the Ash Lord very soon. Someone shouted for everyone to look up, where an unknown portal began to form, slowly tearing through space itself. Gradually, the abyss grew larger, resembling the open mouth of a huge dragon, ready to devour everything around it with its insatiable belly. As if spellbound, the high priest and Aina watched on, unable to look away. The madly rich could not believe their good fortune, believing that the king himself had descended to them to accept their gifts. Thick dust once again rose in the air, and a huge dragon appeared in the midst of it, flames spewing from its mouth. As if spellbound, the dark-robed cultists stared at the king's appearance without moving, feeling a sense of sacred fear and awe. Surprised, Aina also couldn't believe that she had met the Ash Lord again for the second time, and this realization caused her to feel alarm, mixed with hope. Just like last time, the monster slowly opened its huge mouth, inside which a dense fireball was spinning, exuding heat and a frightening glow. Its power and flames filled the entire space of the temple, causing the air to tremble and making everyone unable to think. Bowing deeply, the high priest was overjoyed, genuinely believing that he had witnessed the greatest event of his life. A little afraid of the huge mouth with flames, all the believers began to beg the Lord for mercy, fearing for their own lives. After their words, the fire gradually began to lose its power, and the deity calmed down and prepared to listen to the cultists' speeches. Shen suddenly appeared, smiling awkwardly and slightly embarrassed, completely out of keeping with the formidable image that the believers saw in front of them. Scratching his cheek, he looked more confused than dangerous, and not at all like a cruel deity capable of destroying everything around him. Cautiously, the hero hoped that he would not be discovered immediately, and did not understand why he was called back to this strange and frightening world. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar face in the crowd, not expecting to see her here. His eyes opened wide in surprise and incomprehension. Modestly, behind among the others, Aina stood in a black dress with patterns, as if giving invisible signs to attract the attention of the Lord. He noted the cultists' unusually elaborate style, which seemed oddly harmonious and not at all crazy. The girl looked at him with admiration, and Shen noticed that her face was more alive and healthy than when they had last met. A little indignant, he decided that it was his earlier intervention and the Force Awakening that had affected her condition. The high priest strained to decipher the Ash Lord's words, listening for every rustle, afraid to miss their meaning. Realizing that the voice was too low, the man felt fear and humiliating awkwardness in front of the creature he worshipped. With horror, he wondered if he would be punished for not hearing the master's will, and if the flames would turn against him. When the priest saw the glow, he put aside his doubts and decided to immediately move on to the sacrifice, considering this the only correct step. While the young man was at the top, the crowd shouted that they had brought him a relic, the face of endless change, as a gift. Wondering why he needed a mask at all, Shen marveled at the volume and fanaticism of the people in front of him. Looking down, the hero saw the cultists and the high priest worshipping him and decided to keep his distance so as not to give himself away. Inwardly, the priest felt uneasy, noticing the tears in people's eyes and realizing that he himself did not share their blind faith. With horror, he thought that everything was not going according to plan and that he was about to be exposed and that the carefully constructed illusion would crumble before the eyes of a fanatical crowd. Reassuring himself, Shen realized that the cultists hadn't noticed anything strange about his behavior or his true human appearance. Calling them stupid commoners, he loudly declared that he accepted their offering and recognized the ritual as complete. After saying that, the mask abruptly soared into the air, causing delight and awed whispers in the crowd. Realizing that the gift was too low, Shen realized that he could not physically descend after it. When the mask hovered in front of him, the hero was really surprised by its strange and inexplicable properties. Cautiously, he reached out and took it carefully, feeling the hidden power and ancient magic radiating from it. One of the cultists couldn't hide his surprise when he saw that the Lord had actually accepted the sacrifice. People still saw a huge dragon in front of them, and the fire continued to fill the entire space of the temple. As he continued to kneel, the high priest hoped that he had proved his absolute loyalty and earned the favor of the Great One. With tears of joy, he realized that everything went well, and his life was saved, and the fake identity of the saint was not revealed. Watching the dragon's open mouth, the man didn't understand why the overlord still hadn't disappeared. Looking closely, he decided that the king was preparing something great, because he rarely appears. The monster remained motionless, and the high priest was at a loss to guess its true intentions. Horrified, he suggested that the overlord might want to take over the entire world and turn humanity to ashes. Spreading his arms and obeying the authority, the man ordered everyone to follow the king's will without objection. Unable to bear the strain, Anna also decided to address the great being, feeling that she could no longer remain silent. Suddenly, the girl declared that everyone around her was a liar, using the name of the Lord for selfish purposes. Pulling back his hood, the high priest demanded that she immediately be silent, fearing the wrath of the Great One. Enraged, he shouted that she was an orphan and didn't understand what she was saying, and his voice shook the walls of the temple. Listening to the accusations against her, Aina frowned, feeling a growing sense of anger and injustice. Feeling the heat in her chest, she clutched at her heart, feeling the energy inside her stir. Coursing through her veins, an unknown, almost tangible force began to fill her body, making it impossible to move, plunging her mind into a strange trance. Suddenly, thick smoke rose, completely filling the space of the temple and causing the girl to cough. Flames erupted, and the enraged overlord released a destructive stream of fire like a sign of anger. He was determined to give everyone what they deserved for their disregard for his authority, and his anger was palpable. Terrified, the cultists froze in place, unable to even scream, their bodies shaking and their hearts pounding so loudly that they were afraid the overlord would hear them. Gritting his teeth angrily, Shen said that they had mistreated the girl and had no right to do so. Holding out his palm, he began to create a flame, concentrating all his power in it, feeling the fire obey his will. Gradually, the fire grew stronger and filled the space above his head, filling the entire temple with warmth and heat. Saying that Aina had her own destiny to live out on her own, Shen created a huge three-headed snake from the flames. While the entire area was engulfed in flames, the high priest watched as if spellbound. Seeing the mask burn, the man convinced himself that it was all just an illusion, trying to rationalize the miracle that was unfolding in front of him. Feeling powerful, Shen sternly asked if the cultist had heard his words, demanding absolute submission and attention. Calling himself a humble servant, the priest expressed reverence and fear, feeling insignificant in the face of the overwhelming power of the king. Gradually reducing the fire, the young man completed the rite of sacrifice, allowing the flame to slowly fade and disappear into thin air. As he disappeared into the portal, he said that he was returning to his own world and didn't need anything else, as if confirming that their lives were completely in their own hands. Hearing this, Aina opened her mouth wide in genuine surprise, not expecting this outcome. Smiling awkwardly, she thought that the Lord of Ashes wasn't as cruel as he was said to be. The girl was firmly convinced that all disasters and catastrophes occur only because people refuse the true power of the Great One. Raindrops drummed monotonously on the temple roof, blending into a dull rhythm, as if the elements themselves were echoing the tense silence. Upon hearing this sound, the high priest realized that the overlord had disappeared, and the heavy sense of pressure in the air had finally dissipated. However, when he turned to the other cultists, he saw them screaming in terror, clutching their heads and writhing in pain as if they had lost their minds. Dr. Norn appeared, looking on in bewilderment, not understanding what had happened to the humans and why the usual ritual had turned into a chaotic frenzy. Grabbing the high priest's robe, he viciously demanded an explanation, and the high priest coldly replied that it was urgent to clear the energy field. Inwardly, the man reflected that even if there weren't many investors in the room, even if at least one of them went crazy, it would be a disaster for everyone. The Norn persisted in demanding a clear explanation, sensing that the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. As if spellbound and possessed of hidden abilities, the high priest ordered him to kneel down. Under this strange influence, the doctor obediently obeyed the order, unable to resist the pressure, as if his will was being suppressed by someone else's power. In his horror, the Norn thought that he had gone completely mad, having dared to contradict the high priest, and now he was a toy in the hands of an unknown force. After recovering a little, the man said that he had to tell the entire clan one important piece of information that could change the future fate of the sect. When the high priest heard that the subject was Aina, he looked at the Norn with keen interest, waiting for confirmation of his own suspicions. Meanwhile, the girl continued to insist that she was born exclusively for the Lord of Ashes, and only she could truly understand his will. Oblivious to the older man's presence, she suddenly burst into a frenzy of laughter that was a mixture of elation, fanaticism, and frightening confidence. Suddenly, the priest ordered her to come closer, and Aina, startled and uneasy, obediently obeyed his will. Addressing the audience, he declared that it was she who was chosen by God himself and deserved special respect, which sincerely impressed her. With a cold smile, the man said that he would become her mentor, and she, in turn, should help the Great Ones subdue the world and open the way to a new reality for people. Astounded, Aina didn't know what to say, feeling a growing sense of anger and injustice, and started clenching her fists. Frowning, the girl firmly stated that she didn't need a mentor or someone else's guidance, wanting to choose her own path. Meanwhile, the rain gradually stopped, and the first rays of the sun broke through the parted clouds, symbolizing the temporary calm after the storm. A week later, the high priest, disguised as an ordinary person, sat in a cafe and clearly felt the presence of the Lord of Ashes somewhere very close. When he saw Shen, he couldn't understand what could possibly be sacred about this young man being the director of such a mundane establishment. With his usual politeness, the hero asked if the guest would like something to drink, and the latter, after a short pause, ordered a black coffee. Smiling broadly, the guy confidently replied that he would bring everything in a moment, and disappeared behind the counter, leaving the man alone with his own thoughts. When Shen left, the high priest noticed that the boy exuded a strangely familiar, strong smell that reminded him of the aura of the Ash Lord himself. He watched him go warily, trying to figure out who the man really was, and thinking that the man might interfere with his plans. While preparing the drink, the character was genuinely happy that, for a long time in the cafe, finally there was a visitor who broke the usual loneliness. Ironically, he wondered what the cultists would say if they knew that their lord was sleeping rough and barely making ends meet. The atmosphere in the cafe remained calm and ordinary, books were evenly placed on the shelves, and nothing foreshadowed impending trouble. At the same time, the man at the table was furious, barely able to contain the inner anger that was growing by the second. Looking at the young man who brought the coffee, he found himself thinking that it was as if he had taken all the air, which made it difficult to breathe. The high priest gave a low-key thank you and took the cup, trying not to show his emotions and maintain a semblance of calm. After drinking all the coffee in one gulp, he surprised Shen, because the drink was hot and could burn his insides if consumed quickly. Looking at the empty cup in surprise, the man realized that it wasn't poison, and suddenly decided that the young man wasn't his enemy at all. Looking at the glass jar with interest, Shen noticed a lot of neatly folded paper cranes inside. Without attaching much importance to this, the guest explained that all these figures belong to his daughter and have personal value for him. Laughing, the hero noted that children always have too many desires and dreams, which they strive to realize in any way. In a calm voice, the man said that he and the girl agreed to do them together in their free time, but he was often busy. Sadly, he admitted that he never got to see this moment, and the memory of it still hurts him. It was the only memory of the daughter he'd lost forever, and now missing her was an unbearable part of his life. Shen gently placed a supportive hand on his shoulder and apologized for inadvertently bringing up a painful topic. Fully understanding his suffering, the young man said that, no matter what, it is necessary to continue to live and find the strength to move on. Rising from his chair, the man grimly declared that only death could put an end to his longing and emptiness. Inwardly seething with anger, the priest decided that he didn't care who his opponent was, and decided that in any case he wouldn't back down from his goal. Unsuspectingly, Shen noticed that each person experiences loss in their own way, even if the pain seems the same from the outside. Not understanding the young man's reaction, the man realized that no one was trying to stop him, and for a moment he closed his eyes, hiding his emotions. Calling their meeting fate, he introduced himself as Byron Hart, and the hero calmly gave his name in response. With a friendly smile, Shen asked the guest to stop by more often, as if he didn't care about their strange conversation. Coming out of the coffee shop with a can in his hands, the man realized that the guy clearly hails from faraway lands and hides much more than it seems. Suddenly, the door was flung open and Shen caught up with him, calling out from behind. Intending to say something important, grabbing the man by the shoulder, he asked him to wait. Slightly out of breath from the unexpected chase, and Hart stood tensely waiting for a trick. Awkwardly explaining that the guest hadn't paid for the order, Shen waited for the man to pay him, since the place needed to exist somehow. Relieved that no one had stopped him, Byron couldn't believe that the young man had run after him just for the money. Passing by the buildings, the priest decided to forget about this situation and finally made sure that Shen had no evil intentions. As he walked among the humans, he thought that one day he would kill the Lord of Ashes and sacrifice him to pass on to the other world. With his eyes burning with anger, Hart decided that with the wizard's help, Shabu would summon the king and bring his daughter back to life. Noticing the many books in the room where he lived, Shen decided to study them carefully, hoping to find more information about the Lord of Ashes. In one of them, he read that this is the god of the world with the body of a huge boa constrictor. which most often appears at midnight and brings destruction and rebirth. With interest, the young man noticed that the style of presentation was more like a manhwa, or a fantasy novel, than a serious religious treatise. Flipping through the pages, Shen tried to find hidden notes, but when he found nothing useful, he decided to return to other literature later. Then he came across books with a variety of titles dealing with spirits, chaos, sacrifices, and ancient powers. Feeling his head start to ache from the abundance of information, the guy squeezed his eyes shut and decided to stop for a while and take a break. During his strange travels, he has repeatedly encountered dangerous challenges, and once discovered an ancient book, which, according to his guesses, was left by his ancestors. After reading the instructions, Shen decided to perform the ritual by carefully pasting sheets of yellow paper on all sides of the table with his name and the names of the heroes. When he had finished preparing it, he scrolled it several times in different directions, trying to follow exactly the steps of the ritual described. Obediently reciting the spell aloud, the hero picked up the sheet with his name on it, feeling a strange tension in the air, as if the space around him was responding to his voice. On the second day, at the same time, he collected the rest of the sheets with other people's names, carefully checking if anything had changed after the first stage. Frowning, the hero spent the whole night in the cemetery, sitting alone and listening to the silence, broken only by the wind and the distant sounds of the city. Privately, he wondered how all these trials were related to the ritual, and what exactly the names that appeared in the ritual meant. Lighting a small flame with the tip of his finger, Shen realized that he was facing dangerous and difficult days ahead, for which he was still poorly prepared. After the second summoning, the area of controlled flame increased noticeably, and he was able to form the image of a huge man out of it. As Shen brandished the fire, he realized that he didn't have any real power yet, and that he was only capable of scaring people, not engaging them in real combat. Clutching his head in anger and despair, the young man lost touch with reality. His thoughts became confused, and hopes for rapid progress gradually faded. He looked disdainfully at the mask lying on the table, which the high priest had given him as a gift that promised great power. Looking at her, Shen knew that in his hands, it was just an ordinary object, while in the other person, she was able to make it much stronger. Slowly twirling the mask, he assumed that he was using it incorrectly and did not understand the true mechanism of action. Enraged, he forcefully threw it to the floor and it slowly began to dissolve, and soon only a small fragment remained. Noticing this, the young man realized that he finally understood the principle of its work and the true limitations of this gift. Among the bookshelves, he started looking for a mirror, wanting to test his guess and see possible changes. Looking at his reflection, Shen decided that he could change his appearance if the mask was in shadow, thus hiding his true face. When he put it back on, his features instantly changed. His chin became sharper, his hair longer, and his eyes took on an alien coldness. Realizing that everything worked out, the character was genuinely happy, because the changes looked natural and did not arouse suspicion. Having decided that he could change his face, he wondered if he could change his clothes and body shape to hide his real appearance. In the next instant, he transformed into Kamen Rider in a red insect-like suit, and he could barely contain his excitement. Returning to his appearance, the hero burst into tears, realizing that his long-standing dream had finally come true. There was a calm and relaxed atmosphere outside the cafe, but strange and unsettling events started happening inside the building. Looking up, Shen heard the familiar voice again, urging him to ignore the call. As he recognized the words, he wondered if spells to summon the same god might sound different, depending on the location and purpose. Meanwhile, in the dark-windowed temple building, Dr. Byron was conducting an appeal specifically aimed at the young man. Standing in the center of the glowing pictogram, he recited the ancient incantations clearly and confidently, without the slightest hesitation. Mesmerized by what was happening, the girl watched him from the side, afraid to interfere with the dangerous ritual. Clutching his sword, Byron knew that in a few days the Night of the Witches, which he had been waiting for months, would come. Summoning an unknown god, the man believed that this creature has existed since the beginning of mankind and is capable of granting any knowledge. Spell sheets swirled in the air, but even this deity could not bring happiness, despite the promised sacrifices. Holding the paper swan, Hart didn't know if this ritual would be his death sentence, but the desire to resurrect his daughter was stronger than fear. A white veil engulfed the space around him, but the man did not retreat from his goal, despite the growing fear. As if spellbound, he stared ahead, trying to see the deity through the thick fog. Suddenly, strange blue-colored symbols were reflected in his pupils, pulsing with an alien energy. Written in a magical script, a question appeared in front of him regarding his unusual eyes and true intentions. The god appeared in the form of a thick white mist, and it seemed strange to the man that no one had tried to contact this creature before. The dark shape within the shroud vaguely resembled Hart himself, sending a chill down his spine. With a wry smile, the man noted that the lord resembled the guest they had seen earlier, and was surprisingly similar to the initiator of the ceremony. The girl against the stone wall remained motionless, afraid to move or attract attention. Noticing something strange, she slowly raised her green eyes, trying to make out a huge silhouette in the fog. A dark shadow appeared amidst the thick shroud, wriggling like a living thing and slightly frightening. Hart knew that this creature had come from the other side of existence, and that the name had no meaning for the unearthly god. In a rage, he shouted that he was only an inferior person, but still managed to see the true face of the Great One. The symbols reappeared in front of him, and Shen, watching from the side, realized that this was the most standard answer. When the high priest realized that God had indeed descended upon him, he experienced genuine joy and awe. Admitting that he made sacrifices for the sake of great power, he begged to fulfill his wish and resurrect his daughter. Opening his palm, Hart took out a small egg-shaped firestone that pulsed with heat. In an instant, it transformed into a huge, scorching creature, radiating destructive energy. When Byron saw the monster he had created, he recoiled in horror, realizing how disgusting and dangerous his own creation was. The man squinted, trying to hear the answer from God. But there was an oppressive silence in which there was no sign, no whisper, no hint of a response. Watching him, Shen understood that the priest wasn't evil, but his actions were becoming dangerous. So he decided not to interfere in the process. The Overlord's voice announced the acceptance of the victim, the monster that Byron had prepared with fanatical determination and hidden fear. Two flames flashed in place of the creature, distorting the air and space before it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. While the victim was once again encased in a pebble, the man's face was hidden by a living fire that did not cause pain, but reliably protected from outsiders. Overjoyed, Hart realized that his creation had fulfilled its purpose, saving him the trouble of carrying the body back. Inwardly, he realized with horror that there was nothing left of the sacrifice, and that the power of the deity was far greater than he had ever imagined. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, the man froze, as if preparing to take a decisive step, after which it will be impossible to go back. In a fit of rage, he screamed, demanding that the Lord grant him the opportunity to resurrect his daughter without thinking about the consequences. Meanwhile, the hero looked at the stone in surprise, gradually realizing that Byron's intentions were sincere. Shen looked at Hart through a haze and realized that he didn't know the man personally, but his love for his daughter made his actions real and profound. The priest's eyes were filled with hope and pain, but he knew that no amount of power he possessed could bring a dead person back to life. In an ancient book, it was written that all creatures are divided into 8 types, and the Lord of Ashes was a special Dana species with unique properties. His appearance served as the guiding principle of everything except return, and the thick fog gave knowledge to those who could intently observe and understand. Angry, Byron hoped to find knowledge that he could pass on to the Lord of Ashes in exchange for fulfilling his heart's desire. Thinking about it, Shen understood that only things that do not exist in our world are suitable for the deity, since everything ordinary and material is already known to him. Feeling superior, the young man noted that if the high priest didn't realize the power of the Mist Lord, he assumed that he wasn't intelligent enough. As he continued to stare into the thick haze, Hart wondered why the Lord did not answer his call, and why his sacrifices seemed insufficient. He was suddenly shocked by what he saw, and his eyes widened in surprise as the strange symbols and glowing signs revealed new secrets. Amid the dense fog, words emerged indicating that the man needed to be taught deeper knowledge so that he could properly implement his intentions. Byron began to tell me that Bei Ming has a huge fish named Kun, which exists in legends, and its power is related to secret magic. As he stood in the center of the glowing icon, Clone Hart repeated that the animal had turned into a bird named Pan, and it seemed like an incredible miracle. As if spellbound, the man could not believe his eyes, feeling that everything around him was like a magical dream, in which reality and fantasy intertwined. The symbols of the shackle-breaking ritual had reappeared, according to which only the shame of the body could give the spirits what they wanted, and Hart was aware of the danger. This forbidden rite dealt with forbidden desires, and he knew that any violation would lead to disastrous consequences. As the man soared into the air, Shen understood that Byron's true desire was to gain insight that could reveal the secrets of the world. Naked, he floated in the air, and the hero realized that with such aspirations, any mistake can destroy the whole world. Eyes wide, Hart watched his clone floating in the air and felt terrified, knowing that playing with the powers of the gods was extremely dangerous. The fog still enveloped the space around the motionless man, creating the illusion of infinity and invisible forces. Suddenly, the clone began to dissipate, giving up hope that the priest had learned his lesson. But Shen knew that the effects of the ritual might still come later. The man knew that this ritual would lead to people cursing his name, and the world would feel the power of the Lord of Ashes. As he clenched his fists, he realized that the Great One's goals were much deeper and more dangerous than he had realized, and that any mistake could lead to the death of innocence. Looking up, Hart knew that the knowledge of resurrecting people was passed on to him alone. and any attempt to change the course of events required concentration. Meanwhile, on the street outside the cafe, everything remained unchanged. The sign was slightly illuminated, but inside there were events that could change the world. After returning from the portal, Shen successfully landed beside his bed, feeling that every step of this challenge was given to him with incredible effort. Rejoicing in his success, the hero realized that he was no longer a novice, and the experience gained during the summoning would give him new opportunities to explore magical knowledge. Glancing at the phone, he realized that it was well past midnight, even though the ceremony had started in the afternoon and the time had flown by quickly. Holding the device in his hands, he thought that the knowledge from the books was useful. But this summon was not from White Mist, but from the true Lord of Ashes. There was still a book on the table, and Shen wondered if there would ever be another ritual that would reveal the secrets of the world. Taking the diary, he began to write down that Byron had resurrected his daughter somewhere in the old castle, recording all the details of what had happened. Suddenly, he saw a photo taken in the portal, but the place was unknown to him, and the guy decided not to use the image. Reincarnated as a clone of a man, Shen was glad that he was able to do this and take a picture of himself, despite the risk to his health. Touching his face, the hero again wanted to change his appearance to check if he had new abilities after experiencing the summoning. Eagerly, he thrust out his palm, waiting for a magical reaction, but nothing happened. Sitting down with annoyance, Shen noted that he hadn't gained anything new. The flames hadn't increased, and all his attempts to control the magical energy were in vain. The mask worked very well, but he tossed it on the floor again and it began to fade, as if it were disappearing into thin air, leaving only a faint glow behind. Remembering the strange fire grain, he carefully examined it, trying to understand how such a small object could contain a powerful force. Smiling, the character didn't know how a great god of this type was able to transport corpses, manipulate their energy, and transform simple objects. After putting the seed in the box, he knew that it could be useful for gaining new knowledge and magical power. Closing the drawer, Shen decided to save them for further study, realizing that a small discovery could be the key to big magical secrets. It was deep into the night, and the sky was overcast, obscuring the moon, and all around was silence, broken only by the occasional sound of the city. A young man was fast asleep on the bed, trying to regain his strength after a busy day full of magical experiments. Suddenly, the chest of drawers opened and a seed fell out, which instantly lit up, illuminating the room with a mysterious light. While Shen was sleeping, unaware of the danger, a huge lizard appeared above him, slowly approaching and studying the youth. Looking at him, the monster looked at the hero with interest, as if trying to figure out if he was a threat to him. But the character did not even move and continued to sleep soundly, not noticing the creature's approach, which only increased the mystery of what was happening. Not understanding what was happening, the lizard stared at him in surprise, wrinkling its huge muzzle as it tried to understand why the man wasn't reacting. With interest, he moved closer and closer to the young man's face, feeling the warmth of his breath and trying to study every detail. The character was fast asleep and completely unaware that someone was carefully examining his appearance and trying to assess his magical potential. Suddenly, he began to snore, which startled the monster, who staggered back, putting more distance between them. Curled up, the lizard rolled head over heels out of the room, kicking up dust and shaking the air around it. A moment later, he was right on the street and was already looking at the sign advertising the place. There was not a soul around. Once among the tall buildings, the lizard was perplexed, trying to make sense of what was happening around, and only sneezed his head. All of a sudden, his body was heating up to the limit, and every cell was filled with an energy that the monster couldn't control. As it approached the cat standing on the road, its flesh tore apart and it turned into a powerful flame that engulfed everything. Feeling a strange movement from behind, the animal became alert, froze in place and listened carefully to the sounds. Turning sharply, the cat saw nothing, because there was no trace of the monster, only a light haze floating in the air. The bearded man named George was one of 7 Category A investigators in Nolan. Known for his cool logic and skill, he gripped the handle of the umbrella tightly in his gripping hand, always acting resolutely and never losing his composure. Secretly, many people referred to him in various ways, some as the legendary investigator, the strange assassin, or the undead bird. But everyone admired him. He had earphones in his ears, and irritably asked the speaker to get to the point quickly, not wanting to waste time on unnecessary explanations. Sadly lowering his gaze under his bangs, the man realized that he was just an ordinary person like everyone else. Although his reputation made him stand out from the crowd, standing outside the cafe where Shen worked, George found out that the owner was completely innocent of anything, and the information he received made him think. The phone gave the order to go inside and carefully inspect everything, requiring maximum concentration and accuracy, since any mistake could be costly. Lowering the umbrella and sighing heavily, he finally agreed to complete the task, knowing that the safety of people and the outcome of the investigation depended on him. George thought to himself that this time the case was really serious, and the level of confidentiality was extremely high. One of the victims sat on the bed in horror and screamed about the demonic god. These facts forced the man to act as carefully as possible. Continuing the conversation, the detective told the chief that the worst thing is the destruction of humanity, noting the possible consequences. Remembering the photo in his pocket, the man deftly took it out and began to examine the smallest details, trying to find out the culprit. With interest, he studied the picture carefully, analyzing every detail and noting any unusual signs that might give a clue. Despite the poor quality of the picture, it was clearly possible to see a girl in a short skirt, one of the cultists. Once inside, the detective shouted at the smiling Shen to make coffee, showing his usual severity. While the young man was preparing the drink, George walked around the bar and carefully drilled the hero's back with a piercing gaze, studying his every movement. A companion with earphones in contact with him couldn't believe that the hero was an ordinary person who had never been in contact with the gods, but the detective assured him of this. When Shen smiled and brought the order, the man decided to ask if the guy had noticed anything unusual lately. Tensing, the young man replied that he thought there was something that went beyond common sense, but he didn't want to tell the whole truth. Deciding not to reveal his identity, he said that the cafe has been almost empty of customers lately, avoiding details. After listening to him, the detective briefly thanked him for his answer and didn't say another word, his reaction adding to the tension around him. It was slowly approaching 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and George's slight fatigue was growing, but he continued to focus on the investigation. After finishing his coffee, the detective left the room, noting the excellent taste of the drink, and went to the next tasks. As Shen watched him go, he could still sense the presence of an invisible energy that seemed to be watching him. Deciding that the man was quite an ordinary person, the young man calmed down and realized that he shouldn't have worried, allowing fear to take over his thoughts. His hands began to tremble as if from cold, and he felt a slight weakness and an unknown terror gripping his entire body. Noticing the reaction of his body, the character realized that the process of awakening and mastering the power would take longer than expected. Looking at the time on his phone, he knew that everything wouldn't happen right after the call, and that it would take a considerable amount of hours in practice to master magic. Stretching out his palm, he tried to summon the power himself, concentrating on the energy that was flowing through his body. But nothing happened. Confused, he became frustrated, realizing that controlling magical energy required patience, effort, and experience, which he didn't have yet. Still, it was necessary to learn how to control the flow of energy in the body, feel its movement, and control the force. Suddenly, its flesh evaporated, leaving only a light white mist that slowly enveloped the area around it. While admiring his new abilities, Shen realized that he could now move through space without being limited by the usual framework. Once in the center of the hall, he shifted back to his human form, feeling the power within him stabilize and ready. Noting that this ability is better than flame and can be used to escape, the young man understood that it is necessary to constantly improve the skill. The door opened abruptly and George appeared, appearing out of nowhere, causing Shen to tense up and try to look normal. Breathing heavily and trying to look calm, Shen greeted him, knowing that if the detective had come in a little earlier, he might have caught him in the act. Terrified, the boy knew that one false step could reveal his secret, and every move now required extreme caution. Calmly, George noted that he could smell an incredibly strong power and the smell of a demon coming from the young man's body, which made him reconsider his assumptions. Inwardly, he realized that he was wrong to think Shen was an ordinary person, because his energy was more powerful than that of many famous investigators and magicians. Looking at the hero, George saw a huge stream of firepower coming from his body, which filled the entire cafe. Thinking about it, he noticed that the pressure felt stronger in the cafe, which is why he wanted to go back and study everything more thoroughly. Grinning, the detective said that a powerful demon aura surrounded the place, and he felt like a small boat on big waves. Keeping his face casual, Shen asked if the customer would like another cup of coffee to distract attention and hide what was happening earlier. Smiling back, the detective asked for a latte, showing no fear, but watching the young man closely, sensing something suspicious. Approaching the appliances, the hero noticed that there were not enough ingredients, and decided to go to the pantry to get the necessary components. As he slammed the door behind him, he couldn't believe that anyone had noticed his strength and abilities, and he anxiously thought about the future. His mind was racing, and he was terrified of what would happen if his secret was revealed, because the consequences could be unpredictable. Persuading himself, the character decided to go to the end and continue to lie, realizing that this is the only way to maintain control over the situation. Standing in the center of the cafe, the detective was already waiting, knowing full well that the guy didn't leave because of the ingredients, and his suspicions gradually increased. Sweating profusely, George didn't understand why. If everything was all right, he felt a demonic aura that seemed to fill the entire space. Looking around, the man tried to understand what the young man really wants, analyzing each movement, trying to unravel the true motives. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the phone Shen had left behind, and he decided to take it, hoping to find some clues. Eagerly, George flipped through the phone screen, trying to find evidence of unusual activity and his suspicions. Entering the gallery, he saw numerous photos of the red cat, which caused a slight smile and reminded him of the young man's human habits. Smiling sweetly, the detective noted Shen's great love for animals, realizing that even with unusual abilities, the hero is ordinary. As George scrolled through, he suddenly saw a photo with a pictogram on the floor, which immediately caught his attention, causing a sense of alarm. Shocked by everything that was happening, he opened his eyes wide, trying to focus on the details that might give him a clue. Although only part of it was visible, it was definitely an untouchable challenge that required attention and careful approach for further analysis. Determined, the man realized that he needed to understand what all this means, and that every element he saw in the photo hides a secret. Hesitantly opening the door, Shen apologized to the customer and asked him to wait a little longer, looking around cautiously. Looking around, he noticed that the room was completely empty, and the light echo of footsteps created a sense of loneliness. The phone was still on the table, and Shen wondered why the man had left so quickly, without explanation, leaving him brooding and worried. Meanwhile, in the basement of the temple, there were still strange traces of the pictogram on the stone floor, which glowed with a faint mystical light. Suddenly, the doors opened a little, and George came cautiously in, looking carefully around, taking in every detail. Looking around, the detective noticed that the breath left by the ash god was very strong and filled the space. Suddenly, something strange up ahead caught his attention, and the man froze in silence, marveling at the incredible silhouette that moved through the fog. Right in front of him, amidst the thick haze, a huge snake face with glowing eyes that radiated danger appeared. Looking down at it, George noticed that the breath didn't belong to a deity, and was surprised that such a powerful monster was here. The ferocious dragon charged straight at him, creating chaos all around, kicking up dust and debris, causing the detective to react instantly. With a flick of its tail, the snake threw up a huge cloud of dust and disappeared a little into it, as if it decided to use tactics to attack. With a strong push, the man jumped up to protect himself from future blows and have an advantage over the enemy. The swish of the serpent's tail sent him flying up to the ceiling again, feeling his strength gradually drain, but acting carefully. Falling in the thick fog, the detective used the third blade summoning technique, knowing that there was no other way out. In an instant, the weapon was in the palm of his hand, ready to repel the terrible monster's attack. In all the chaos, it was only the second level of disaster, but George hoped the knife would be enough to fight and survive. The bewildered snake, turning around, looked for its victim, wondering where the person from whom the threat was felt could disappear. Something unknown glittered above his head, but the lizard couldn't make out what it was, its eyes darting around, trying to determine the source of the light and the potential threat. Finding the strength, the detective slowly got to his feet, as if he didn't notice the monster approaching and hoped that he was in control of the situation. The monster opened its huge, toothy mouth and charged right after him, but George kept his cool as he tried to run away. Expressing complete calm, George advised the dragon to save its head, hinting at an imminent attack. Suddenly, a strange liquid was spilled on the snake, rendering it harmless. It was the skill of the summoning technique that the detective used in battle. This was exactly what the abilities were, allowing you to instantly block and neutralize the threat in the form of a monster. The sharp dagger was back in the man's hands, ready for the next possible attack from the enemy. There was a deep gash on the monster's head, and the monster slowly began to retreat, realizing that the opponent was too strong for it. Realizing his defeat, he disappeared through the broken wall, leaving only the ruins in his wake, and George breathed a sigh of relief. Considering everything that was happening useless, the detective understood that being in this world, you will always fear for your own life. With force, he threw the dagger into the mist, hoping to deal a decisive blow to the fleeing monster and use the summoning technique again. Gradually picking up speed in flight, the weapon emitted a strange magical light, but it never reached its target. After flying away, it turned into a small portal of fire, which gradually shrank and soon disappeared from sight. It was still raining heavily outside, and the fleeing monster was just an invisible trail, disappearing into the water. A determined George once again decided to use the summoning technique to test the limits of his abilities. With all his strength, he threw the dagger again, hoping to find his opponent among the dense trees and darkness. The weapon flew off at different angles, trying to deal damage to the enemy, and the man constantly repeated a magic spell. Nothing happened. It was back in George's hands. The technique required perfect concentration and precise calculation. Looking ahead intently, the man noticed that things were much more complicated than he had thought before coming here. Then he decided to use 2 fingers and a foot at the same time to direct the daggers faster and more accurately, hoping for his own success. With annoyance, the detective noted that he had attacked 5 times, but it was all useless, and the monster remained intact and unstoppable. Standing in the pouring rain, George realized that a technique of this level would not be able to kill the enemy, and it was necessary to look for new tactics for protection. Among the ruined temple wall, he wondered what to do with Byron now, because the enemy was too smart and cunning, and every mistake could cost a life. As he adjusted his earpiece, the detective remembered that the man was from the Overlord's clan, but judging from the last summon, it was only Mist, not the Great One. He confidently noted that there were many cultists in the fictional scene called Beeland, and each of them was able to influence the course of events. When George called his partner, he said that he would write a detailed report to the people from the Anti-Magic Bureau to prepare for further actions. 2 months later, Shen radiated his fire outside of the cafe, feeling the power of his abilities and testing how far the impact of his energy spread. Small sparks flew around the building and nearby shops, lighting up the street and creating a sense of magical presence. Waving his arms, the hero noted that the impact of his abilities extends over 300 meters, and through the fire, he could hear voices. His heart began to beat faster, and he wanted to start training, knowing that his strength was still weak and needed constant practice. Rushing forward, he aimed with determination and acted with interest and without the slightest fear of the unknown and possible consequences. As he tried to disappear into the fog, he realized that abilities needed to be leveled up to achieve the desired effect. Thinking about it, the guy regretted that the body in this form does not change size, only the right hand went into the veil, limiting its capabilities. A small flame appeared on the other palm, which Shen looked at with interest, realizing that he now had 2 different powers. Looking at his hands, he noticed that one attacks and the other masks, abilities that open up new opportunities for control and combat. There was no one in the cafe, and he decided to end the training session there, feeling tired and satisfied with the first results. Lying in bed, the character thought that George had not come for several days and hoped for his visit, wanting to discuss the latest events. When he met a man, he often told stories from his own world, and the detective listened carefully, evaluating each word. Noting that it was good to have friends in this world, he was well aware that if his true identity was revealed, he would be hunted down. As he fell asleep, he realized that he might need the help of a detective, because in this world events develop unpredictably, and his powers are still too weak. Suddenly, the character found himself among tall columns, through which rays of light penetrated, creating a strange atmosphere. Unable to believe his eyes, Shen tried to figure out if this was a dream, and assumed that perhaps he had entered the territory of the Lord of Ashes. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw Aina, who did not seem to notice his presence, and the hero decided to watch her to see if she was asleep. Looking at the girl from different angles, Shen noticed that, judging by her posture, she really was asleep. There was no magic effect. He had decided insidiously that he could do whatever he wanted with her. But he knew that abuse of power could cause unpredictable consequences. He forcefully patted Aina's cheeks, but she didn't react at all, which surprised him since such actions usually trigger a reaction. Suddenly, he noticed the light growing stronger and the pillars turning to ash. Dream and reality beginning to merge in a dangerous magical aura. Realizing that this would not last long, the character decided that he needed to wake up so as not to be trapped in the illusion. Dissolving, he said goodbye to the girl, stroking her head, and disappeared from the space, leaving a slight warmth. Meanwhile, in the huge white mansion, Aina also had a dream with the Lord of Ashes, and she felt a mystical power. An unknown power manipulated her mind and body, and she screamed in fear and woke up, trying to make sense of what was happening. While lying in bed, she used the disembodied technique and was able to meet the deity while feeling the power of his presence. Listening to her feelings, Aina grimaced in pain. Something tugged at her back, and she realized that interacting with the deity required sacrifices. As she pulled her shirt down the back, she saw the mark that marked the seal bestowed by the Great One, and realized that her fate was now under his influence. Raindrops fell on the girl's hood, merging into small trickles, sliding on the fabric and creating a light noise that mixed with the wind. In the cafe, Shen reflected that he had already seen the stranger 3 times, but all the events seemed strange, as if they were repeated in a parallel reality. Meanwhile, Aina noticed a sign with drinks and decided to go inside, not knowing that she would meet a young man who was not seeing her for the first time. Unaware of anything, the hero was glad that she and the other cultists did not know where he lived, and was sure that a real meeting with them would not happen. Suddenly, the doors opened, and a drenched, white-haired girl in a robe walked in, her presence instantly attracting Shen's attention. When she heard the greeting, she turned around in bewilderment, not understanding who this young man was, assessing the situation around her. After recognizing an old acquaintance, the character was shocked, realizing that the shadow mask was too far away, and now his true identity could be revealed. Turning his back on her, he asked her tensely if she wanted something to drink, trying to hide his excitement and keep it casual. As if she didn't understand the question, she repeated in surprise, looking at him with a slight confusion and trying to catch the meaning of the words. Shen grimaced in anger, not knowing how the girl had managed to find out where he lived, and tried to hide his annoyance. Remembering the cultists, the hero realized that they have special abilities and decided to carefully guide Aina. Still with his back to her, he said with confidence that she was finally here, trying to hide the tremor in his voice. Smiling maliciously, he realized that he had already appeared in his true form twice before, and she could easily recognize him. Not knowing who the guy was, Aina was confused, her eyes flickering between surprise and wariness as she sensed a familiar aura. Being friendly, the character turned around and asked what had happened this time, trying to ease the tension and start a conversation. Puzzled, the girl replied that she had nothing to tell, and an awkward silence and stupor hung between them. Privately, the hero thought that the friend had no evil intentions against him, and this was slightly reassuring because every wrong step could lead the situation out of control. Noting her tired appearance, he offered her a cup of coffee, but Aina honestly admitted that she didn't know anything about it. Trying to be convincing, Shen suggested a vanilla latte, and she accepted, feeling a little reassured by the stranger. As she made her way to the table, she thought that the young man looked very familiar to her, and her memory persistently tried to connect the fragments of memories. Looking at her, the character confidently thought that the girl was still in shock from meeting the deity, and his magic power left a mark on her mind. As she crouched down, Aina realized that the strange and heavy aura of the Ash Lord was hovering around her, and this sensation aroused her interest. Closing her eyes, she tried to figure out who this guy was and why he was talking to her like that, analyzing every word and gesture. Interrupting her thoughts, Shen placed the finished drink in front of her, following the manners and etiquette of a true owner of the establishment. Smiling, he asked if she was surprised to see him, gently watching her reaction and behavior. With a puzzled expression, Aina noted the aura of the great Ash Lord, feeling a strange attraction and realizing that this wasn't an ordinary person standing in front of her. Shocked, he realized that she didn't recognize him, trying to figure out how he should proceed to hide his true identity. Realizing that there was a strange smell on him, Shen didn't know how to get rid of it at all, and this made the task more difficult. Realizing that he would not be able to constantly maintain the image, the young man decided to pretend to be a messenger and pass on the instructions of the Great One. After tasting the coffee, Aina enjoyed the drink, feeling the warmth and aroma that slightly calmed her anxiety. Throwing a towel over her head, the character asked her to dry her hair, trying to distract attention and at the same time show concern. He went back to the counter and told her that the Great Lord was constantly watching everything that was happening, trying to instill confidence in her. Suddenly, the door opened, and George looked in hesitantly, as if afraid of his appearance and that someone would notice him. As the man passed by in a blood-stained raincoat, he almost immediately caught Shen's attention, who was hovering at the bar. Noticing the long-awaited guest, the young man was indignant as he dared to enter the institution in such a strange and terrible form. Realizing that Aina is still here, the hero decided at all costs to prevent their meeting and possible negative consequences. With a smile, he greeted the detective and invited him to go to another room, showing ease and at the same time controlling the situation. Noting the young man's attentiveness and insight, George was impressed, realizing that he was facing a man with unusual abilities. Sitting down, he decided to tell the whole truth about his profession and mission, but he did it carefully so as not to reveal too much. As the girl dried her hair, Shen was glad that the man hadn't noticed her, and that the time allowed him to think through his plan. Then the investigator admitted that he came to ask the young man for one favor, carefully building a conversation. Stopping him, the character offered to make a cup of coffee to relax a little and ease the awkwardness. After thanking him, George wondered if it was necessary to order when he came here, since he wasn't going to do it. Closing the door, the hero replied that it is necessary to take payment from customers in order to support the business and have a personal livelihood. Realizing that everything had happened at an extremely bad time, he needed to get the girl out as soon as possible in order to prevent a possible meeting with the detective. As he approached her, he asked if she was here because of the order, and Aina was shocked to realize that the mark on her back was starting to burn. Awkwardly, the girl admitted that they were going through difficult times and faced a prophecy about a deadly chase. So she wanted to summon the Overlord. Sternly saying that he understood, Shen assured her that she had to trust that the Great One would solve her problem and her life would be safe. Waving his arms furiously, the young man assured her that she should not be afraid of the dark, and it was time for prosperity, instilling a sense of confidence. Puzzled, she agreed, because she was very encouraged by his speech and felt that his presence created protection. Continuing to lie to her that the Lord was watching everyone, Shen told Aina to go back to the temple and she obeyed as if spellbound. With the drink, he returned to George, noting his long wait, and at the same time thinking about how to hide the secret. Pulling out a photo from his bosom, the detective admitted that he had come to find out information about one person. Holding out the picture, he assured that the girl belongs to the Order of Cultists, which threatens the stability of the country and he needs to find her. Upon recognizing his acquaintance, Shen couldn't believe his eyes and barely concealed his surprise in front of the investigator. In the photo, it was Aina, who had literally just been sitting in the next room and who he was trying so hard to hide from George's eyes. Trying to maintain an outward calm, the hero clearly understood that now they were accomplices, and any superfluous word could betray her. Hesitantly choosing his words, he promised to help the detective only if he personally saw this mysterious girl. George noted that the picture was too blurry to identify the gender, but realized that he had reached out to the right person. After thanking the guy, the man cautiously inquired about the price for the service, and Shen asked in return to fulfill his request. Thinking indignantly, the detective was about to offer something tangible as payment, possibly a rare antique. With a serious nod, he promised to bring some decent gifts in the near future, after which he said goodbye to the hero and headed for the exit. When Shen was alone, he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment, feeling strangely tense, as if he was suddenly in the middle of a dangerous event. Meanwhile, in one of the secluded residences, a girl stood motionless on a huge balcony overlooking the canopy of dense trees. When she heard someone calling her name softly, she was genuinely happy and hurriedly turned around to meet her teacher's gaze. Smiling, Yana saw Byron, who with his usual calmness asked what exactly she wanted to talk to him about. Feeling an inner thrill and noticeably embarrassed, the girl blushed, stammered, and took a long time to find the right words, afraid to say too much. Shifting uncomfortably, she asked for an increase in her bonus, citing the difficult situation in the family and the need to urgently solve problems. Yana also reminded the mentor that several of her partners are now in the hospital due to risky tasks performed. Not wanting to go into details, Hurd only noted the amazing willpower of the girl, which appeared after the ceremony. In the end, he agreed to her request, which greatly pleased Yana, who could not contain her emotions and jumped happily. To himself, the man ironically noted that only people who sincerely care about the fate of the world are able to love money so much. Earlier in the basement, he still decided to start summoning the Great Ash Lord by forcefully piercing his own palm with a sharp sword. Spilling blood on the glowing pictogram, Byron spoke the ancient sacred words, intently wishing only for his wish to be fulfilled. Closing her eyes and covering her ears, Yana tried not to watch the ritual, desperately trying to ignore it. In the midst of the thick white haze that gradually filled the room, he suddenly made out an indistinct silhouette that radiated incredible power. Being in the guise of Heart himself, the hero mentally asked for mercy, completely not imagining how to bring a person back to life. Listening to the speeches about his own power and greatness, the young man realized with irony that if he really possessed all these regalia, he would be very surprised. Moving through the dense fog, he remained unnoticed and cautiously asked Byron if he was going to do something dangerous. Furious, the high priest finally confessed his true intentions, wanting to get his hands on the forbidden knowledge no matter what. Hiding in the darkness, the hero assured him that everything would come true if the man showed patience and did not rush things. When he approached Yana, who was standing motionless against the wall with her eyes closed and mentally begging for mercy, he only coldly reminded her of the victim. While his clone waved his arms, Byron was happy to say that he had brought everything he needed and was ready to follow any instructions. A fortune ring appeared in his palm, giving good luck during the day and taking away fart at night. And this contradictory artifact gave off a strange sensation. Accepting the gift, the hero clearly understood that this was too little to pay for the necessary everyday services, but still took the decoration. Meanwhile, a girl came awkwardly to the massive doors, touched them carefully with her fingers, and pushed lightly, not daring to go inside right away. While the hero frantically thought out what exactly to say to the high priest, the man was looking forward to receiving secret knowledge. Suddenly, the silhouette of a stranger appeared behind him and called his name softly, causing the priest to freeze warily. The blonde-haired girl with bright yellow eyes turned out to be his daughter. Her name was Eva, and her appearance instantly changed the atmosphere around her. Hearing the name, Yana opened one eye curiously, trying not to give herself away, as if afraid of being noticed. As she stared into the thick haze in front of her and felt the influence of an unknown energy, she suddenly lost her strength and fell to the cold floor. As Eve approached Byron, she excitedly recounted a frighteningly long dream from which she had struggled to find a way out, feeling alone. It wasn't until she felt the biting cold that she finally managed to wake up and realized that what was happening was a fantasy. Listening carefully to the stranger, the hero felt insecure, realizing that the situation was out of his control. Not understanding how he had managed to revive Hart's daughter, he couldn't believe that it was all due to the knowledge of the ancient books. Clutching the bridge of his nose, Shen realized with horror that now the high priest would have even more faith in his power, which he did not possess. While the girl stood behind her father, speaking in the name of God, the hero mentally asked that the next time the sacrifice would be much more significant. As if oblivious to his daughter's presence, the high priest was angry, thinking that the Lord was displeased with the offering brought to him. As if spellbound, Eve repeated softly that she felt a strange presence, as if someone was watching her closely. Hearing her words, Hard became even angrier and began to stare intently into the fog. hoping to see the hidden power in it. Thirsting for the forbidden knowledge of the great being, he briefly decided to sacrifice his own daughter, succumbing to madness. Noticing her father's strange behavior, Eve touched his shoulder worriedly and quietly asked him how he was feeling, trying to bring him back to reality. As if waking from a heavy dream and hearing his own voice, Byron's eyes filled with tears and his body trembled with emotion. Realizing what he had done, the man stood motionless, as if he couldn't believe that he was capable of such cruelty towards his own person. As he threw himself into his daughter's arms, he told her that he would not give her up to anyone. And again he begged her forgiveness for his dark thoughts. Smiling, Eve assured him that she would not disappear again, but the man still felt the inner tension and fear of loss. Turning to the Great One, Hart promised to make a worthy sacrifice next time and begged to leave his daughter alone. Not understanding the sudden change in the man's demeanor, Shen noted that he only wanted to look at the girl and nothing more. When the hero disappeared, the high priest continued to kneel in the thick fog, and Eve was motionless nearby. Privately, the man recalled that a few days ago, Silent Tongue had invited him to join a team where the condition was a dangerous relic. As he reached into his pocket for the gift, he knew that he had no intention of getting involved with the sex, but now he had no choice. There was a calm atmosphere in the cafe, but unfortunately for Shen, there were no customers in the hall at all, and the silence only increased the anxiety. Taking advantage of a rare moment of privacy, he decided to practice his skills and was surprised to see that his strength had grown noticeably. Most of his body was engulfed in a thick fog, and only his massive sneakers were visible, slowly sliding on the cold floor. Having assumed a human form, the hero did not understand at all what to do with Byron's gift. Clearly realizing how meager his knowledge was, he wondered sadly if he would have to work part-time somewhere else to buy books and learn much-needed new skills. As he slapped himself, he realized with despair how much effort it would take to achieve even the slightest tangible result. After calming down a little, he decided to ask George for advice, hoping that he would tell him how to use the mysterious ring correctly. Grabbing a jacket with Alice's logo on it, the hero got ready for the meeting, feeling strangely excited, as if the upcoming events could change a lot. Happily noting the quality of the item, he thought that the rumors were true, and the more expensive the item, the more reliable and durable it was. Walking through the dark streets, Shen noticed irritably that the sky was pouring down like a bucket. His raincoat was getting wet, and his mood was getting worse. As he got on the bus, he remembered that during the last call, he managed to take a few pictures that showed the building. Hoping that it is located at the end of the southern district of Baland, the hero is determined to find this place at all costs. Thinking about the photo, he noted the glass bridge against the wall and decided to focus on this particular noticeable detail. The city was divided into 4 districts: the fortress in the center, government buildings in the west, residential east and southern commercial area. Each district was separated by a high wall, and anyone wishing to leave the city had to get official permission from the government. After getting off the bus, Shen found himself right in the middle of a long glass bridge that stretched out into the rainy and desolate distance. Walking in the pouring rain and noticing the complete absence of people, he decided that he was the only one who dared to go out in such bad weather. Suddenly noticing a girl in a raincoat on the other side of the bridge, the hero realized that he was mistaken, and in fact he was not alone here. Giving him an appraising look, the stranger tried to figure out who the guy might be, an ordinary disciple or a hidden deity. Deciding not to disturb her, Shen walked away, thinking that he had more important things to do than just meet her. He took out his binoculars and adjusted them to get a clear image for a closer look. Looking at the building, the character suggested that Byron may have several personalities and hidden roles at once. Having decided to pretend to be an ordinary photographer, the young man hoped that his true identity would not be revealed. In case of detection, he decided to go to the detective, but suddenly noticed Yana, and her appearance made him wary. Seeing her get on the bus to Badan College, Shen assumed that the girl was a normal student. Standing there in his cloak and mask, he opened one eye slightly, wondering if Hart was somehow connected to this place. Turning to the stranger on the bridge, the guy tried to understand why she came in this weather and what she was hiding. Suppressing his own suspicions, he decided to return to the cafe, considering further observations pointless. Warily sensing the aura of the Ash Lord, she tried to figure out who this strange youth really was. As she tensed, she realized that it was all she could do not to draw her knife and attack first. Suddenly, a man under an umbrella approached her and calmly asked if Yana was really his new partner. It was George, smiling as he immediately began to tell all the information about Su Lin that he had gathered earlier. With contempt, the girl replied that she was not a schoolgirl at all, but a first-year student, and demanded a serious and respectful attitude towards herself. Noting with annoyance that Nolan seemed to be finished, the detective thought grimly that he would like to retire as soon as possible. Furious, the girl shouted that, despite her 17 years, she was a full-fledged student and would not tolerate ridicule. George covered his ears at the sound of her loud screams, trying to keep his cool and not make the conflict worse. Undeterred, Lin began to brag about her years of experience, emphasizing that she hated being humiliated and questioned about her abilities. In response, the detective laughed and repeated the word student several times, which completely infuriated the girl. Discouraging her even more, the man seriously noted that the city was on the very edge of imminent collapse. Standing on the bridge in the rain, he said that one of the sects was preparing a draft, and the whole of Beland could be the victim. Turning abruptly away, she asked for more details on the way, not wanting to continue the conversation in the rain. Puzzled, George asked her exactly where she was going, not understanding her partner's sudden change of mood. After saying that she was terribly hungry, Sue asked to be invited to dinner, but the detective indignantly objected, not wanting to listen to the arguments. Yana abruptly put out her palm, instantly attracting the man's attention, seriously reminding him of his age, experience, and salary. Lin insisted that it was up to him to take the initiative and cover the costs. Knowing that it was useless to argue, George invited her to the cafe, wanting to introduce her to a very unusual person. Smiling, the girl readily agreed, honestly admitting that now she only cares about the opportunity to eat normally. Meanwhile, Shen was taking a hot shower, trying to keep warm after the journey, and he could feel the tension gradually subsiding. Steam rose from his body, and then he planned to go to the library to find new useful books. Talking to his reflection, the young man enthusiastically made plans, imagining how his life would change. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name, and was surprised to note that the voice sounded suspiciously like George. As he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, he knew it was time to get back to work, even though he was tired. As he scanned the room, the detective asked loudly if anyone was there, his voice echoing through the room. Indignantly, Lin noticed that the young man her partner had mentioned was completely invisible in the cafe. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice greeting the detective and whirled around with keen interest. While the guy was genuinely happy about his friend's arrival, a strange and frighteningly powerful energy was emanating from his body. Frowning, she watched the stranger intently, feeling an unsettling and vaguely familiar sensation. Shocked and as if remembering forgotten events, she opened her eyes wide, struck by a sudden insight. A burning book of ancient magic spells flashed through her mind, exuding heat and an ominous light. Then came images of crazed cultists and helpless victims disappearing into the roaring flames. A huge house appeared in my mind's eye, completely engulfed in fire and collapsing before my eyes. A magic sword floated up next, embedded deep in the incinerated ground like a seal of disaster. Gritting her teeth, Lin assumed that the young man was related to the cultists they were fighting relentlessly. Fuming, she decided that the best course of action would be to destroy everyone who could use magic. With interest, Shen assumed that the Bureau only accepted adult specialists, and asked the girl if she was still studying at a regular high school. Glaring at him angrily, Sue remained silent, as if she was choosing her words, holding back her annoyance and trying not to snap right in the middle of the cafe. Previously, George had only asked her to watch the young man and start a conversation, without taking any active actions or revealing suspicions. Unable to contain herself any longer, she squeezed her eyes shut, as if she didn't want to see Shen and hoped they would leave soon. As coolly as possible, she replied that she was a student of a higher educational institution and did not intend to discuss it. Laughing at her, George thought she was too young and insisted that school and high school were almost the same thing, supporting Shen's taunts. Feeling resentful towards the man, Sue blushed with anger and humiliation, but chose to remain silent and contain her resentment. Deciding to end the acquaintance, George reminded the young man of his request to find a certain person in the city. The atmosphere in the cafe remained calm, and the hero hinted about the established rule, according to which each guest must make an order. Viciously grabbing the menu, the girl began to carefully study the list of dishes, as if she was going to take revenge on everyone around her. Her eyes were bright with anger and intense hunger, betraying the tension she tried unsuccessfully to hide. Like a madwoman, Lin ordered a lot of desserts in several portions, and Shen, confused, clarified the choice of drinks. Honestly admitting that she did not understand coffee at all, the client asked to prepare any at the discretion of the barista. Trying to be courteous, the young man confidently promised to prepare an excellent drink that could cheer her up. While the guests took a table, he went to the bar, genuinely pleased with such a large and unexpected order. Puzzled, George asked why his partner had ordered so much food, but she said she was going to take some of it home. Noting the high cost of the order, the man wanted to emphasize her financial ability, but the girl reminded that he also treats her. Sarcastically, Lin listed his A rank, high salary, and privileges, considering it acceptable to spend on her treats, even the funds allocated for the investigation. Agreeing that his experience was valuable, George reminded her of her level and sharply asked why the girl was acting like a beggar. Not wanting to go into details, she replied dryly that she had enough other expenses that were not up for discussion. When the order arrived, Sue devoured the food with the greed of a hungry wolf, completely oblivious to the others. Manners and presence. Again addressing the young man, The detective reminded that the city has serious problems and expressed hope for cooperation. With genuine interest, Shen asked exactly what information the man had and why he thought the situation was so serious. Then the detective told him about the Order wanting to sacrifice B-Land and shared his concerns about the Lord of Ashes. With sadness in his voice, he voiced the most gloomy forecasts, which, in his opinion, could soon come true. Fearing possible exposure, the young man realized that it was urgent to take action and change his behavior. Frustrated, he didn't know what to do, as his magical knowledge was clearly lacking in defense and planning. Suddenly, Shen remembered Ana's words about the order called Silent Tongue, and assumed that they were the ones who could reveal it and decided to learn about them from George. Like a bolt from the blue, the investigator suddenly realized that the guy really knew a lot more than it seemed at first glance. Finally deciding to tell the truth, he confessed that it was their group that attacked the Anti-Magic Bureau, which caused the agency to suffer serious losses. After a moment's hesitation, George took a neat square package wrapped in thick paper from an inside pocket and handed it to the character. In a calm voice, he explained that he decided to pay for the help already provided with something material, and this is a gift. Feeling the agony of choice, the hero understood that if he accepted this, he would be drawn into the search for Ana and would be obliged to help. While Lin continued to eat happily, ignoring them, Shen politely asked the detective to keep the gift for now. With a restrained smile, he said that there had long been a sharp conflict between the two orders and stressed that he shared information for free. With a nod, George rose from the table, thanked the young man for his frankness, and was about to leave without further questions. At this time, Sue, who was stuffing her cheeks with food, calmly asked to wrap up everything that she hadn't finished with her, without the slightest sense of shame. A little embarrassed, Shen apologized and explained that their cafe, unfortunately, does not provide such services, trying to maintain a calm tone. As George dutifully waited for his partner at the exit, he was surprised to see that she hadn't finished several of her sandwiches, but the girl was instantly on top of them. After that, the hero went to the massive library building, hoping to find more information about magic and orders there. There were about 750,000 books stored there, but realizing that he didn't have a pass, Shen decided to use the fog's ability to enter through the toilet. Confident that the glass doors of the bathroom would not be a barrier to him, he took a step forward, but suddenly crashed into it. When he applied the disguise, it was with an inner satisfaction that he was now able to change his face and remain unnoticed. Walking slowly between the endless rows of bookshelves, the young man hoped to find the right literature, and soon his search was crowned with success. Taking out a heavy textbook from the shelf, he decided to start by studying the information about the Order of Ashen Chaos, considering this information to be the most important. With keen interest, the hero began to quickly flip through the pages, carefully looking for the necessary references and trying not to miss the details. Reading about how the sect recognized the Lord of Ashes and it led to general chaos, Shen realized that such a power was completely beyond him. From the text, it followed that, having reached a high level, the Order managed to overthrow the king and seize power over everyone. But their dominance was short-lived. As he returned the book to its place, he realized with a cold realization that this sect had currently lost its influence and turned into nothing. Standing between the tall shelves, he decided to continue his search and find information about another clan that might be equally dangerous. Opening the book. Silent language, Shen noted that it was written more than 100 years ago, and its author died long ago, leaving behind interesting knowledge. From what he read, he learned that many cults exist because of a special gift, and by solving the problem of death, you can make people believe. As Shen was poring over information about the dreadful clan and its victims, he didn't notice a man in a dark cloak slowly approaching him. With growing horror, he realized that Dar must be dead, since only in this way could the cultists achieve the desired peace and complete the ritual. The very thought of what might happen if an entire city was sacrificed sent a chill down his spine. Suddenly, someone called out to him, calling him Arthur, and asked why he hadn't gone on sick leave as he had planned earlier. Shen rubbed his head in confusion, trying to understand what was going on and why he was being addressed under a false name. Realizing that he was still in the guise of a student, the hero realized that he was facing a person who knew him. When he turned around, he saw Byron staring straight at him, surprised by the student's appearance in the library. Smiling maliciously to himself, the character noted that he really knew this man, and the situation was becoming more dangerous than it seemed before. Inwardly, Hart thought that he could not get used to the complex and contradictory nature of the student, which constantly caused him anxiety. Trying to look casual and not arouse suspicion, the young man replied that he had already fully recovered and had arranged a meeting at the school in advance. Watching his teacher's face intently, he watched every emotion with inner anxiety, fearing that his lie might be exposed. Staggering and clutching the book in his hands, the hero complained that he was getting sick again, and then decided to immediately go home. Approving, Hart noted that people with a high temperature are highly undesirable to leave the house and put themselves at additional risk. Suddenly, his eyes caught on the book in the boy's hands, and he noticed that it was literature dedicated to the mysterious Order of the Silent Tongue. Showing interest, Byron asked if the student was also interested in fantastic stories and mystical subjects. With passion, the character replied that even realizing the fictional nature of what was happening, he could not tear himself away from the exciting narrative. Surprised by this enthusiasm, Hart noticed that in his math classes, the student never showed such zeal and effort. Silently taking advantage of the opportunity, the hero carefully put the book back on the shelf, trying not to attract too much attention to himself. Claiming to be unwell, Shen hurriedly headed for the exit, hoping to get out of the school building as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, the teacher announced that he would go with him, and the character was forced to agree, feeling a growing inner tension. In the middle of a long corridor, they stopped, and the man asked the student to wait, explaining that he needed to take a few things to class. Seeing him off, the character did not expect to meet in this place a person whom he knew before, as an ordinary visitor. Having drawn logical parallels, the hero realized that this man is a teacher, and Yana was his student. He noted that Byron's demeanor suggested that those around him were unaware of his second, hidden identity. Taking his umbrella and apologizing for the delay, Hart returned to tell them that they could now continue on their way in peace. The rain continued to fall without stopping, and the hero followed his master in silence and obediently, listening to his every step. Suddenly, he wondered why he would dress so warmly in such weather, and not hide his genuine bewilderment. As if he didn't hear him, Hart didn't react at all, continuing to walk forward, wanting to escort the disciple and worrying for his safety. Shen speculated that this might be a side effect of magic, or a kind of payment for a misdemeanor he had committed. Frowning, he tried to understand exactly what the man had done and why he was now being punished like this. Trying to attract attention, the hero loudly stated that he had read several books on rituals and forbidden practices. Without much interest, Hart muttered something unintelligible under his breath, clearly not wanting to keep up the conversation. Enraged, he could barely contain his anger at his teacher's blatant disregard for him. Having gone far ahead, Byron continued to walk in the rain, completely oblivious to the fact that the character was far behind. Looking into the study before leaving, he was convinced that the real Arthur was really ill and was at home. Remembering the note, the man slowly took it out of the inside pocket of his sodden coat. Realizing that he was a professional in secret techniques, he noted that he used them exclusively against familiar and helpless people. Unrolling the secret inscription, Byron said that he had removed all outsiders and demanded that the young man answer a few questions. Turning around, he glared into their eyes and asked who the guy really was and why he had come to their library. Frowning, Shen realized that his deception was almost revealed and frantically tried to find the right words. Byron raised his hand abruptly and snapped his fingers, as if giving someone an invisible and prearranged signal. In an instant, the raindrops grew larger and turned into dense water balls that hovered in the air. Without looking away, the teacher waited for an answer, making it clear that otherwise there would be severe punishment. Suddenly, a water funnel formed right above the man's head, eerily resembling a magic portal. Mixed feelings of horror and amazement gripped the hero, and he could not take his eyes off the frightening sight. Spreading out over the streets, a huge glowing icon appeared in the sky, flooding the space with cold light. Sternly and coldly, Byron asked again about the stranger's decision to tell the whole truth. Hiding under the guise of his student, on the man's arm, the badge of the Order of Ashes and the symbol bestowed by the Lord himself were clearly visible. Feeling a strange and heavy aura on him, Hart opened his eyes wide, not expecting this turn of events. Suddenly, a thick white fog enveloped everything, slowly moving in from the opposite shore. Gritting his teeth, the man noted that he had felt something like this only once. During an ancient summoning ritual, raindrops fell on the ground, forming hidden symbols that vaguely resembled unknown letters. As if to justify himself, he began to explain that he had recently joined the Silent Tongue and did not pursue evil intentions. Perplexed, the youth, turning into mist, realized that this was why the aura of a great being was emanating from him. Remaining in a thick veil, but having acquired a human form, the hero realized how his essence was revealed, and who knows the truth. Remembering the girl from the observation deck, he assumed that she too had long been aware of his true strength, introducing himself as a messenger of the Supreme God. The character asked why the man joined the Order of the Silent Tongue. Answering honestly, Byron admitted that he was not looking for knowledge, but for artifacts, wanting to make a sacrifice for the sake of his daughter's peace. Strictly demanding details, the hero decided to take advantage of the moment to get as much information about the clan as possible. Perplexed, Hart cautiously asked if such information could really interest the great being. In response, the character silently looked at him, and his eyes gave off a cold, vicious, and overwhelming light. The guy was afraid of scaring the man off. Aware of the consequences of refusing to explain his position, Byron lowered his head and agreed to tell me everything he knew. They stood back to back, clearly feeling the incredible and oppressive force radiating from each other, but they didn't dare to make eye contact. Mentally apologizing to his friend, Hart realized that he was forced to become a traitor in order to save the most precious thing. Gritting his teeth, he stepped on the throat of his own pride, knowing that there was no turning back and that he had already made a mistake. Thinking of his fair-haired daughter Eva, he realized that she was more important than any principles and feelings in this world. A few days later, the hero sat in an empty cafe, wondering why George still hadn't come and what could have delayed him. When he learned that the Order of the Silent Tongue made a sacrifice before summoning, he hurried to warn the detective and Aina as soon as possible. The day before yesterday, she suddenly appeared at his house and anxiously informed him that a new dangerous call was about to take place. Catching his attention, Yana screamed sharply, asking if he was even listening to her talk about her problems with her best friend. Smiling sweetly, Shen replied that, in his opinion, all problems can be solved by talking and expressed confidence that she will certainly succeed. With a wink, he added that it was getting late, and it was time for her to go home, so as not to put herself at too much risk. Throwing on her jacket, the guest thanked him and stormed out of the cafe, not stopping for a minute, as if in a hurry on important business. Looking at the phone screen, the hero noted that soon, according to Aina's words, a dangerous and mysterious call should begin. The time passed painfully slowly, but it was already well past midnight, and the surrounding area was still quiet and peaceful. Uneasily, Shen thought that perhaps the girl had encountered some problems or unforeseen dangers. Around midnight, the cultists, along with the leader and Aina, found the doctor's dead body in the corridor, which caused panic and alarm. Looking at the doctor's pale face, they tried to understand what caused the death and who could be responsible for this incident. Sternly, the king asked why this was happening, waiting to hear the details so that he could decide on further actions. Stammering, one of the cultists confessed that the Norn had been killed by people from the Order of the Silent Tongue, and his words caused consternation and tension in the hall. Noticing the girl's reaction, the leader was greatly surprised by her coolness, considering her too young to react so calmly. Shouting that the Lord could see everything, the king claimed that their cult would become the greatest in this world and no one would be able to stop it. Supporting him, one of the believers claimed that they had already proved their power once and would be able to repeat this success. Wanting to gain fame, the leader shouted loudly for offerings, but was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected and strange incident. Drawing the attention of the others, one of the cultists was holding his neck and shouting at the high priest, clearly in terrible pain. His eyes rolled back in his head and tears began to flow, as if someone was choking him, and the others were watching in horror, not understanding what was happening. In an instant, the guy collapsed dead, and the others were confused in panic and could not figure out how to react to what was happening. Calming the crowd, the leader insisted that their rivals did not have God's blessing, and that soon they would all perish from the wrath of the higher powers. Suddenly, the doors were flung open and an agitated young man rushed in, announcing that the guards had been killed and several people were missing. Hearing this, the cultists were shocked. Fear gripped their bodies, and they couldn't move, not knowing what to do next. Realizing that he was in danger, the high priest decided that he had to leave this place immediately, otherwise the consequences would be irreversible. Suddenly, one of the investors shouted, demanding to be taken out of the building immediately, not wanting to become a victim of unknown enemies. Suspecting something was amiss, the leader glanced sideways at the robed man, trying to figure out what he was up to and what he wanted to achieve. After that, he gave the order to escort him to the bank of the Taiwu River in order to protect him and get him out of the immediate danger zone. Grabbing Anna's hand, the king said that the girl should go with him, considering that she had a lot to learn and that she would not be left out. With fear and bewilderment, the believer asked where they were going, not understanding what awaits her in the near future. Looking at her sternly, the high priest said that they would be looking for God's messenger, considering that their every move should be carefully considered. The cultist who came running stood in the doorway for a while, then silently disappeared from sight, leaving them alone with the danger and the unknown. Despite the heavy downpour, the street was empty and quiet. Only the sound of rain could be heard, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere around. Looking cautiously out into the courtyard, Aina knew that something terrible was going to happen very soon, and she had to act quickly to survive. Suddenly, there was a strong shock, and all the cultists began to fly around the hall and holes began to form in the walls. Stones and debris rained down. Clutching her chest, she felt an unbearable pain that shot through her body, causing terror and restricting her movements. Suddenly, she felt her feet lift off the ground, and she was being carried in the dark, as if in zero gravity, without any support. Bewildered by what was happening, the girl did not know how to react to the chaos and destruction around her. Fearing for her life, floating in the air, Aina assumed that the Great One was calling her, and she mentally called out to him for help. Suddenly, a voice rang out in her head, and she found herself on the floor, not quite sure how she had managed to survive the destruction and rubble. Lying under the rubble, Aina thought that everything had ended well thanks to the training. but her body ached and the fractures made themselves felt. Trying to get out of the trap, she began to move cautiously, testing her abilities and assessing the state of her body after the impact. Putting all her strength, the girl understood that at all costs she had to get out of here, fearing a possible threat. Gradually, the rocks shifted and shattered, and she managed to crouch down and destroy the trap. Suddenly, her hand was touched by someone nearby, and she was very scared, not expecting to see someone else next to her. After recognizing the high priest's brush, Aina stood up and began to look around, trying to find the other survivors and understand who was left unharmed. After going outside through the hole in the wall, she decided to run as fast as possible. Otherwise, she could stay in the destruction zone and risk her own life. As she threw herself into the downpour, the seal on her back felt like it was burning, and she knew that it was necessary to follow its instructions. While the terrifying screams of the other cultists could be heard from the building behind her, she focused on finding the god's messenger. Worried about Aina's fate, Shen in the cafe made various assumptions about what might have happened and what the consequences of these events might be. When someone knocked on the door, he thought it was a girl, but found that it was just a stray cat. Now snuggled up at his feet, realizing that it was already morning, he decided to rest for a while and check with the detective later while Aina approached the building. With the last of her strength, she called out that she was here, and her hair was flying in the wind and the ground immediately disappeared from under her feet. Standing on the roof of a nearby building, representatives of the Order of the Silent Tongue watched her, ready to attack. With a gleaming sword in his hands, one of the robed youths was telling everyone to act quickly and defeat their enemies without missing a beat. Unconscious from the pain and injuries, Aina lay on the ground in the pouring rain, unconscious, completely unaware of anything. A blue-eyed gray cat sat nearby, watching intently, as if it were an unusual animal. Trying to distract the attention of the cultists, the cat blocked the way and began to meow loudly, attracting surprised looks. Touching and slightly blushing, one of the believers for a moment distracted from the plan and turned his attention to a furry friend. As if pulling himself together, the guy remembered an important mission and decided to act without letting his emotions get the better of him. Suddenly, the animal noticed something strange nearby and looked into the distance with interest, straining its ears and carefully assessing the situation. Abruptly, a bright light pierced the space. The energy changed and the cat was frightened, standing on its hind legs, feeling something inexplicable around it. As if spellbound, the cultist watched the scene unfold, unable to look away, unable to understand the nature of the sudden apparition. Gradually, a thick fog began to form around the building, and strange silhouettes appeared in it, like two different forces. The leader of the Silent Tongue did not understand who the owner of the cafe was, and why he felt several auras, as if space itself was changing its properties. Suddenly, a huge red snake appeared in front of them, blocking the path and instilling incredible terror into the bodies of the cultists. Terrified, everyone trembled, not understanding where this monster came from and what to do to survive in this dangerous situation. As the monster watched them, they realized that it was from the creature that the strange power was coming, and they began to run in different directions. The terrified leader believed that with such a huge body, the monster should move slowly, and hoped that it had a chance to escape. Suddenly, there was a terrible growl behind him, and the snake opened its toothy mouth and began to catch up with him, surprising him with its speed. Turning warily, the cultist noted the incredible speed of movement of the dangerous opponent, who was rapidly closing the distance. With its huge claws sharpened, the monster prepared to attack, displaying incredible strength and determination. Like a spear, the serpent pierced through the body of the cultist, who instantly died, bleeding profusely, leaving behind terror and emptiness. Happily watching the monster run after the others, the other youth was relieved and knew that salvation was near. Suddenly, the same lizard man appeared in front of him again, blocking the path and causing the cultist to once again feel fear and hopelessness. Not expecting this turn of events, the young man opened his eyes wide in surprise, not knowing how to proceed. Before it could think of its plan, the monster sliced its body in half with a single blow, and the street was filled with chaos and blood. Hiding behind the wall of the building, the believer breathed heavily, out of breath, realizing that running away was pointless. Understanding the monster's high speed, he decided that it was necessary to hide and hope for his own luck. Suddenly, he felt someone's gaze on him and became alert, slowly turning his eyes towards the unknown person. Turning his head, he saw the monster watching him as if he were prey, ready to attack at any moment. As the rain continued to fall, the small sleeping block resounded with the terrifying screams of the cultists who had fallen into the monster's clutches. Meanwhile, Aina continued to lie unconscious on the asphalt as raindrops dripped down her body, highlighting the girl's vulnerability. The monster was closing in on her, and as she gradually recovered, she could feel the heat radiating from its body. But she couldn't see the real danger. Opening its huge, toothy mouth, the serpent let out a high-pitched roar that echoed through the nearby streets of Ballard. Jumping up sharply, Aina saw the monster and was very scared. realizing that she had no chance to escape and on the move coming up with a rescue plan. As she pressed herself against the wall, she realized that there was nowhere to run. Trapped between the monster and the building, the lizard looked at her with interest, slowly moving its muzzle closer, as if assessing the girl's intentions, studying her movements. Shouting at him not to approach, Anna held out her hand in a defensive gesture, trying to hold off the dangerous opponent even for a moment. Suddenly, a bright light hit the monster's head directly, and it screamed in pain, stepping back a little, blinded by the power radiating from it. The Ash Lord's seal on her chest shone with fire, radiating a powerful energy that she didn't even fully possess. Suddenly, the entire area was engulfed by a powerful flame coming from the girl's palm, which began to engulf and burn the monster. The monster's body was instantly caught in the center of the fire, and it began to burn and writhe, trying to escape the heat, but in vain. Flying to the side, the huge lizard turned into a small leaf, becoming helpless and weak in an instant. Shocked by her abilities, Aina felt the power that could control the elements and realized the extent of her new abilities. In this world, there was a golden fire that could burn everything, and 20 worlds had already been destroyed by its destructive power. As she watched the monster's flesh burn away, she realized that this was the very destructive flame that could destroy everything in its path. Closing her eyes, she told herself not to give up, determined to finish off the monster completely, despite the fear, fatigue, and pain in her body. As the monster writhed in pain, Aina turned away, trying to shield herself from the heat that came from the flames. With its claws outstretched, the monster wasn't going to back down. The fire had almost dissipated, but it was still alive, showing incredible resilience and strength. Inwardly, he thought that the stranger was chosen by the master himself, and he watched her, assessing the abilities of the rival. Moving like lightning, the magic cat realized that the girl had lost a lot of strength and wanted to save her, not allowing the enemy to strike again. Realizing that he didn't care about her fate, the animal defiantly walked past Aina, as if showing its independence. Angry, Shun opened the door, asking who was making such terrible and loud noises in the middle of the night and without the slightest shame. Unexpectedly, he saw his new furry friend standing in front of him, meowing plaintively to attract attention. Overjoyed, the hero let out a sigh of relief and smiled. His anger dissipated, and he finally realized that the situation was gradually stabilizing. Realizing that the roar sounded like a monster, he cautiously went out to see what had happened, to assess the situation. When he saw Aina standing near the pillar, almost unconscious, he realized that the summoning had failed, and that the girl had been attacked by cultists and a monster. Taking her by the shoulder, Shen noticed the serious wounds on her body, and realized that now he had to save her in any way possible. Picking up Aina in his arms, he was determined to protect her at all costs, not allowing the enemies to approach. Turning to the cat, who was looking at the empty cafe with bewilderment, the hero tried to figure out where the danger might be and how to warn it. As he took off her dress, he told himself that he was doing everything to save her, focusing on her safety, not her body. Like a madman, he told himself that he had no ill intentions as he laid her on the couch and tried to protect her from a possible second attack. Suddenly, he noticed something strange that caught his attention, and the wounds on the girl's body began to heal themselves. It was slowly approaching lunchtime. A new day was dawning, and the room was flooded with soft sunlight. When Aina regained consciousness, she remembered that she had fainted outside the cafe where the Messenger of the Great lived while looking at the surroundings. Noticing that the girl was awake, Shen rushed to her, soothing her with his voice and hugging her so as not to frighten her even more. As she examined her body, she realized that all the wounds had healed, assuming that it was all due to the care and magical power of the youth. Sitting down, Aina looked around and realized that the hero was pretending to be an ordinary person and quietly lives in a cafe. While the character was sitting in an empty hall, she timidly approached him and thanked him for saving her, slightly embarrassed by what had happened. Turning around with huge black eyes from exhaustion, Shen asked if she would like something to eat, taking care of her health. Noticing his condition, the guest anxiously asked if everything was all right with him, seeing fatigue and traces of a sleepless night. Explaining that he had not slept all night, the hero assured that everything was fine with him, and tried to hide his true fatigue behind a smile. As she stood in the center of the room, she realized that she knew almost nothing about the messenger's life, habits, or hidden abilities. As if spellbound and wildly tired, Shen ate monotonously, lost in his own thoughts and trying to regain consciousness and not fall asleep. He was afraid that the monster might return, so he stood guard all night, carefully and cautiously looking around and controlling the situation. In the morning, he ran to the library to find the book on the silent language again and test his guesses, hoping to get new information and clues. In the anti-magic bureau, he tried to convince the staff of the danger of the order, but no one believed his words, believing that the guy was paranoid. When he returned to the cafe, tired and sleepy, he prepared Aina's breakfast, then decided to finally get some sleep to recuperate. As the girl ate awkwardly, he inquired with interest about what had happened last night, trying to piece together the details of what had happened. Like a soldier, Ina straightened up and agreed to tell her what had happened. But Shen calmed her down by letting her eat in peace first. Fatigue made strange signs and hallucinations appear in the young man's head, hindering his concentration. But he knew that he had to collect himself. Privately, the character realized that the monster that the girl saw was from the very seed that Byron gave him as a sacrifice. And this explained a lot. Noting his unhealthy appearance, Ina asked how he was feeling, seeing the pallor and fatigue left over from the night's ordeal. Horrified, he realized that the gift Hart had given him was gone, and that his assumptions were probably correct. When she decided to tell them about the order and its strange ways, she assured them that she would try to change everything and remove the sacrifices, despite the danger. Sadly, Ina added that she did not fully understand anything, considering that people always need strength and faith, and hoped that in time she would understand everything. Looking at her wearily and smiling, Shen noted that, in his opinion, the girl had already gone through a lot and showed unusual resilience. Looking at the scowling girl, he thought that she was growing up too fast, like a child with the wrong upbringing, facing dangers so early. Privately, the hero noted changes in her behavior and realized that Ina was unusual, able to withstand difficulties. As if spellbound, he couldn't tell if she was really the flesh and blood of some witch or if it was all fiction. Suddenly, attracting their attention, a cat came up and meowed, reminding them of itself and wanting affection from the owner. Admiring the animal, Ina began to look at it and asked what the pet's name was, smiling and forgetting about fear for a moment. Sitting down, Shen thought about what to say and decided to call the cat Cola, so that the pet had a simple and friendly name. As if in agreement, the cat purred approvingly, showing its friendliness and instantly winning the girl's sympathy. After letting him play with him, the young man said that he would rest for a while, allowing Ina to relax after the terrible night and injuries. Stroking the cat, which sat obediently and did not resist, she agreed that the guy needed to sleep. Suddenly, the pet opened its mouth, making a terrible sound. In an instant, from a cute animal turned into a terrible monster. Not expecting this turn of events, she opened her eyes in surprise and almost cried out when she saw Fluffy's strange behavior. Stopping and a little frightened, Shen was also surprised, realizing that the cat was behaving unusually and aggressively. Peeking around the corner, he asked if everything was okay and if he had scratched Ina, carefully observing the pet's reaction. Sitting against the wall and stuttering, the frightened girl kept saying that the animal had become scary, and she did not understand how to deal with it. While stroking the cat, Shen thought it was cute and docile, and wondered why the animal suddenly showed strange aggression. Chukaya his chin, the character told him to obey Ina and play well, trying to restore trust between the pet and the girl. Considering the animal to be the messenger's favorite, the girl decided that the monster couldn't hurt her, and relaxed as she watched the cat. The animal stared back at her intently, as if devising an insidious plan, as if it could take on a human form. Clinging to the young man's hand, Ina said that she wanted to go to the room with him, feeling an overwhelming fear of Fluffy. The girl's t-shirt also had cats on it, creating a cute contrast to the tension and danger around her. Embarrassed, Shen agreed to go to the room together and suggested that she read books while he slept. The city had a normal atmosphere. Everything was calm and nothing foreshadowed new incidents in the near future. As George approached the cafe, he analyzed all the information and realized that if he met a real magician, he would have to exercise maximum caution. Noting her partner's constant complaints, Lin asked for details from the books about the orders, trying to understand the danger and the plan of action. After telling her to eat faster, he told her that the quiet tongue had lost its power, hiding all the details. As they approached the restaurant, they argued that it was indecent to enter with their own food, but each insisted on his own, and the partner did not want to back down. There was an empty room inside, but the atmosphere remained calm. The atmosphere conducive to rest. While studying the menu, Sue tried to restrain herself from ordering everything at once, since this time the bill had to be paid by herself. Feeling the cat's gaze on him, George knew that the animal was acting suspiciously, and this made him uneasy. Maliciously looking at the guests, the pet made strange sounds, reminding of itself and causing alarm to everyone in the hall. As Shen brought in the order, he smiled and asked if the detective was happy with the information he had provided, assessing his reaction. Seriously, the man replied that they were going to act today, but he believed that the enemy's forces should not be underestimated and warned of possible risks. Explaining that cultists can create a new order in one night, he asked the young man to help them in the mission, counting on his skills. Frowning, Shen resolutely declined the offer, knowing that it was too dangerous and he wasn't willing to risk his life. Indignant, he did not understand what George was thinking, because the hero did not want to die and could not agree to participate in the case without preparation. Feeling the flames on his palm, he knew that he had to make them leave before his abilities were revealed. Radiating energy, Shen sternly accused the guests that they were overstepping the bounds of greed and demanded to leave the premises immediately. Noticing the strange aura, Lin frowned as if she was preparing to attack, But for the time being, she stayed on the sidelines, watching the scene. Paying attention to the behavior of his partner, the detective remembered that the girl reacts badly to the release of energy. With a sharp movement, he grabbed her jacket, preventing possible problems, to control the situation and avoid conflict. Holding the Lin, he bowed and apologized for his behavior, saying that they were already leaving and would no longer interfere with the youth's peace of mind. After asking Sue to calm down, the hero breathed a sigh of relief that he was able to get rid of the intrusive customers and restore order in the cafe. Timidly peeking out of the room, Anna asked if the guests had already left, fearing that she might be noticed and harmed. Smiling, Shen reassured her that there would be no more unexpected accidents and that she could rest in peace without fear. Listening to his inner feelings, the hero suggested that even more people might die that night if the terrible call was not stopped. Self-confidently, he felt the excitement and knew that everything was going according to his plan, feeling his power and enjoying this feeling. It was raining outside, and there was no sign of trouble, but the Anti-Magic Bureau building was suddenly attacked, breaking the calm. Representatives of the silent language fought with the detective and his partners, brandishing weapons, creating chaos around. Swinging his sword, the leader of the order believed that killing George would end everything, and no one would dare to stop them, clearly overestimating their strength. The man wasn't going to back down, but continued to fight, brandishing his weapon and charging into the battle with amazing determination. As the enemy's blood flew around, the detective found himself thinking that the order, despite the surprise attack, was well prepared. Holding the bloody umbrella in his hands, he assumed that Silent Tongue was the first to attack, using various techniques and monsters that aroused suspicion. Watching the battle of his partners, the man was sure that there was a spy among them, who followed their plans and then reported everything to the enemies. In the headphones, he sent a request to quickly scout out the invisibility techniques and find out the location of the upcoming summoning, so that he could prepare in advance. Looking up at the sky, the investigator wondered where Yao Willard was hiding and tried to predict how he was going to interfere. Thinking back to his youth and friends, he couldn't believe that years later he would meet them again, facing magical and deadly forces. A huge dragonfly-like monster slowly approached Lin, carefully observing her every move, assessing the threat. Cutting through space, the girl tried to strike, but only cut off one leg of the monster, which retained its threatening power. Her eyes were filled with anger and determination, and her hands were gripping her weapon tightly, showing that she was ready to use all her strength. As if waiting for its opponent's next move, the monster froze, assessing the situation and preparing for a possible counterattack. Deciding to use special techniques, she pulled the sword forward and ordered the monster to fall, concentrating the power and magic energy in the weapon. The opponent was instantly defeated, and a strange aura appeared around the place of his death, gradually filling the entire space. Frowning, Sue kept her eyes on the scene and prepared for the next threat. Knowing that the danger wasn't over yet, the monster's body seemed to disintegrate into small particles, as if someone had crushed it with an invisible hand, leaving behind a slime. The Gaiata's sword was powerful, but each use of it cost the master a single bone in exchange for winning the battle. Feeling a pain in her chest, she realized that she had lost a rib, but decided to ignore it, concentrating on the mission and the new enemies. Moving on, she made her way to meet the other competitors, preparing for new encounters and unknown dangers. Suddenly, someone shot her right in the heart, but the girl remained alive, confidently demonstrating the magic protection of her blood. One of the Silent Tongue representatives aimed directly at her, but he knew that his efforts were useless against Lin's special power. Confidently, the girl boasted about the advantage of her position, saying that she was injected with special blood that makes her almost invulnerable. As the other opponent approached, brandishing a saber, she knew that no ordinary weapon would harm her and remained calm. Turning around, she and her partner rushed in pursuit of the enemies, leaving them no chance of escape and using the skill of combat. Pushing off, Sue lifted herself off the ground and flew up, preparing to deliver a precise and decisive blow to bring down the enemy. Swinging her sword, demonstrating speed, she rapidly approached the cultist, depriving him of any opportunity to defend. As a result, she cut off his hand without any regret, and the young man screamed in unbearable pain and despair. Frowning, she glared viciously at her opponent, intent on finishing him off, showing determination and unwavering will. Slash after slash, she shattered the enemy's body like tearing a piece of meat, fiercely and with the particular harshness she felt towards all believers. Suddenly, a strange foam poured out of the guy's mouth and his eyes rolled back in horror, as if he had seen some monster before he died. Gradually, he began to transform into a monster, turning the battle into a new challenge and floating in the air right in front of the girl. The humanoid resembled a monster in appearance, and it collapsed right in front of Lin, making strange noises and losing its strength and power. Deciding to use the magic sword again, the girl told him to fall, concentrating his strength and magic for the final victory. A magical glowing aura appeared around the monster's body, but initially nothing else happened. Realizing that her strength wasn't enough, Sue repeated the words of the spell, Ignoring the blood from her mouth and the exhaustion from the fight, the magical influence increased and the humanoid began to crumble, as if falling somewhere underground. The magic worked. Realizing that she had lost several ribs, the girl noted her skill and perseverance, continuing to act despite the pain and fatigue. After taking out a syringe with a special antidote, she hoped to quickly repair all the wounds and regain control of her body and magic power. As she administered the medicine, she informed George and the others that she had dealt with everyone and they could now safely move on. Feeling aggrieved, the detective reminded them that they were a partner and reproached them for the fact that Sue had disappeared as soon as the commotion started, leaving everyone in disbelief. Ignoring his indignation, Lynn turned around and wasted no time in talking, saying that she needed to find the priest as soon as possible. The man obediently followed her, noting that beginners always go all out, observing her determination and strength. Shouting after them, George reminded them that the only high-ranking investigator had left the city, and it wouldn't be easy for them to defeat the monster if they met it. While the bad weather continued on the street, strange events took place in one of the inconspicuous buildings. In the church building, holding the cross, Yal realized that in Beeland, the easiest way to contact the Great One was to concentrate on summoning and magic ritual. While the other cultists waited for the miracle, he sat on the throne, reciting the sacred words, rising spiritually and physically to his goal. Calling the Great One a soul guide and peacemaker, magic steps appeared under the priest's feet. Offering the cross as a sacrifice, Willard ascended, asking the Lord to respond to the call and bring eternal peace to all mortals. With magical abilities and power, he disappeared into the wall of the church, calmly passing through it, completely oblivious to the obstacles. Soaring above the building, he prayed for help, concentrating on the call and his faith, hoping that the Great One would hear his request. A tornado-like funnel was gradually forming in the sky, and Yale was watching intently, assessing the power of the magic. Feeling incredible pain, some members of the Anti-Magic Bureau fell to the ground, unable to withstand the power of witchcraft. Seeing this strange phenomenon, George noticed that the summoning had begun, and realized that only he and Lynn were able to withstand such a force and move freely. The man didn't look away, trying to figure out who the monsters coming out of the sky portal were and how to deal with them. A huge mystical vortex of dark clouds swirled in space, and dark and terrifying silhouettes appeared from it, threatening all living things. The small cafe had a deceptively calm atmosphere. The soft light and silence created a cozy atmosphere, and nothing around hinted at the approach of danger. Suddenly, Shen heard the words of the summoning. He was filled with rage, and he threw his head up sharply, feeling annoyed and unwilling. The cat watched intently, as if it understood the meaning of the events but remained a mute witness, unable to intervene. Suddenly, the young man disappeared right before our eyes, and the animal experienced a strong fear, feeling an alien aura that filled the room with cold and anxiety. Shocked, Aina came out of the break room and called out to the owner, wanting to tell him something important, and not noticing anyone but the cat. Instead of an answer, a sharp shout came from the void, with an order not to touch him. Shen was afraid that his abilities might be exposed. Meanwhile, the city was falling into chaos, the magic vortex and the glowing pictogram in the sky distorting the space around them. Jal Willard watched with pride, savoring the moment, anticipating the coming power and absolute power. Noticing the cultist, George drew his sword, focused, and decided to use a dangerous magic technique, knowing that it was too late to retreat. With a furious shout, he threw the weapon straight at the opponent's chest, pouring all of his rage and hatred with the hope of success. Realizing that the threat was approaching, Yal froze, not expecting such a decisive and direct blow. Fearing that his offering might break, the blade touched his neck and pierced through. But the attack did not bring the desired effect, and the detective won. Coughing up blood, Willard remained alive, and this caused a shock, as it seemed that the blow inflicted did not cause any fatal damage at all. Realizing how much distance there was between them, the detective wondered if it was worth the risk of using a second sword. Sue rushed forward, clutching her weapon tightly, but George managed to grab her and stop her, not allowing her to give in to emotions. The indignant girl tried to object, and the man was about to enter into an argument when he suddenly noticed that the sound disappeared. In the center of the heavenly vortex, the god of pacification suddenly appeared, whose appearance changed the entire course of events. Shen was relieved to find that his true identity was hidden, and that he was wearing a strange mask and costume. Suddenly, he realized that he was still floating in the air, and this discovery caused a brief panic and confusion. Suppressing his fear, he tried to calm down and concentrate, knowing that he had to quickly find a stable foothold. At the same time, his feet touched the glowing icon that held him aloft like a solid platform. Realizing that he could stand with confidence, the hero was relieved and happy to feel in control of the situation. Yal, as if oblivious to his presence, continued to address the Great One, reciting the incantation with fanatical confidence. Listening to the words, Shen realized that the information about the silent language he had read earlier was frighteningly true. Remembering the library, he realized that eternal rest did not mean death, but the complete submission of people to the divine will. Being in the guise of the God of peace, the character reflected on the meaning of existence without emotions, pain, and freedom of choice. Willard sat in the center of another pictogram like a madman, clutching a glowing cross and giving himself up to the ritual. From a distance, Shen called him an unfortunate mortal and, speaking on behalf of the deity, decided to accept the offered sacrifice. Realizing that he was acting in a different guise, the hero was sure that after completing the summoning, the cross would return to him. As the clouds slowly rotated above them and the magic symbols shone, he coldly declared that he refused to comply with Willard's request. Hearing the rejection, Yao couldn't believe what he was hearing. His eyes opened wide, and his confidence was replaced by genuine shock and fear. The self-confident young man decided that he had fully mastered the abilities and would be able to leave this place at any time without consequences. Filled with joy and excitement, Shen triumphed, knowing that he was able to fight back against the vile cultists. Thus, he wanted to take revenge on the cultists for threatening Aina, the city, and destroying the peace of civilians. As Willard watched in fascination, the hero refused to grant eternal rest, and the cultist's face changed dramatically. Yao's thoughts were breaking through the space to the character, filled with despair, and the only question was why he was rejected. Stammering with horror, Willard said the question aloud, full of despair and realizing his loss with wild fear. At the same time, the pictogram below him began to rapidly collapse. Losing its support, he flew down, disappearing into dense clouds. At first surprised, Shen tried to figure out where the cultist had gone, but then decided to ignore it no longer. Playing with a drop of rain, the hero understood that there was very little time left before the end of the ritual, and he would soon return home. Deciding to protect himself, he touched the rain and suddenly realized that everything around him was frozen in time. Looking down, the hero saw inconspicuous buildings below and assumed that it was in one of them that the summoning ritual was performed. Strange voices were heard all around, repeating the refusal to grant peace, gradually driving the hero crazy. Realizing that there might be a cultist lair below, Shen realized that his time in this guise was over. After turning into a drop of water, it gradually began to disappear, disappearing into thin air and leaving no trace of its presence. Shouting that God was leaving the faithful, he saw the pictogram in the sky begin to dissipate, and the sky began to take on its natural color. Shocked, George and Lynn stood in the alley, watching the scene as their partners recovered. Privately, the detective realized that everything had gone wrong, and the Silent Tongue clan had been defeated, and he was glad of it. Seriously, he said that many people think only of themselves and do not care at all about the consequences for others. George was relieved to see that the sound had returned, and that everyone was now able to hear each other and communicate their thoughts and instructions. In response, he reported on the disappearance of the extraterrestrial god and ordered all the cultists to be detained, while Sue glared at him angrily. Ignoring her partner's words and instructions, the girl resolutely moved towards her goal. Turning to the others, the detective asked for Lynn's help as he prepared to meet the high priest. As George made his way between high-rises and alleys, he assumed that the enemy might be seriously injured. Suddenly, a haggard stranger appeared in front of him, and without seeing his face, the detective decided that he had found an enemy. Stopping abruptly, he realized that this wasn't Yale Willard at all, but a completely different person. Surprised by his discovery, the detective froze in place, startled by this turn of events, and opened his eyes wide in surprise. As Shen walked back to the cafe, George wondered if the young man's information about the order was wrong. When Shen met the cat in the cafe, he was indignant that he had not slept all night, and began to talk to the animal, trying to understand why it appeared here, all of a sudden. Scratching the furry beast's chin, he wondered how it could have appeared in the cafe at such a strange and unusual time of day. With a small smile, Shen apologized for his busy schedule and explained to the cat that he wanted to help him, feed him, and give him the attention that the pet had been waiting for a long time. Startled by the sudden movement in his direction, the cat jerked and became alert, as if sensing some kind of danger. Carefully, the character picked him up in his arms, holding him close to calm him down and protect him from the possible threat of the outside world. Rejoicing, the hero decided to buy food more delicious and nutritious, so that the animal was full and spent time with him. Suddenly, a timid voice rang out from behind, and Shen turned around to see Aina standing quietly, watching him and waiting slightly sheepishly to the side. Calmly and confidently, the girl said that it was time for her to leave, because the members of the order had already begun to search for her, and therefore she did not want to linger here. The girl also said that the high priest survived and was going to help him, and Shen asked with bewilderment if he could really rest properly now. Slapping the cat and smiling, the guy said that he was joking and suggested that Aina stay a little longer to discuss everything and prepare. His words genuinely surprised Aina, who asked with interest and slight disbelief, not understanding whether the guy was joking or offering shelter. Pretending not to remember the exact name of her order, Shen asked her what she was going to do to change the order of the clan. Aina replied with firm confidence that she would first discuss possible changes with the high priest and the members of the order. Trying to be polite and not seem overly curious, the hero wished her luck, and she thanked him for his help. Privately, she decided that someday she would tell the whole world about the strength and wisdom of the man who supported her in a difficult time. After turning off the lights in the cafe, the hero felt tired and realized that he needed to rest a little to recover his strength after a busy night. Suddenly, the Yal cross that the cultist had sacrificed during the summoning fell directly on Shen's leg, and the young man was surprised to think that something important was going to happen. While Shen stared at the cross in fascination, the cat watched him warily, sensing an unusual aura emanating from the object. Wondering how to use this mysterious attribute, the young man realized that it was time to test his new abilities. Deciding to postpone the training until later, the character focused on the practical application of new skills. Feeling the strength in his hand, suddenly, it was like a bolt of lightning struck through his entire body, and he couldn't believe that he was able to freeze objects. Furiously, he slammed his hand down on the table, spilling the coffee, wanting to test his new abilities as soon as possible. Feeling the incredible power, the guy concentrated all his strength and waved his hand, trying to freeze the spilled drink. Hurrying to pick up the cup, Shen ordered the object to freeze in midair to study the effect, which he had previously only seen in magic textbooks. In an instant, the object froze, and the young man could not believe his eyes with amazement when he saw that the coffee hovered in the air, obeying his will. Looking at it skeptically, the character knew that the effect would be short-lived, but despite all the disadvantages, it instilled confidence in their own strength. Creeping toward him, the cat ran madly into Shen's arms, waving its paws and hissing as if it had noticed something amazing. Noticing the unusual behavior of the pet, the young man tensed, ready for any unpredictable movement, because the animal seemed possessed. With a wave of his hand, Shen tried to freeze the cat in midair to study the effect, expecting the animal to obey the new abilities. The energy did not affect the cat, and the animal forcefully flew its muzzle directly into the glass, slowly sliding down. While the embittered cat rubbed its bruised nose, Shen anxiously asked if it was all right, watching the animal's reaction. Again, the pet lunged at him, but the young man managed to put out his hand and tried to subdue it with the help of his abilities. For a moment, the pet hovered in the air, then suddenly fell face down, and its body bent strangely into some kind of accordion. As Shen tuned in, he felt a strange aura emanating from the animal, as if it was connected to some invisible force. The joyful beast jumped into his hands, whirled and amused, causing the hero mixed feelings of admiration and anxiety. Cordially, he threw himself into Fluffy's arms trying to calm him down, but the animal froze in horror. Stroking the pet, the guy asked him not to mess around in the cafe anymore, trying to maintain order in the room. Looking at the bookshelf, the hero decided to learn a new acquired skill, realizing that freezing items opens up huge opportunities for him. Gradually, all the books hovered in the air, half opened, as if fulfilling the will of Shen, who was watching the result of his magic with interest. The freeze only worked for 5 seconds and only on the entire object, the sight on which had to be accurate, and the target itself was not blocked by anything. After receiving numerous bumps, the young man realized that it was impossible to freeze a fragment, and the ability required careful study and practice. Suddenly, the door opened a crack, and Yana peered cautiously inside, her eyes expressing curiosity and a slight concern for the owner. Pointing a sharp finger at the girl, Shen decided to test the effect on her and asked her to freeze, watching as his new ability appeared. Experiencing something strange, the hero waved his hands, clutching his head, as if not understanding what was happening. Anxiously asking about the owner's condition, the girl wanted to give important details that could help with the investigation. Smiling, Shen suggested that we start with a cup of coffee to relax a little and discuss the upcoming tasks. An hour later, Yana thanked him for his help and said that it was time for her to leave, leaving the young man with thoughts of new skills. While thinking about the freezing ability, Shen realized that the girl noticed his movements and realized that people with high intelligence could change her. The cat sat next to him, watching him intently, his eyes a mixture of surprise and caution. Not understanding Shen's behavior, the little animal carefully examined him, trying to comprehend what new powers the guy had shown. Suddenly, George came in and said that they had something to celebrate, politely asked for permission, waiting for the character to answer. Feeling his superiority and power over the cafe, the hero said that he would keep an eye on everything that was happening in order to control the situation. While a happy Lynn held a huge pile of groceries in her hands, George noticed that today's expenses were significant. Sitting down next to him, Shen asked him to tell him what had happened, and the detective noted that it was impossible to hide any information from the young man. Seriously, the man said that he wanted to discuss Yale Willard, his goals and actions, in order to understand the true intentions of the cultist. Feeling uneasy, he asked the youth why he sat so far away, trying to understand the motive behind his choice. Shen said dismissively that he liked it better, and then immediately asked about the drinks, as if that was the most important thing. The man asked for a latte, and the girl wanted to try something new and ordered a brief, wanting to enjoy the taste as soon as possible. When the young man asked about the food, Sue replied with a smile that she wasn't hungry today, which shocked him, leaving him feeling confused. Catching his gaze, the girl felt embarrassed and ashamed of the food in the bags next to her and tried not to draw too much attention to herself. While there was a calm atmosphere in the cafe, the hero went to prepare drinks and asked to wait a little. Turning to his partner, George noticed that he had told her not to bring food to the restaurant, but she only nodded in response. Privately, Lin noticed that working with Shen was more difficult than fighting members of the Silent Tongue, and cooperation required patience and strength of character. Taking advantage of the moment, she asked why her partner had let her go ahead to deal with her enemies, but he said that she needed more practice. The detective also added that in this way he helps his partner gain experience, and she thanked him, understanding that this is important. With interest, the man asked about the feelings of the first arrest of criminals, carefully watching the reaction of the girl. Bitterly and tiredly, she confessed that she remembered her own father, and the memory filled her heart with a heavy weight. Soothing her in a soft voice, George told her that she shouldn't have to pay for the misdeeds of a relative, but she refused to continue the conversation. Not knowing what to say, the man paused for a moment, watching her, trying to find the words so as not to hurt her feelings and make the situation worse. After a while, the hero brought drinks to the customers, carefully placing them on the tables so that everything looked neat and convenient for everyone. Sitting down across from him, he asked the detective to tell him more about his priest friend, so that he could understand the character of the person they might encounter. George replied with sadness and caution that Yao was very dangerous, his actions unpredictable, considering that he could not be trusted in any case. When they were young, the three of them started a group to search for magic items, and since Willard was much older, he immediately became their mentor. He also added that they did a lot, and a lot of rumors about their team began to spread around the city. But, not wanting to be limited to just that, their group broke up, leaving only memories of adventures and secrets. Outwardly, his friend always pretended to be a calm person, but inside, his heart was crazy, hiding his true intentions. Sternly, George said that his former partner was capable of terrible and reckless things, and this knowledge did not give him peace of mind. With bewilderment and interest, Shen asked if their opponent was really that strong, able to deal with any opponents with extraordinary abilities. Waving it off, George explained that it was Yale who taught him various fighting techniques that could save lives at critical moments. With her mouth full and chewing on a bun, Sue asked if his friend was still strong or not, and the man nodded, understanding the girl's curiosity. Cautiously, the detective advised him to run away when he met Willard, because in his opinion it was too risky to confront him. Clarifying, the man explained that Yao is able to change his appearance, and even if you meet him, it is impossible to reveal his true identity. Shocked by the information, Shen suggested that there might have been a mistake in the answers when the enemy was called a priest of the Order of the Silent Tongue. Privately, the young man recalled how much Byron loved his daughter, and did not understand why the man lied to him, giving him the wrong information. Explaining, the hero said that the order may have 2 priests, but added that he did not know exactly about this, which made the situation even more confusing. Bowing low, the detective and his partner thanked him for his revelations, which allowed them to understand some of the details of the case. Waving it off, the young man reminded him that they were friends, and the words sounded sincere, even though there were differences and a clear distance between them. Once outside, George asked Lynn to be careful, fearing the terrible consequences for her partner. Looking at her, he added that there was a traitor lurking in their bureau, and they were trying to find out his identity to protect themselves. Frowning, the girl replied that she understood everything and asked not to worry about her, showing confidence in herself. There was an awkward silence, and Sue asked if the detective had anything else to say, as if trying to fill in the silence. Then the man said that he was familiar with the case of her father, and this statement sounded serious, recalling the past. Irritated, Lynn asked why she should talk about it, but the investigator didn't listen to her comments, trying to convey important information. As if not noticing the girl, the man explained that her relative was a hero, but fearing for the life of his wife, turned the wrong way. Recalling that Sue had spent many years correcting her father's mistakes, he believed that this was enough to atone for someone else's sin. Noting that they were 2 different people, the detective considered her a victim of circumstances, believing that she should not pay for his misdeeds. Enraged, Sue replied that she wouldn't tolerate being lectured by a stranger, and her words were forceful. Rudely, she reminded him that they were partners, not friends, and this statement clearly showed the distance between them. Overtaking the detective, the partner added that they weren't even related, which further separated them from each other, leaving only business connections. As George clutched his head and watched the girl go, he realized that he had made a mistake and ruined everything himself, thinking that he should have been more restrained. After that, he still came to the conclusion that what happened for the best, trying to see the positive aspects of the situation. Gradually, the sky was covered with gray clouds, like harbingers of bad weather. and George felt a little uneasy. After returning home, the investigator turned on the program about animals to get a little distracted and relax, watching the elephants on the screen. Thinking of his partner, he began to blame himself again for his harsh remarks about her, realizing that the words might have hurt the girl. Noticing that the Bureau knew his weaknesses, the detective understood why he had been given a girl who could arouse his sympathy. Suddenly, he remembered that the effect of the second blade shortened the life of the first was the oblivion of relatives. And this knowledge made him think again. Tapping his hand on the sofa, the man thought that he once had a wife and children of his own. Feeling a warm feeling in his heart, watching the animals on the screen, the man noted that many details indicated that he once had a family that he simply forgot. Remembering Shen, who had claimed to be his friend, George wondered if he would be subject to such influence. With a smile, the man didn't believe that he once again had an immortal friend who would never die and would always be there for him. Interrupting his thoughts, his headphones suddenly announced that the information about the enemy had been checked and turned out to be completely reliable. The voice said that Jal Willard had been very close all along, and the detective immediately got up. Gravely, he replied that he had realized this himself and asked to inform the headquarters that his friend was with him now, so that everyone would be ready for battle. As if out of nowhere, the same Jal Willard appeared from the TV in the guise of a young boy, who now looked directly at the detective, smiling. Meanwhile, no less strange events were taking place in the cafe. Shen and the cat, hearing frightening sounds, froze in horror. Growling and curving strangely, the zombie entered and the hero immediately noticed that it was an extremely unusual visitor. His presence filled the room with fear. Grinning in a strange and eerie way, the dead man slowly raised his eyes and looked directly at him, causing Shen to feel a chill inside. From the disgusting smell and terrifying sight of the undead, the pet covered its face with its paws in fright and mewed softly. The dead man's body was wrapped in strange tentacles that came out through his mouth and slowly wriggled in the air, adding to the feeling of disgust. In an instant, they reached a huge size, swallowing up the entire head and began to approach Shen, making a nasty sound and closing the distance. They almost touched his eyes, but the young man froze, realizing that it was necessary to take urgent measures to save himself. Otherwise, the outcome could be fatal. Using the fog ability, he disappeared into a thick white haze, disappearing right in front of the monster's eyes. The monster's tentacles stopped in midair, never reaching their intended target, frozen in a strange position as if they had lost contact with the victim. Moving in the form of an invisible person, the hero was right behind the zombie and began to regain his human form, preparing for the next step. Stretching out his hand, the young man decided to use freezing and ordered the dead man to immediately freeze, putting all his strength into the voice. Obediently obeying, the undead froze, hiding their tentacles as if they had lost control of their body, and tension hung in the air. Looking at the enemy, the hero realized that this ability lasts only 5 seconds and decided to disappear if a second attack occurs. The force's influence began to weaken, and Shen heard a strange growl coming from the zombie, filled with anger, pain, and inexplicable fear. Deciding that it was the right moment to save himself, he used the ability again and disappeared into the fog, leaving the enemy at a loss. But the dead man still stood there, and this surprised the hero. He did not understand why the enemy did not attack, as if something was holding him back. Startled by the aura of an extraterrestrial god, the zombie made its way to the wall and began to cry, while Kola reared up, sensing danger nearby. After some time, the monster died, because he realized that he was not able to withstand the strength of the opponent, and his body finally lost all signs of life. Frowning, Shen, who had taken on a human form, was furious and wondered if George and Sulin had been attacked at this time. The sky was overcast, the rain was still falling, and something strange and out of the ordinary was happening in the detective's lair. With interest, the man asked Yal how he worked in their bureau for so many years without being noticed, and without arousing suspicion. Smiling maliciously, Willard admitted that it was the only gift he had ever received from the Great One in all his years of loyal service and expectation. Noticing that after meeting the order, the enemy had a great chance to escape, George asked why the former partner came to him. Then Yal told how many years ago he asked a friend about the reasons for choosing a profession, and now he realized that they are very similar in many ways. Resolutely, he added that as long as the man is alive, he himself will not be able to exist in peace, constantly feeling threatened and tense. In an instant, a distorting relic called Target Point appeared on his palm, capable of attracting projectiles of any trajectory. Holding it in his hands, Yal insisted that all of George's artifacts were powerless against his power and could not change the outcome of a fight. In response, the man said that he did not care about the exhibits. He was only offended by the fact that the enemy considered them the same. Suddenly, Yal approached and shoved him right in the stomach with all his strength, almost knocking him off his feet and breaking the investigator's balance. Taking advantage of the moment, George drew his dagger for defense, realizing that the conversation had finally turned into an open fight. Swinging it, The man tried to deal damage, but Willard was not affected by its power, as if the blade was passing through the void. Inwardly, he thought that there were a lot of Willard's people on the street, but he couldn't stay here. Otherwise, he was doomed to die. Running out onto the balcony, George jumped down without the slightest hesitation, relying on his instincts and the remnants of his magical powers. Immediately, many silent tongue cultists appeared in front of him, holding magic glowing spheres and aiming their beams. Realizing that everything happened exactly as he expected, the man decided to act quickly and without hesitation. Remembering the umbrella in his hands, the detective tried to defend himself with it, hoping that the artifact would withstand such a load. Opening it, George was instantly exposed to a flood of incredible energy, which he could barely repel, feeling the strongest pressure. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a magical light, and determined to fight to the end, he began to act, casting off his fear. Putting away his umbrella, he charged at one of the cultists with a dagger, putting all his remaining determination into the blow. The attack hit the enemy squarely in the chest, and he fell down dead without making a sound, dissolving into a flood of energy. Moving resolutely between the cultists, George brandished his weapon, striking out blow after blow, not allowing himself to be surrounded. Suddenly, the leader with the magic signet shouted to the others to grab the detective, trying to get him into a ring. Hearing this, the man stopped, his eyes glowing with anger, and his breathing became heavy and ragged. Rushing at him, the investigator managed to overthrow the enemy, taking advantage of the believer's self-confidence. From the flow of energy, he barely managed to hold the weapon in his hands and not lose it at the most critical moment. Deftly deflecting the attacks, he knew that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible, before his strength finally ran out. Breathing heavily, George realized that he had spent too much energy and needed to recover. Otherwise, the outcome could be tragic. Suddenly, someone shouted behind him that he couldn't escape, and the investigator froze in surprise. Willard appeared in front of him with a sword in his hands, saying that he had come to kill him on purpose and would not let him leave. As he smiled mischievously, George caught his gaze intently, feeling the weight of betrayal and hatred. Yao then shouted that Byron was the only one left alive who had betrayed him, and he had resurrected his daughter for the sake of the artifact and hoped for cooperation. Not understanding the enemy's behavior, the investigator assumed that Willard wanted everyone in the bureau to hear him. Smiling, the rival stated that he wanted to deal with the man after the sacrifice, but realized the true value of life. Trying to stop him, the detective said that for Byron, Jan is the most important person. Feeling superior, Willard said that the man simply does not trust the investigator and is afraid to admit the truth. He lunged forward and tried to throw a punch at George, but the man managed to dodge at the last moment. The detective's earpiece lit up, and he asked Andre to tell Sue not to go looking for her father for revenge. The investigator wanted the girl to leave the bureau and live a normal life, and Yao mockingly asked about the will and tried to attack. His eyes were blazing with anger, and he asked in bewilderment, "Does the investigator really live only for the sake of someone else's path?" Sparks of magical energy flew between them as they tried to deal damage to each other without giving up a single step. With determination, George said that if the girl became an A-rank investigator, she would forget about the quiet life. With a frantic expression and glowing eyes, Yao agreed with the detective, enjoying the fight and his own superiority. Cultists appeared behind him with glowing spheres, and many pictographs appeared in the air. Looking at all this, George knew that death was near, and he was trapped in a carefully prepared trap. Meanwhile, the cafe's atmosphere was calm. There was no sign of trouble. No one knew what was happening in the anti-magic bureau's lair. While drinking coffee, Shen couldn't sleep because too many strange things had happened recently, and he was analyzing it all. Remembering the last visitor and her stories about life, the hero plunged into deep thoughts. Realizing that being the owner of an establishment and getting to know people, he realized that this was exactly what he had been striving for a long time. But there were many thoughts in his mind about the summons that had become an integral part of living in this world. Still, the character came to the conclusion that everything happened for the best, and now he has real friends. Suddenly, Sue walked into the cafe, and Shen was very surprised to see her at such a late time and alone. With sadness and regret, the girl said that George died, not being able to get out of Willard's trap. Shocked by the news, the boy felt like he was being electrocuted and couldn't believe his ears. Lynn silently sat down across from him and didn't say another word, her gaze heavy, and the silence between them weighed more heavily than any explanation. The hero noted to himself that all this time he only cared about Aina, but they never became real friends, despite the events they experienced together. The only real partner was George, who was desperately trying to save a city that was now dead. Sadly, he wondered if what had happened was the work of the Silent Tongue clan, which was destroying everything in its path. Barely holding back her tears and bowing her head, the girl answered in the affirmative, not finding the strength to deny the obvious. Resolutely, she declared that she was ready to do anything except violate her own principles, which remained the last support for her. With a frown, Shen told her to help him avenge the detective's death, leaving the enemies no chance. Beside himself with rage, he clenched his fists, ready to fight at any moment without thinking about the consequences and the risk to himself. An ominous stream of energy formed behind him, distorting the space and forming an evil grimace with glowing eyes and mouth. Noticing the light and feeling the warmth radiating out, Sue froze in shock, unable to look away from what was happening. The young man's eyes glittered with malice, and he asked her to tell him everything she knew without concealing a single detail. After a while, he found himself in an industrial port with many cranes and platforms stretching out into the gray distance. Looking around, Shen noticed that despite the overcast sky, the rain had finally stopped, leaving the air heavy. Looking at the sea surface, the young man remembered that people gave this name to all the water surfaces in the world. He also decided that the peaceful way to live was to live in the center, where there was a humanity that could protect you. An hour earlier, in a cafe, Lin had told him how to move properly to reach Beeland Harbor. The girl also said that Willard killed George on the coast and suggested that the man would try to escape while the Bureau was pulling forces. Frowning, the girl wanted the enemy to have no chance of escape and wished for revenge. As he disappeared into the thick haze, Shen assured her that he would not give the enemy such an opportunity and would do everything possible to ensure that the offender was overtaken by retribution. Using the fog ability, he moved directly to the port, feeling the cold metal and the smell of salt air. As he walked forward, he decided that if he constantly emitted the Great One's energy, he would definitely meet up with Yale. In desperation, Willard knew that he had to leave Nolan for a long time. Otherwise, people might find out the whole truth about him and take revenge. He was sure that, as a son of God and with the gift of immortality, hiding would be able to fix everything. Suddenly, Willard felt a strange aura and froze in complete shock, his heart racing, and his body seemed to refuse to obey. Glaring around viciously, he realized where the pressure was coming from and decided to check everything carefully moving towards the source of the sound. There was a calm atmosphere around the port building that didn't portend trouble, but strange things were happening inside. Walking between the containers and boxes, Yao searched for the source of the incredible energy that pulsed in the air and attracted his attention. When he saw the young man with his back to him, he was surprised, and Shen greeted him calmly, as if he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. When he took on the form of George, he turned to face his opponent with a smile, deliberately playing on memories, pain, and feelings. Paying attention to the detective in front of him, Yao was beside himself with anger. Realizing that the man was dead and only an imposter using the appearance of an investigator was in front of him. Radiating an incredible aura, the hero declared that he was exactly who the opponent thought of, depriving the enemy of self-confidence, presenting himself as a messenger from the God of Peace. He said that he had come here to tell us something important that could change our fate. Calmly and decisively, Shen declared that Yao would not be able to get the eternal peace that he so desperately wanted, despite all the sacrifices. Angry, Willard asked if he had done something wrong and did not understand the reason for the refusal, felt all his expectations crumble. Once behind him, the hero insisted that all this was not enough, but Yao was already close to the goal and had to take the last step. After getting close to his face, the character asked the opponent to do something important, on which the further outcome of their meeting depended. Not understanding what he was talking about, Yao asked what exactly he should do, feeling a strange mixture of hope and anxiety. Smiling maliciously, Shen said that the guy needs to give his soul. Saying the words calmly and without a shadow of doubt, as he disappeared, he shouted from the void that Willard had no time to think, as the enemies would soon arrive and destroy him. Meanwhile, the Fireflame cultists were approaching the port building in a dense stream, filling the space with heat and unsettling energy. Moving with the worshippers, the doctor felt a strange aura of an extraterrestrial god that sent a chill through his skin. He was an A-rank investigator and couldn't believe that there was a real law-breaking deity right next to him. Looking up, he noticed a huge pictogram in the sky, shining and pressing with its majestic shape. A strange vortex appeared and a yawl flew up directly above the port building, engulfed in streams of distorted energy. The partners from the Anti-Magic Bureau immediately recognized the enemy and stopped in amazement together with Aura, not believing their eyes. Feeling superior and powerful, Willard insisted that they were too late and that he would soon have the long-awaited eternal rest. He claimed that everyone is mired in a pit because of their loved ones. They do not know the sense of harmony and people are not able to achieve what they want. As the young man hovered above the port building, an unknown voice spoke to him, coming out suddenly and causing everyone to freeze. Seeing who was speaking, Aura and the rest of the Anti-Magic Bureau members froze, their eyes wide with astonishment. In the sky, in the form of the God of Peace, Shen floated, radiating calmness, grandeur, and overwhelming power. The hero noted to himself that everything was going according to plan. And he managed to lure Yao to the warehouse before the arrival of the Anti-Magic Bureau. Looking at Willard, who was as submissive as a puppy, he felt absolutely superior and completely in control. As if spellbound, Yao idolized the Great One, and the character understood the disappointment that soon awaited his enemy. Willard, floating in the sky, said that he was offering his soul as a gift and asking in return to send eternal peace to mortals. Resolutely, Shen stated that he agreed to fulfill his wish without expressing the slightest emotion. But he added that his opponent's soul was now his as a gift, and Yao couldn't say a word in shock. His body began to fill with an unknown energy that forced out the remnants of his will and destroyed his inner balance. A strange vortex appeared in his chest, swirling more and more, and Yao's soul gradually left his body. Losing the last of his mind, the guy tried to understand why everything turned out this way, and could not believe that he was deceived. Standing at a great distance, on various platforms in the form of pictographs, Shen in the form of a deity controlled Willard's body, a small sphere of light appeared on his hand as a sign of acceptance of the sacrifice and completion of the ritual. In an instant, the opponent flew down, and the character completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. As he watched, he realized that everything was over and assumed that the god had left this place. The roof of the dockyard had been breached, and a huge hole gaped at the top against the sky that was covered with dark clouds. Yao lay dead inside, pinned down by slabs and stones, and the doctor asked if the enemy had received the desired peace. The dead enemy's face was frozen in horror. Only the whites of his eyes were visible, and he didn't look like the lucky chosen one at all. On the day of George's death, Shen handed Sue a note and asked her to go to the villa, find Byron, and pass on the request of Silent Tongue. The hero hoped that perhaps the man had a way to bring the investigator back to life, even if this path would be dangerous and require a lot of effort. Shocked by his statement, Lin widened her eyes in surprise, trying to understand how an ordinary person could talk so calmly about a forbidden technique. Frowning, she remembered that only the gods could use it, and was even more amazed at how calmly Shen spoke about things that were beyond the reach of mortals. Looking at her intently, the young man asked her the reason for this reaction, wanting to know if it was fear, ordinary anxiety, or a simple reluctance to help. Inwardly, Sue thought that the Anti-Magic Bureau strictly punished anyone who used the resurrection technique, and so she was afraid of the consequences. In her hand, she clutched the note she had received from Shen tightly, feeling that the fate of people was at stake, and every action she took could affect the outcome. Gritting her teeth, she knew it wasn't against her principles, but she couldn't tolerate evil and injustice, knowing that sometimes it was necessary to act against fear and doubt. Resolutely, Lin said that she would still find Byron and ask him to return George to them, despite the risks, dangers, and possible consequences. Hearing this, Shen smiled and felt relieved, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders and now they had at least some chance. The sign of the cafe continued to burn, and the city was plunged into night. The hero resolutely declared that he would not allow Willard to escape. After that, they went to George's funeral together with the members of the Anti-Magic Bureau, feeling the weight of the loss. While the priest was holding the funeral service for the deceased, the chief was closely watching everything that was happening, assessing what was happening and keeping order. With regret and pain, Sue looked at her partner's grave and couldn't believe that all of this had actually happened, feeling empty. Soon, a stone tombstone stood under the overcast sky, a reminder of tragedy and how life can sometimes be ruthless. When the burial was over, everyone present left the clearing in silence, leaving the grave alone, and the faces of the people remained grieved. The cafe still had a calm atmosphere, as if nothing tragic was happening outside its walls. Shen offered Sue a cup of coffee to lighten the tension and lighten the mood a little after the experience, and she readily agreed. After serving the drink, the hero explained that it was a new taste that he had recently developed, considering that it was more suitable for girls. With interest, she took a small sip and felt an unusual energy that quickly spread through her body. Attracting the young man with her behavior, she gulped down the entire contents of the cup to the bottom, feeling an unusual sensation. Lin noted the excellent taste as she licked her lips, and Shen noted with a smile that female warriors were truly unusual and often showed incredible strength of character. When she finished drinking, she set the cup carefully on the table, feeling the warmth and pleasant aftertaste of the coffee lift her spirits. After that, Sue began to say that they had previously conducted an investigation among investigators of different ranks. Because of the frequent calls, the Bureau decided to return Level A and S detectives to the city, and Shen listened carefully to her explanation, trying to remember every detail. Hearing that the second question was about cooperation with him, the hero lowered his head in embarrassment and smiled slightly. Suddenly, the girl announced that she would now use public services instead of George at the expense of the Bureau's funds. Fulfilling her duties, indignantly, Shen asked her again if she was really going to eat at his cafe at the expense of the general treasury, considering it a violation of order. Shocked by such an accusation, Lin became alert, her hair almost standing on end, and she felt that the situation might get out of hand. Smiling, she explained that instead of George, she would be contacting the guy at work and performing all the necessary investigative tasks. Remembering an important detail, she said that her boss had warned her that soon there might be people who could infiltrate Baland and try to summon unearthly forces. With a certain amount of disdain, Shen replied that he understood everything, but inwardly assessed the possibility of a threat, knowing that even the slightest mistake could lead to disaster. With interest and to change the subject, he asked about the current situation with George, wanting to understand how things were going with his resurrection. Silenced, the girl tried to find words to describe the situation as accurately as possible, and at the same time not to disclose unnecessary details. With a stutter and a change of expression, Sue tried to say something, but her speech was too slurred. Indignantly calling Byron names, she explained that while the man cannot meet with Shen and any negotiations are postponed, trying to keep a straight face, Shen said that he understood everything, knowing that at the moment any emotions can interfere with the case. Meanwhile, Hart had resurrected George, and the detective cautiously asked if the man was afraid of being arrested because that would have serious consequences. Then Byron explained that after learning about the tragic death of his friend, he felt a deep sadness and regret. Realizing that the world has become unfair, shocking the detective, the man suddenly declared that he had a choice, which depends not only on their fate, but also on the future of all mankind. Waving his arms, Hart said that his friend could swear loyalty to him or kill him and his daughter by reporting everything to the Anti-Magic Bureau. When George heard that he would kill himself in the second option, he opened his eyes even wider in surprise, not believing that he was faced with such a terrible choice. Marveling at Hart's behavior, the detective asked if it was necessary to take such a pose, and the man replied that he was comfortable. Standing on the edge of the balcony, Byron insisted that they should both accept the situation and start a new life, despite the dangers. Meanwhile, in the cafe, Sue was indignantly saying that now her partner would finally be able to take a break from work. Feeling relieved, as if to justify herself, she explained that it was only in front of Shen that George was really serious, and with other people he took liberties. Not wanting to listen to idle chatter, the hero said that it was time for him to go, since he had a lot of things to do. But he was always happy to have visitors. Walking among the people in the city, Lin had a strange feeling that the guy had already calculated everything in advance and knew the whole outcome of events in advance. Comparing everyone to a large chessboard, she imagined Shen manipulating people like pawns, placing them in the right places for himself. She considered people from the Silent Tongue, Ashen Chaos, and Anti-Magic Bureau as figures, including herself, as she analyzed the possible consequences. Suddenly, something pricked her ribs, and Sue grimaced in pain, feeling a strong burning sensation that reminded her of a magical intervention. As she crouched down, she knew she had to find a safe place to figure out what exactly was baking like this. In the distance, she noticed a dark alley where she could quickly hide and look around without prying eyes. When Sue went in, she presented a sweatshirt and found a strange seal right on her stomach, surprised by its appearance. Looking at her body, she was very surprised, not understanding where this sign came from, and tried to remember all the events of the last few days. The cafe had a calm atmosphere. The sign was lit up notifying people about the work of the institution. Everything went on as usual. The entire hall was packed with people, which was rare, and Shen ran from table to table, taking care of the guests and trying to please everyone. With a smile, the hero told the customers that their coffee would soon be ready, watching the movement of people and feeling a little satisfied with such a full house. Suddenly, a girl came in, greeted the owner affably, and the hero immediately directed her to an empty table where she could sit down in peace. Looking at the bookshelf, he told her to wait while he continued to monitor the room, assessing the mood of the customers. Earlier, as he sat in his room, he thought that thanks to the good weather, the number of visitors had increased, and he barely managed to keep up with his work. While practicing his magic skills, Shen came to the conclusion that he would need an assistant in the cafe to handle the constant flow of customers. Clutching the glowing ball in his hands, the hero noted that after the last call, the duration of the freeze increased. Once he almost used a skill out of desperation, but stopped in time, realizing that such an action could ruin his reputation. All of a sudden, the aura engulfed his body, and he felt like he was spinning in a whirlwind, lost in memories. Seeing past events, Willard had told the silent language cultists that anyone who possessed the cross would receive protection in the form of a magical barrier. But the character knew that each ability has its own price, and in this case, it was not only physical exertion, but also a gradual loss of sanity. While still holding the magic ball in his hands, the boy didn't feel the cold and played with it, watching how the object reacted to his touch. In this realm, there were Yal's imprisoned memories, which Shen considered more valuable than any relic that could impart knowledge, experience, and power. Anticipating Willard's answer about the usefulness of the sphere, the hero was proud of himself, feeling that his knowledge and magic skills allowed him to control an unattainable force. He had long known about the features of the Shadow Mask, the Displacement Ring, and the Ancient Cross, but he had never paid to use them. In Yale's memories, there were many methods for learning non-verbal techniques, but Shen couldn't learn any of them and was upset. Drawing pictographs on the walls of the cafe, he tried to perform magic rituals, but nothing happened, and doubts about his own abilities grew. Finally, despairing of himself and his abilities, the character suggested that he simply did not have the talent, although he understood that it was necessary to continue training. Deciding to try again, he began to reach out to the earth and the entire world, trying to connect with the magical energy that could give him power. As he spoke the words of the spell, Shen felt his body become light, as if the air were lifting him off the surface of the chair. While preparing for the new summon, he managed to grab the mask that hid his true appearance so that the enemies wouldn't know that he had magic. Someone was calling out to him, and Shen was eagerly preparing for an encounter with an unknown force, testing how effective his skills would be in the new reality. Gradually, the vortex began to engulf his body, swirling him into another world, where the usual things disappeared, and magic and space obeyed other laws. Going to the colorless city, he hoped to find a blade that represented an extraterrestrial god, able to give strength for future trials. Taking the knife out of his pocket, Shen did not count on gifts. His goal was only to gain power and prepare for meetings with unknown opponents. Having decided to hide the weapon for safety, the hero did not know how to disguise himself in a new environment in order to remain unnoticed among the shadows and prying eyes. Huge, colorless, multi-story buildings spoke of a completely different and unknown reality. Suddenly, the character found himself right in front of the archway of one of the buildings. Feeling a strange pressure of magic and premonition, shocked by what he saw, Shen couldn't believe his eyes. The building seemed too familiar. Right in front of him, with its huge pillars, stood the famous college in the whole city that he had seen in his dream. It was as if a portal had appeared out of nowhere, and Shen put his hand in, feeling the space distort and the world around him dissolve. A moment later, the hero entered another reality, where everything seemed colorless, cold, and the air was saturated with a strange, incomprehensible energy. Noting the strange places and buildings in Willard's memories, Shen couldn't believe that everything was so colorless, as if the world had stopped moving. All the time he felt that someone was waiting for him in the library, and this feeling made him quicken his pace, as if an invisible force was guiding him. In order not to torment himself with doubts, he decided to change his appearance and go for a test, turning into a magical creature. As he took on the appearance of a quiet god in a mask, he felt both strong and calm at the same time, ready to go in search of the right artifact. As if addressing the void, the hero noted that the sacrifices of the silent language are impressive, striking with its power and cruelty. Inside, the bookshelves were also colorless, and Shen knew that knowledge was just as powerful. As he walked between the rows, he felt a strange aura that gradually grew stronger and was very close, as if an invisible observer was watching him. Suddenly, the stranger turned to him in a soft voice, delighted, and the young man realized that she was aware of his presence and expected to meet him. In a black dress with silver hair, the girl seemed to float towards the hero, radiating confidence and power. Looking at her features, Shen could tell that she was similar to Aina. But this lady was much older and had a completely different temperament. On her feet were purple heels that made no sound and added to the feeling of unreality of what was happening. Bowing low, she greeted him in the colorless city, calling herself the all-knowing witch, with a certain irony to the character's actions. Winking, she noted that she was very happy to meet him, her voice soft but commanding, as if every word carried a hidden power. Shen's face changed, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing and didn't understand what the witch wanted from him. Excitement mixed with apprehension. Then she explained that the light hunters were demanding a blade from her, which she had sworn not to give to ordinary mortals, and only a young man could help her. Therefore, she wanted to make an exchange, wanting to get the youth's sword so that she could give it away in exchange for something more interesting for him. Smiling maliciously, the girl talked about some special reward in case of a successful transaction. Her words were filled with intrigue. Blushing with anger, the hero asked what kind of prize was waiting for him. Feeling both excitement and distrust for the mysterious woman, taking her time, the stranger chose her words like a cunning fox, weighing each one so that she could say them at the right moment. Afterward, she replied that she would give the hero another blade, and this promise looked tempting enough to make Shen think. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for his question, the guy said that this was exactly what he thought, and the girl replied that she understood his doubts. It struck him that this was the first time he had ever seen a person who communicated directly with him in the summoning state. But Shen wasn't sure if the lady was an ordinary person. Turning his back, he hoped that it wasn't a demonic creature while trying to gauge its level of strength. Not understanding his silence, the witch asked if that wasn't enough for him, her voice soft and commanding, creating pressure. But she added that as a bonus, she would show him a piece of the future, allowing him to look into life-changing events. Still keeping his distance, Shen couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked again, trying to understand exactly what the stranger meant. Confidently, the witch assured him of the truth of her words, referring to the fact that she had knowledge inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Holding out her palm with the mysterious ball, The girl intended to present him with a blade that could change shape and demonstrate the power of ancient magic. Without the slightest hesitation, Shen replied that he accepted her gift, feeling a strange excitement at the opportunity to gain new knowledge. The stranger threw the sphere directly into the hands of the young man, who was surprised to realize that it was an unusual magical artifact. Catching it deftly, Shen was surprised when the ball turned out to be a demonic glass pearl, emitting a faint glow. Approaching him, the witch asked where her blade was, which she wanted to exchange, and persistently waited for a response from the hero. Smiling, Shen promised to immediately return the sword to the stranger, realizing that her gift has an unusual magical value and is potentially dangerous. With a deft movement, he took out a folding knife from his pocket, which he was going to exchange in exchange for the sphere he received and the opportunity to learn the future. Accepting the weapon as a gift, the witch happily thanked Shen, noting that he was able to appreciate magical items. Fascinated by her beauty, the hero noted to himself that the stranger is a real succubus, with charm and strength. Then she said that the Light Hunter would soon arrive in Belen to find the imposter and destroy everything in his path. Hearing this, the hero could not believe that the hunt would be for him, and tried to understand who reported his abilities. As a bonus, she decided to talk a little about the future, anticipating that knowing what was coming might help Shen prepare for the dangers. In the colorless library, her words about losing to the imposter rang out like thunder, and the character felt a strange tension. As she left, she told him that the hunter would win, and only then would the light come out, reminding him that magic and fate were closely linked. Looking out through the glass of the street, the witch was sure that the right moment would come when the mercenary would descend from the sky and also suddenly disappear. As if mesmerized by something, the stranger claimed that the hunter would cease to exist, and her words caused Shen alarm and surprise. Turning around, she assumed that the guy understood what she was talking about, and carefully watched the hero's reaction. Perplexed, the young man watched the witch's every move, noting the mystery and magical power of this woman. Looking at her skeptically, the hero considered all her words to be some kind of incoherent nonsense, and did not believe in these terrible prophecies. Suddenly, the strange vortex caught him up again, whirling him around in a whirlpool, and he felt that something strange and dangerous was going to happen ahead. As he disappeared into the portal, Shen knew that something would happen very soon that could change reality and open up new horizons. Thousands of years ago, one kingdom flourished, and people sank into the ocean of their desires, losing touch with the laws and reason in the pursuit of power. One day, they showed everyone a witch sealed many years ago by some sect, whose abilities could affect the fate of entire generations. The people trembled before her charms and beauty. But when she decided to tell them about the future, the crowd fell silent, waiting for a good prophecy. But in her quiet voice, she predicted the imminent death of all the old people, men, women, and children. Angry, the people wanted to kill the witch, not believing in the terrible prediction, but she simply disappeared into space. The kingdom flourished for many years and took over many lands and territories, until the royal family decided to encroach on the afterlife. The summoned god who accompanied people to the realm of the dead destroyed everything, leaving only ruins and silence. This witch was called by various names, but her distinctive features were silver hair and red eyes that immediately attracted attention. All of a sudden, Shen saw Willard's office in front of him, with a lot of test tubes and flasks filled with liquids of different consistency. As he held Yale's memory sphere in his hands, he realized that Anna was one of the descendants of that witch, with the power that could change the future. Silently and skeptically, Shen looked at the ball, thinking that it was not a simple artifact, but an object whose value and power went beyond the ordinary. An unknown voice insisted that there could be no mistakes, and the sphere glowed with a mysterious light, inspiring a sense of anxiety. Coughing, Shen decided to test something else, carefully examining the ball to see how much its use could affect the body and mind. He gripped it tightly in his palm again, feeling the energy begin to spread throughout his body. The bright light engulfed everything around him, hiding Shen from outsiders, and the space around him trembled as if time itself had changed the countdown. Looking at the ball, Shen realized that it was an artifact of the destruction class, and for using it, the owner lost some part of his body, which made him incredibly dangerous. He viciously realized that the price of action is eternal and there is no way to recover, and any use will require a huge sacrifice. Outwardly, the sphere looked like an ordinary glass translucent ball, but inside it was a power that could destroy and change reality. Looking at it, Shen realized that he didn't have enough artifact to attack without paying for use, and it made him think. Deciding that all this was unfair, he frowned, realizing that the relic's capabilities were limited, and its use would always cost a great sacrifice. Gripping the sphere tightly in his fist, he ordered it to change, feeling the magic bend to his will and the transformation begin. Suddenly, thick smoke began to seep out from under his fingers, slowly enveloping Shen's body, as if the aura itself had come to life. The radiation spread around slowly, and a strange black smoke emanated from the hero, as if it was a harbinger of something terrible. In an instant, the hero turned into a man in a hat with a cane in his hands, taking on a new look that gave him a chance to remain unnoticed. Deftly twisting the staff in different directions, Shen noted that it was an excellent attribute for an honorary person, giving the impression of strength. Glad that he didn't have to pay, the hero suggested that now he would have to go to theaters and use new skills. When he regained his appearance, he realized that he had acquired abilities from the colorless city, and now he needed a defense device. Half an hour later, he squeezed his eyes shut, trying to figure out what new ability he had gained. But nothing was happening. As he approached the door, Shen decided to go for a cup of coffee to distract himself a little, reflect on the events, and figure out how to use the acquired powers. Suddenly, the doorknob remained in his hands, and he found himself trapped in a room with no other way out. The young man stared at the broken part in bewilderment, not understanding how it came to be in his hands, not understanding how to get out now. Furiously, the guy began to pound his feet on the door, demanding that it open, feeling annoyed at the current situation. Realizing the increase in his power, the character assumed that this was his new ability, which manifested itself in moments of anger. When he was the man in the hat, the cane in his hands felt incredibly heavy and assumed that it was originally like this. Frustrated, he thought about everything that was going on, realizing that learning each new ability took time. Looking at the broken doors, he wondered with horror what he had done with his uncontrolled strength and how much it would cost to repair them. Sitting in the hall with the knife in his hands, Shen realized that the new ability not only increased his power, but also provided additional protection. Having decided that it was useless to just assume, the guy wanted to try it out in practice to check whether his judgments were true. He slashed the knife down hard on his arm, and blood flowed everywhere, the feeling of pain and magical energy intertwined. Cautiously, a girl peeked around the corner, looking for the owner of the place to drink coffee and talk. Smiling, she thought that the young man was a perverted masochist, capable of experimenting with his own body. Like a madman, Shen stuck out his tongue and seemed to be enjoying his wound, offering his mouth to drink his blood. His eyes lit up with a bright red light, as if experiencing a strange pleasure and pain. Startled, she couldn't believe that all guys were so crazy, and her heart sank in fear of Shen's unpredictable cruelty. But in reality, everything looked different. The character screamed wildly in pain, trying to hide his suffering, but the sounds of his screams resounded throughout the cafe. Noticing the visitor, he tried to pull himself together, invited the girl in, and realized that he had to behave like a host. Shyly, the stranger agreed to a cup of coffee, carefully crossing the threshold and trying not to look directly at his red eyes. Cautiously, she began to approach the guy who was sitting at the table, holding a knife in his hands, and tried to understand how dangerous the man in front of her was. In front of her, she saw a madman asking for her wishes, a smile playing on his face, but real rage reflected in his eyes. Stammering, she only asked for an iced coffee, watching Shen's every move with alarm and trying to hide the trembling in her hands and voice. Frowning, the character suggested that she still drink a hot drink, realizing that she might catch a cold in this weather. She looked as if it had been raining outside and she was drenched, dripping from her hair, and the cold was chilling to the bone. Thinking about it, Shen realized that something was wrong and decided that the stranger came to him from the other world, which explained her unusual behavior. Thinking back to Lin, who could drink hot coffee in one gulp, nothing surprised him anymore, and he smiled slightly. Kindly, he asked the girl not to be restrained and gave her a dry towel so that she could dry her clothes and feel at least a drop of comfort. Looking down at herself, she didn't know if she was in some kind of spa, where every gesture of the owner of the establishment seemed strange and frightening to her, but when she saw the wet floor beneath her and the drops dripping down, she realized with horror that she had ruined the parquet floor, and the thought of punishment increased her fear even more. She remembered that, according to legend, the owner of the cafe liked to torture his enemies, and now her heart was beating faster at the thought that she herself might become a victim. Careful not to break the cup, Shen realized that he didn't have enough money to buy a new set yet. Politely, he brought the girl her order, worried about his guests' comfort and future reviews of the place. Her hands and voice were shaking with fear, but she thanked him anyway, and the hero noticed that the stranger was trying to hide her panic. All this time, the girl did not leave the thoughts of the owner, who, according to legend, was like a puppeteer, able to control people like puppets. As she sipped her drink, she lost herself in thoughts of people falling into the depths of hopelessness, with no chance of escape. The girl thought Shen was a psychopath, but he noticed only her trembling, which betrayed fear, and did not press the guest with questions. The hero noted to himself that she herself asked for an iced coffee, and this meant that her choice was conscious. In her terror, she thought that this was a terrible creature, capable of inflicting pain without the slightest compassion. Suddenly, he asked her to tell him what the real purpose of the visit was, watching her carefully to see if she could trust her words. Smiling and trying to look calm, she introduced herself as the owner of the Tea Flowers office, surprising the character with her statement. Suddenly, Shen remembered what Lin had told him about final leaders who were closely associated with the Anti-Magic Bureau, and this fact made him wary. One day, the girl told how one of these people tried to take care of her by giving her a car, but he was confused with her guardian and she got angry. The guest told about the new community hidden pupil, whose members followed everyone and recorded every step of people. With concern, she noted that they were initially considered harmless, but yesterday they killed all her employees from the other world. Barely holding back her tears, the girl complained about the powerful and mysterious power of the community members that could destroy anyone. Sincerely, she said that she wanted revenge and asked Shen to help her, assuring that without his participation, she could not cope with the threat posed by her enemies. Closing her eyes, the stranger declared that she was ready to do anything for the sake of her goal in order to restore justice. She mentally gave herself up to all the fantasies about the owner and thought about the forbidden. Not understanding the guest's behavior, Shen asked her what she was doing, trying to understand her intentions and the true purpose of visiting him in the cafe. Surprised by this reaction, the girl assumed that the hero is a masochist only with his body and smiled slightly, hiding a slight annoyance. Embarrassed and stern, the young man said that she had good qualities of seduction, but in his opinion it does not cost anything more than her own life and freedom. Refusing to meddle in other people's problems, he angered the girl with his calmness, demonstrating that he would not allow himself to be manipulated. After saying that she understood everything, she decided not to linger and leave immediately, carefully packing her things and preserving her reputation. While the girl was getting up, Shen suggested that she take the umbrella that was hanging on the door, but with the condition of return. As she left, hoping for a chance to get help, she took the gesture as a hint of condescension from her host and smiled slightly. Gripping the cane tightly, she decided that if the guy didn't want to mess with her, he wouldn't give up his possessions. She was determined to find one thing that would make the young man like her, and she was mentally plotting a course of action to achieve her goal. But she was tormented by doubts and she was sad, thinking about the possible consequences and her weakness. Noticing the girl on the umbrella, she couldn't believe that the owner had such preferences and was a little surprised by his tastes. Meanwhile, in the cafe, a shocked Shen realized that with such customers who did not pay for orders, he could soon go bankrupt. As he stretched out his hand, he realized that he could only count on himself and that any success would be the result of his own efforts and wisdom. Remembering the rotation ring that brought good luck during the day, he decided that he would first need to tap it 3 times to activate magic protection and power. Having decided to try it out tomorrow, the character realized that he didn't have the money to fix the door in his room, and this became another problem that needed to be solved. The next day, only 2 customers came to the cafe, and Shen watched the empty tables with a slight wistfulness, realizing that the business was developing too slowly. Bored at the bar, the hero decided that there was no point in decorating, and thought that sometimes external attributes do not help much in controlling reality. Looking at the girl at the table, he realized that she was in a bad mood and decided not to touch her, so as not to annoy her, leaving his personal space. The man came up to him and praised the place, noting the quality of the drinks and the atmosphere, which made Shen slightly happy. Pointing with his finger, the customer talked about the acidity of coffee, which meant for him a living force and soul. Laughing, Shen was delighted, and the guest suddenly announced that he wanted to become his sponsor, providing funds for the development of the cafe and supporting his business. Reaching out for the business card, the hero realized that these are the fruits of his hard work and perseverance and noted how important work is to achieve even small goals. The man was happy that he was able to help his favorite institution, and the hero understood that sometimes faith and support from outside are more important than abilities. Listening to the story of Mr. Fred's meeting with Felix, the young man asked the guest to be careful and hoped that the sponsor would return as soon as possible. The door slammed shut, and he was left completely alone. The day was drawing to a close, and it was rapidly getting dark outside. Lying on the bed, Shen wanted a lot of money and knew that thanks to Jonas, he could at least relax a little and get away from the constant tension and problems. Closing his eyes, he tried to fall into a deep sleep, but thoughts of magic, debt, and the challenges ahead kept him from completely relaxing and falling asleep. After a while, the hero abruptly opened his eyelids, as if from a nightmare. His heart was beating fast, and his mind was trying to understand what had happened. Before him were the columns in the mist again, indicating the chambers of the great Ash Lord. And he realized that he was once again in the other world. Everything was shrouded in a white haze, but a voice could clearly be heard calling out to the deity, making one's heart beat faster. When Shen saw his old acquaintance, he was glad, because he assumed that it was she who was calling him to her. Right in front of him, Aina stood with her head bowed in prayer and reciting sacred words, her presence radiating mystical power and calmness. Having the advantage of invisibility, the hero smiled maliciously, coming up with an insidious plan to use the moment and test her reaction. Moving closer, he grabbed her cheeks and twisted her words, waiting for her reaction and watching her. As he studied her face, he noticed that she had grown up considerably since they were separated, and that she looked much more confident and wise. Shen also noted her resemblance to the witch from the colorless world, which made him think about a possible ancestral connection between them. Shocked, Aina suddenly said that she felt the great overlord's gaze, and her voice trembled with a sense of reverence. Looking at her blank stare in disbelief, the character didn't know if the girl was sleeping or in a magical trance. To confirm his guess, he waved his hands in front of her face, but Aina didn't seem to notice his movements, repeating her strange words. Like a robot, she repeated that she could feel the master's gaze, and the hero involuntarily followed her, feeling a strange unity. Then he thought about what he should do next, assessing the possible consequences of his actions so as not to harm either her or himself. Sternly, the young man asked what the cultist wanted from him, so that he could understand the purpose of the summoning and whether her words could be trusted. But the words reached her for a long time and Aina was silent, and time passed slowly. Space obeyed its own laws of magic. After that, he realized that the girl was in an era of low speed, where the reaction was slowed down, and the perception of what was happening was distorted. Asking for help, the girl asked the Great One to tell her about the members of the hidden pupil who, according to her data, also tried to summon him. Smiling maliciously, the character breathed a sigh of relief, because earlier he had feared that something bigger than a simple magic ritual was being planned. Aina also said that in the process of collecting information, the members encountered difficulties and began to kill people from the other world. Inwardly, the young man wondered what was the necessary factor for their actions, trying to unravel the hidden motives of the organization's members. Having the ball of Willard's memories, Shen realized that this was preparation for the beginning of the spiritual art, where every action mattered for the future of the entire world. Suddenly, Aina shouted loudly that the Order's people had also been attacked, and her voice resounded everywhere, almost deafening the hero. Touching her head, he noticed that the transfer of consciousness was suspended again due to the low speed, interfering with communication between them. She wanted to know about the future, and whether they should fight the Order of the Hidden Pupil, trying to assess the chances of success. But the hero couldn't believe that the only reason for the organization's other world records was the raw material for summoning the Great One. Frowning, he assumed that an extraterrestrial god existed and was interfering with history by absorbing the past. After falling silent, Shen thought for a long time about the answer for Aina, assessing how best to convey the information so as not to confuse her even more. As a result, he said that a little time is needed and the future will put everything in its place by itself, warning that it is not necessary to rush things. A moment later, the girl in front of him disappeared, leaving Shen alone in the Great Realm and promising to listen to his words. Smiling, the character noted that it is much better and safer to see each other in a dream, so he could hide his identity and control the situation. Suddenly, he heard the summoning words again and was surprised that he didn't go back to the cafe, which made him wary. Standing in the white haze, the hero did not see the person who called him and listened intently, trying to catch the smallest details. Lifting his head up, he noticed a white fog engulfing the entire space. Nothing could be seen around him. The man's silhouette was getting closer, and Shen hoped that he wasn't in any danger in his sleep, testing both his abilities and his opponent. When the hero saw who was calling him, he was happy, because his assumptions were correct, and the meeting promised to be informative. Byron stood before him in the thick fog, and the young man appreciated this as an opportunity to gain new knowledge about the hidden and otherworldly world. Remembering George's stories about the change in his friend's energy with the resurrection of his daughter, the hero wanted to test Hard's abilities. Kneeling down, the man asked about the Salian clan and did not know whether to join a new organization, hoping to find support from the Great One. Confused, Shen tried to recall the information, wondering if after thousands of years there were receivers that could influence the world as much as before. Amidst the thick haze, he also didn't understand what gray dust Hard was talking about, as he hadn't heard anything about it before. Calmly, the young man allowed him to join any organization, deciding not to take on the extra trouble of others. While the man continued to kneel, Shen said that he approved of his will, allowing him to make his own decisions. Suddenly, the hero was back in his bed, feeling the familiar environment, and realized that the dream was over. Remembering his phone, he pulled it out from under his pillow and noting that he couldn't sleep and it was 4 in the morning, decided to look for something to do. Taking Yale's memory sphere, he began to study it again, realizing that the Franks were people who lived in the territory of the second continent. The clan's heirs were overly arrogant and lived in the other world until now. The so-called mystic aristocrats. After learning a lot of new things, Shen was silent for a while, digesting what he heard and thinking about how to use the information he received. Holding the ball of memories to himself, the hero was happy and decided to rely on it in the future, as a source of knowledge that can help make the right decisions. There was a calm atmosphere in the cafe. Nothing foreshadowed trouble, and the hero watched the visitors thinking about how to keep order in the hall. Lin came to visit and noticed the cat's evil look on her, realized that the pet wanted to play peekaboo, and said that she was not afraid of him. Viciously, Kola made an intimidating sound, trying to scare the girl and showing his dislike for the stranger. After hitting him, Shen demanded good behavior with customers, showing his power over the naughty animal. Noticing the smile on Sue's face, he asked her not to laugh, realizing that raising a pet was extremely important for the establishment's order. With interest, the hero asked what her business was with him, and the girl said that an old man had died nearby, and she noticed the remains of spiritual art. Until recently, she had seen him. He was a good person and always helped children, so she hoped that the character would be able to help. Shen asked with interest if she really wanted to know who had killed the man, trying to gauge the importance of his involvement in the case. Answering in the affirmative, the guest explained that the other members of the bureau were busy with business, and the predictors were doing poorly, and therefore she was looking for support here. Hearing about the hidden pupil group, the young man's eyes lit up with excitement, looking for a way to continue the conversation and get any valuable information. Trying to look calm, Shen asked Sue's opinion of the members of this order, trying to gauge their strength and capabilities. Sensing that he was calling them madmen, Lin frowned, knowing that Shen had long since taken control and was knowledgeable about the case. Feeling the hot seal on her stomach, she assumed that this was also his handiwork and realized the extent of the young man's influence on the world around her. Then she said that the Bureau had already identified the bad intentions of the Order and decided to exterminate them. Previously, they were ordinary people who eventually fell into insanity. As an exchange, the hero asked her to search the archive for information about the Light Hunter and the fake god, hoping to get useful information. Lin was genuinely surprised to hear such a request, but she understood the importance of the task and agreed to complete the assignment. It was late afternoon. All the customers had long since dispersed and the cafe was empty. Only the slight noise of the street reminded of life. The sky was covered with gray clouds. The city was plunged into night, and the rare streetlights were reflected on the wet asphalt, creating an atmosphere of mystery. Meanwhile, the owner of the tea flowers office was in a desperate hurry to get somewhere in time and stopped to catch her breath. Over the next few days, the young man's mind was filled with various thoughts about the information that he had learned by piecing it all together. Standing at the bar, Shen remembered that Lin had assumed that the same mysterious person was behind all the strange events. As he applied his abilities and disappeared into the fog, he also thought that numerous events seemed to form a single thread of fate and life. Having assumed the guise of a masked man, he believed that there were no more perfect coincidences and everything was developing strictly according to plan. Overjoyed, he felt superior that he had gone unnoticed until now and could control many people. Remembering the ring, the young man noted that nothing good had happened yet and decided that the artifacts were gradually losing their effect. With annoyance, he wondered why no one among the summoners had sacrificed gold bars or jewelry, realizing how he could have become rich in that time. Once outside, the guy realized that he would even accept bank checks if it would help the development of the cafe. Panting in the dim light, the owner of the tea flower office remembered the last dose of madness blood that needed to be given immediately. Her mind was swimming and she had to hurry. Someone was clearly following her, and every second could be decisive. The unknown person was approaching her from behind. Only a dark silhouette could be seen, causing fear and numbness. Hearing the sounds behind her, the startled girl whirled around, trying to determine who was behind her, the enemy or the rescuer. Growling angrily, a huge monster appeared in front of her, its body radiating power as it prepared to attack. With mad red eyes and the head of a fish, the monster opened its toothy mouth to demonstrate its ferocity. There was a strange package in her pocket, and she knew that if she'd had a little more time, she could have talked the guy from the cafe into helping her. The monster bared its teeth and prepared to attack, but the girl was trapped, feeling that any attempt to escape could cost her her life. Suddenly, someone threw a cane in the air, and the movement was so abrupt that the monster didn't have time to react. With strength, the masked man Shen pushed the monster aside, showing off his determination and strength. Losing his balance, the monster fell to the ground, thudding, and the hero felt his own superiority. Not believing in his own power, the character tried to understand where these abilities came from and why they manifested themselves in this way, and not otherwise. An ordinary guy would have been incredibly proud of himself, but Shen held back, knowing that overconfidence could lead to dangerous consequences. Seeing the master in front of her, the girl was shocked by his power and couldn't believe that an ordinary person could do such a thing. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror, a cold chill ran down her spine, and her heart skipped a beat, feeling a new threat. Right in front of her, she saw a huge monster with a sharp sword, whose aura resembled an extraterrestrial god and inspired fear. Shocked, the owner tried to figure out who was in front of her, the messenger or the seed of chaos in the form of a human. Her thoughts were confused. With a bit of embarrassment, Shen realized that he had gone too far with the force, hoping that it wouldn't hurt his reputation. But now he could see the consequences. When he saw the tears in the girl's eyes, he was very surprised, because in front of the aura of the Great One, everyone usually did not behave like this. The only one who was uninhibited and defiant was the witch from Colorless City, whose behavior was different from everyone else and amazed Shen. As the hero approached her, he greeted Christy, and she returned the greeting with a trembling voice, trying to keep her composure. Remembering the bundle in her pocket, she pulled it out, hoping that the contents would help her solve problems related to her dead partners. It was a box for the Dream Vision potion, and she believed it would help them with their investigation, or at least give them a glimpse into the future. Resolutely, the girl said that she could take him to the hidden pupil member's lair, giving Shen the opportunity to help her. Considering this a great suggestion, he was confident that he could easily deal with the monsters that had lost control of themselves. To begin with, Christy injected herself with the blood of madness, feeling a surge of strength and readiness to face the monsters that were waiting for them in the lair. Gripping the cane in his hands, the hero resolutely headed forward, feeling responsible for saving other people. Walking down the street, Christy recalled how 10 of her colleagues with whom she had made plans had died in front of each other, blaming themselves for their helplessness. Sadly, she realized that there were only 3 of the team left, one of whom wanted to leave the office, and this made her even more upset. Worried, Shen asked if she was okay, and Christy smiled and assured him that she was fine, trying not to show any emotion. Inwardly, she decided to change tactics to achieve something important, preparing a plan for further action. Looking at the young man, she knew that she needed to get as close to him as possible in order to use the chance to get help. In her head, she considered her plan of action and her behavior, as well as the sacrifice she could make in return, assessing all the possible consequences. Soon they came to a small house with many windows, hidden from prying eyes, and Christy pointed to the place where the lair was hidden. Shen doubtfully asked if the shelter was located here, and Christy confidently assured him that this was the right place. Looking at the sea surface, she explained that the clan is underwater, which makes it almost inaccessible and creates additional difficulties. The girl also added that the members of the Hidden Pupil are fans of mysticism and various theories, which made their actions unpredictable and dangerous. She didn't know under what circumstances they had taken on human form, but they had been secretly recording the information of the afterlife for a long time, and soon went berserk. Doubtfully, the hero suggested that they were influenced by an extraterrestrial being, or a mystical artifact that caused unusual abilities. Overjoyed and supportive of him, Christy called the guy a young genius, admiring his abilities and courage in solving difficult tasks. Sheepishly, he thanked her, but asked her not to call her that again, trying to remain calm and not show too much ego. Frowning, the girl wondered if the hero realized that she was sucking up, and now her behavior could be misinterpreted. Suddenly, he asked her to step back a little to check the space, and to protect her partner in case of an unexpected attack. A small flame appeared in his hand, and the light illuminated everything around him, creating a sense of power and magic. To begin with, the character decided to check whether the Hidden Pupil's lair is really underwater in order to prepare a plan of action. Noticing the aura coming from the youth, Christy widened her eyes in surprise, realizing that this wasn't an ordinary person. The fire engulfed the entire space, and right in the middle of the flames, with a cane in his hands, stood the brave Shen, ready to do anything to save people. With force, the hero threw the fire directly onto the surface of the water, creating a bright light that illuminated everything around him. Deciding to test Christie's guess, he thought that there must be a hidden device in the depths that opened the entrance to the lair. Suddenly, the flames lit up a square white button hidden in the water, confirming the hero's guess and the girl's words. Turning to her, he told her that he had found a mechanism underwater that would probably open the door to a hidden lair. Startled, she noted his horrifying whisper, and Shen apologized, explaining that he didn't want to frighten her. It was the first time he had ever seen a person who reacted so violently to what was happening, showing his emotions openly. Trying to pull herself together, Christy said in a shaky voice that nothing terrible had happened, although her heart was pounding and her breathing was uneven. With the help of the found mechanism, which was located almost at the shore, they managed to open the door of the secret lair. After entering the tunnel, the girl asked to wait for her, furiously searching for something in her bra, while Shen curiously watched her actions. Confused and shocked, the character didn't understand why Christy had put something in her bra, but she assured him that it was safe storage, and as a bonus for the appearance, demonstrating self-confidence. In the darkness, they almost bumped into a wall paved with large stones and cried out in surprise. After that, she took out a glowing card and began to summon the Great Fire, creating a magical light that illuminated everything around them. The young man knew very well that Primordial Flame was the only god in the entire continent that was worshipped by many. And it was he who gave Christy incredible power. Stretching her hand forward, she created a light that illuminated the dark tunnel, reflecting the shadows on the walls and allowing her to move freely further. While she was feeling superior, the hero noted her abilities and told her to go ahead, realizing how important time is. Suddenly, in the darkness, he saw 2 red glowing dots like eyes in front of him, which startled him and made him stop. At the same time, a huge monster leapt out directly towards him, snarling and attacking viciously, and the young man deftly jumped back, using his reflexes and fighting skills. Remembering his cane, he deftly took it out and prepared for battle, feeling that every moment could be decisive. With a single blow, he knocked the enemy off his feet and threw him down, demonstrating strength, agility, and the ability to cope with a dangerous opponent. As the monster's blood flew in all directions, Christie was surprised to see the youth's strength. Realizing that she was facing an incredibly strong ally, suddenly the tunnel was flooded with green light, and Shen asked with interest what the girl was doing, trying to understand her goals. Pointing to the empty space where the monster's corpse had recently been, she explained that she was tidying up, clearing the space and moving forward comfortably. The character privately noted that Christie wanted to make a good impression on him by showing off skills, strength, and courage that were impressive. There were many more such monsters waiting for them along the way, but the guy reassured her that they were too small to cause harm. In the girl's eyes, he looked like a beast tearing its enemies to pieces, displaying a power that was hard to underestimate. Slowly but surely, they made their way along the cobblestones deeper into the tunnel, lighting the path with the light from their partner's hands. Walking behind her, Christie had an interesting thought that might change her course of action. Inwardly, she assumed that the youth already knew some information about the hidden pupil that helped them avoid the traps. Suddenly, the character said that the colorless city is an extraterrestrial god, and he needs to rest a little to recover his strength and prepare for the next challenges. After a few minutes, they came to a wall and stopped, scanning the space carefully. Looking back, the hero was amazed at how the spiritual art separates them from each other, creating barriers and mirages that test their intelligence and skill. In front of them was a huge aquarium with fish all over the wall, creating the illusion of a glass fence and the feeling of an underwater world. Startled by what she saw, the girl opened her eyes in surprise, realizing the scale of the structure and the magical possibilities hidden in this underwater lair. With interest, the young man asked her if the hidden pupil members were really fans of the Misty World and didn't know anything about the other world, and she confirmed it. Skeptically, Shen did not believe that the construction of such an underwater base was the work of beginners, and assumed that someone with great power was involved in this. Warily, Christie asked if he thought there was someone from the other world in the clan, which made the base even more dangerous. Noting her observation skills, the hero replied that this was exactly what he meant, confirming that the potential threat comes not only from living beings, but also from spiritual entities. Proud of himself, he was glad that this was an opportunity to prove himself after several months of training with Willard's soul ball. Seeing a small door at the back of the tunnel, the young man suggested that the girl go ahead, hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, she turned to him, wanting to say something, but he remained silent, watching his surroundings carefully and fearing an unexpected attack. Suddenly, a lot of red glowing eyes stared at them from the darkness, and Shen, covering Christie, told them to move back. Trembling with fear, her eyes filled with terror, she decided to stand behind him, trusting him and watching the dangerous creatures that were approaching them. Several of the monsters charged forward, snarling viciously and waving their paws, showing strength, toothy mouths, and readiness to attack. Indignantly, the girl wondered why all the monsters were staring at her, and did not pay attention to the real opponent. A small ball of fire glowed over her shoulder, creating a magical light and attracting the attention of the monsters. Realizing that he might be the reason for Christie's interest, Shen asked her to direct the beam in a different direction to distract the enemies. With a deft movement, she moved the light to stand directly next to the hero, distracting the monsters from their own person. Resolutely, the monsters charged, waving their paws and opening their toothy mouths, but Shen was ready to defend himself. With a wave of his hand, the hero protected himself from enemies with a magical, almost invisible barrier. Using his abilities, the character created a sphere similar to a soap bubble, which deftly deflected attacks and protected them from blows. Holding the cross in his hands, he noted that with it, he can remain invulnerable and resist magical attacks. A whip materialized out of nowhere in his hand, and Shen readily used it to fend off the monsters. Swinging in different directions, he prepared for battle, realizing that each attack must be accurate to protect himself and Christie. Without the slightest hesitation or fear, he charged forward, displaying bravery, skill, and his skills. With deft blows, the young man cut the monsters' bodies in half, leaving them no chance of escape. Parts of their flesh flew in different directions along with the blood. The character was ruthless and brave. The whip whizzed through the air, creating a noise that distracted the opponents and helped them deal with them. The spray flew in all directions, turning the tunnel red, and Shen continued to act with precision and composure. After a while, the entire floor of the tunnel was covered with the corpses of monsters, and the guy was pleased to see that the threat was eliminated. Proud of himself, Shen calmed down a little, realizing that he had fended off the attack, and now they could continue down the tunnel without fear for their lives. From what he saw, Christie became ill and threw up, which caused the hero to worry, but he decided to wait until she came to her senses to continue the mission. Looking at the scattered items around, he asked her to clean up after the girl felt better to clean up the mess. Using her abilities to emit a green light, Christy started cleaning up, thinking that she needed to do a good job in front of Shen. Confused, the character envied her spiritual skill, realizing that she showed amazing discipline, attentiveness, and perseverance. He had the idea to take her as an employee in a cafe. But remembering the sensitivity of the girl, the hero decided that she could not stand his antics. Christy called out to him, waving her notebook, and he asked her what was wrong, wondering what she'd found. Handing him the book, the girl explained that it should contain important information regarding the hidden pupil and their plans. Her eyes shone with pride for herself and her abilities. She was able to surprise the owner and show herself in the best possible way. Unfolding the notes, Christy offered to hold the notebook so that the guy could read the contents carefully and not be distracted. By the light of the light, the hero learned that the members of Hidden Pupil were praising Mr. White for helping them create their cult. Calling himself a miracle worker, the man helped them start an organization and demonstrated the wonders of magic. While Shen read with interest, with just a flick of his finger, he built an underground palace, and thanks to this, they gained power. Having learned all this, now a lot of things became clear to the hero. Christy then read about how, thanks to White, the Hidden Pupil members had begun to gather the necessary factor to summon the great deity. Feeling ill, one of the cultists noted in his diary how his body began to change, and this greatly affected Christy. Soon, a blind boy appeared next to the man, and everyone was tormented by doubts about whether to take part in his experiments. After listening to all this, Shen tried to figure out if White was the manipulator, and a lot of questions popped up in his head. Suddenly, the girl reported that this was the end of the notes in the strange diary, leaving a lot of unsaid things and riddles. Noting his partner's good reading, the young man seemed to fascinate her. Carefully observing Christy's attentiveness, noticing her reaction and smiling, Shen realized that he would have to praise her as often as possible to keep her motivated and confident. Unexpectedly, she noticed that the person who wrote the diary was clearly insane and did not realize the possible true risks of their actions. Having agreed with her, the character decided to look for something else useful, assuming that there might be hidden objects and information in the room. Rushing to the desk, the girl furiously searched for more clues, checking all the papers and carefully scanning every corner. After a while, she sadly reported that someone had taken everything important away from here much earlier. But Shen calmed her down, assuring her that everything would be fine. Seriously, he added that from now on, she would help him with something else, showing trust and a desire to work together. Happy and bouncing with joy, Christy readily agreed, noting that it was an honor for her and an opportunity to show her abilities. Surprised by naivety, the hero realized how easy it is to satisfy her and how simple words of praise can cause sincere joy. Agitated, Christy thought about how to pledge her loyalty to her master, thinking about the right actions and ways to show loyalty. Frowning slightly, she hoped he wouldn't force her to kneel down and call him master for fear of a possible demand. As if mesmerized, the girl noted that she could do anything for him, showing loyalty and willingness to run any errands. Suddenly, Shen asked her to find out the cause of death of an old man who had passed away only recently, in order to clarify the unknown circumstances. In saluting, Christy had no qualms about following the order, understanding the importance of the mission and the need to show her best side. She knew that she would have to work hard to make the best of her abilities, acting carefully and judiciously in a difficult situation. Suddenly, strange noises were heard from the depths of the tunnel behind the young man, causing him to be alarmed and alert. A huge torrent of water rushed straight at them, engulfing the tunnel and creating a strong pressure that could carry them away. As Shen turned around, he realized that this was the very same Wonder Workers trap designed to test their abilities. Noting that it could turn into smoke and pass through any gap, the young man thought about how to safely deal with the frightened girl. Clutching the cross in his hands, the guy realized that this is the only chance for salvation and it is necessary to act instantly. With force, he threw the jewelry directly at Christy, shouting for her to grab it, considering it a great opportunity to survive. The cross was right in front of the girl, disconcerting her and causing a mixture of surprise, fear, and incomprehension. A huge stream of water was rapidly approaching and almost caught up with them, creating a sense of imminent danger. Calming himself, the hero realized that the power of the colorless city could strengthen his body to impenetrability. In an instant, everything around him became colorless. But the young man remained standing in place, reflecting the huge flow of water with his body. Christy froze in shock, the cross still buried in her chest, feeling a mixture of fear, surprise, and incomprehension. After some time, the girl was lying unconscious on the shore, and the hero, taking the form of Fog, was next to her. Privately, he noted that the ability to change shape helped him dry his clothes and act unnoticed. Deciding not to exceed the cross's usage limits, he decided that it was necessary to take the decoration from Christy so that she would not have to pay for its use. Looking at the unconscious girl and the artifact on her chest, he didn't understand how it could get stuck there, wondering how to get it out. Cautiously, he reached out to take the magic item, acting carefully and with the utmost precision. When she awoke, She closed her eyes in fright, afraid that her master might harm her and embarrassed by what he had done. Carefully, he removed the cross from the girl's chest, careful not to hurt her. Smiling, he was glad that she had finally woken up, seeing her alive and whole, and knowing that the rescue mission had been successful. Embarrassed, she replied that it seemed that she had done it at the wrong time because she had caught the owner doing something indecent. In a weak voice, Christy assured him that she was fine and thanked him for his help, expressing her gratitude and trust in Shen. Saying goodbye to her, the young man asked her to be more careful because they could follow her, thus warning her of possible threats. As she left, he expressed his hope that everything would be fine, showing concern for her life. For a while, the hero followed his partner with a close look, thinking about everything that happened in the tunnel. Noting that the girl did not feel the vibrations, the young man realized that someone was calling him again, preparing for a new meeting. Standing in the fog in the glowing pictogram, Byron called out to the Great One, and Shen knew that this invitation was connected with the ritual. In the distance, Ian's assistant, who couldn't withstand the magical effects, was lying on the floor in a faint. In fact, the man offered her a fee for participating in the call, and despite her doubts and fear, she willingly agreed. Putting aside her misgivings with mischievous eyes, the girl showed her loyalty and willingness to help the teacher. Appearing before Byron in his own form, Shen listened to the magic words and how the man had brought him the soul drink. According to the traditions of the church and various legends, it was possible to create a living spirit that could perform tasks and serve the creator. Reaching for the flask, the hero stated that he accepted the gift, realizing that it could help him in further trials and open up new opportunities. He remembered that there were records of it in Willard's orb, but for many, this potion was useless as most of them didn't have such abilities. Understanding that in Byron's eyes he was a god, the young man was aware of the man's action and the plan he had thought out. But in reality, he was only pretending to be a great one. Thinking about the summon, the character wondered if Hard could see things differently from him. Since Aina and George also didn't recognize him before, Shen decided to take a little spin here, thinking only of his own safety, assessing possible threats. He had read a poem to Byron last time, and now he was thinking about what to do this time. Standing in front of him in a thick veil, assessing the magical power of an ally. Everything around them was shrouded in a thick fog, through which the words of Hard spell about a person and their existence could be heard. Having heard the theory of the equality of being, a man realized the advantages that could open up to him if he studied it. When he offered himself in the service of the great god, he vowed to bring even more gifts next time, demonstrating loyalty. When he heard that Hard was going to kill the Light Hunter, he found himself thinking that he had heard it before from a witch in the colorless world. Smiling, the man realized that this person was in bed in college, and this discovery caused him a slight alarm. Turning into a mist and disappearing, he told the man to head to the meeting point and find his messenger, leaving him next to Yana. Realizing that he needed to head to college, Hard didn't want to delay his plans and was about to leave. Looking at the terrified assistant, who was still lying on the ground, he promised to pay her back without fail. He stated emphatically that he had a very important matter to attend to immediately. Meanwhile, taking the form of fog, the hero found himself on the shore, not far from the entrance to the lair of the hidden pupil. Realizing that it was him, Shen was very surprised to find himself near the lake instead of in a cafe, as the vibration of the summoning changed with him. Looking at the bottle of soul drink, the young man was glad that he had received information about the Light Hunter and could now act more confidently. Confused, he remembered that the college was several kilometers away and didn't understand how he could get there without any problems. Recalling his abilities, the hero thought of flying there using the magic form and speed that he had recently mastered. Realizing that this was too risky, he remembered the bike he had seen nearby and realized that this option was safer. Seeing the necessary transport near the wall, Shen mentally apologized to the owners and promised to return it after the trip. As if out of nowhere, a key appeared in his hands that changed shape, and it had to be inserted into the lock to open access to the bike. Meanwhile, Herd walked calmly through the streets of Belland, taking stock of what was happening and preparing to meet the messenger. With a wave of his hand, he opened a portal, the radiance of which engulfed the entire space around, creating a magical illumination. Once inside, his daughter rushed to meet him, asking why he left her alone for so long and did not explain his departure. Hugging Eve tightly, Byron apologized for his absence, explaining that his business was very important and that he hoped she would forgive him. Frowning, the girl said that she had learned new recipes and that her father should definitely try her creations, proud of himself. Quickly, she began sorting through the names, and Byron was embarrassed, realizing that the girl was ready to surprise him with her culinary skills. Noticing her father's reaction, Eve asked him if he didn't like the menu and watched him curiously. Laughing, Hard replied that he couldn't wait to try all these goodies, showing joy and interest. Picking up speed on the bike, Shen raced through the city, trying not to waste time and at the same time control the road. He pedaled as hard as he could, and even the veins on his face were swollen from exertion and physical exertion. While Hard was preparing to start eating, the character was wildly tired, feeling that his strength was gradually draining, but he could not stop, for fear of being late. Meanwhile, Byron praised his daughter, rejoicing in her success and enjoying the joint and long-awaited pastime. Approaching the college, the hero was glad that he had arrived on time and would not make anyone wait for him without being noticed. Sitting up in bed, the worried girl asked when she would finally be able to go for a walk around the city, expressing her desire to see the world. Reassuring her, Byron assured her that it would happen soon, trying to give her a sense of security and confidence in the future. Inwardly, he had long ago decided to return Eva to the light world, realizing that her safety and happiness were more important than all personal matters and magical experiments. Turning to her, he excused himself and, referring to important matters, told her that he had to leave to complete his duties. Smiling, the girl asked her father to be careful and got ready for bed, feeling caring and understanding Hard's busy schedule. Unable to get enough of their reunion, the man rejoiced in her care and really did not want to part again. Looking at his daughter, Byron promised in his mind to provide her with a better life than his, relying on his own strength and capabilities. After a while, he walked through the rows of bookshelves in the college library, waiting for the messenger. Suddenly, someone called his name and Byron turned around, looking for whoever was calling him in the darkened room. Seeing his student Arthur, the man noted that the young man came just in time and did not make him languish in expectation for a long time. Smiling, the hero was afraid that Hard could leave if he was late, and was glad that he managed to make the meeting despite the difficulties on the road. Warily, Byron began to suspect that the guy was sensing his every move and watching him, understanding the possible consequences. Clenching his fists, the man realized that the youth was quite a dangerous person with skills that could disrupt his plans. Sternly, Shen asked the teacher to tell him what he knew about the Light Hunter, intending to gather as much information as possible. Then Hard said that this is a priest at the crown, who has various artifacts with a destructive effect and great power. He also added that the hunter had recently appeared in Beland and gained a high status, and this caused concern among all magicians and guardians. Resolutely, the young man said that he had come for the false god and would not stop until he killed him, demonstrating his determination and willingness to fight. Surprised by this information, Hard realized that this was the first time he had heard this information, and now he fully understood the importance of it. Then Shen asked to find out as much information as possible and put the information inside the book, like last time, to save all the important records. Bowing low, Hard replied that he understood, showing respect and willingness to comply with the request without delay. Privately, the man understood the consequences of his information last time, and that God's messenger had not appeared before him earlier. Before leaving, Shen said that he was waiting for the results of the investigation from him, hoping for honesty, accuracy, and fulfillment of the task set. Embarrassed, the young man decided to immediately return the bike to the owner, realizing that the delay could affect his reputation. When he returned to the cafe, he felt weak. His legs were shaking. But the guy was happy with the meeting and its results. The character noted to himself that there is no more stupid messenger in the world than he is on a bicycle and scolded himself for being weak and clumsy on the road. Angry, the guy began to bang his hands on the counter and shout that this was just a mockery, demonstrating dissatisfaction with his position. The only reason he was happy was that no one he knew noticed him, and he was able to save face without drawing too much attention to himself. Deciding to get back to business, he remembered that Willard's soul ball had mentioned an untouchable person. Suddenly, a glowing ball of light flew directly into his forehead, causing surprise and an instant reaction. Raising his head, the hero saw a cola with a magic soul ball that radiated light and energy, attracting attention. Jumping up next to him, the cat rolled his paw on the bar counter as if it were an ordinary toy and meowed sweetly. Noticing how the pet juggles the sphere, Shen noticed that the animal is full of energy and surprisingly dexterous with the magic object. Resolutely, he said that after a while he would take the cat for sterilization, so that the animal would become a little calmer. As if understanding his speech, the cat became alert, which was like a bolt from the blue for him, and stopped messing around. It was the evening of the 5th of September, called Exorcism Day, when the streets were filled with magic and strange creatures. There were various monsters in Beeland, and ordinary people should not leave their homes to avoid dangers and attacks. The girl with the horns on her head was in a desperate hurry, making her way through the raindrops in various buildings, as if someone was chasing her. With interest, Shen read the news about this strange holiday on his phone, studying the details and new information. Indignantly, he noted that not a single customer came to the cafe for the whole day, which caused dissatisfaction and disappointment. Suddenly, the character heard a strange sound and became alert, realizing that he could be followed and try to attack. When Shen went outside, he saw a girl with legs on her head and was very surprised to see her at such a late time and in such weather. Noticing her sad and confused appearance, the young man asked if she was all right, trying to understand the reasons for her condition and help. The sign on the cafe was illuminated, and even in the pouring rain, the place continued to work. But there were no visitors. Standing under the hail, Shen worried about the stranger, because her appearance seemed sickly and haggard. In a weak voice, with her head bowed and her eyes barely raised, the girl tried to explain exactly what had happened to her. But the words came hard to her. Smiling, the hero offered to go inside, rest a little and recover, but the stranger abruptly refused as if afraid of him. Calmly, the guy explained that he had no evil intentions and wondered if he really looked that scary. Opening her mouth wide, the stranger loudly stated that she didn't want to harm him, as she was a monster herself and was afraid of losing control. This unexpected confession greatly shocked the hero, and he froze in a slight bewilderment, not immediately realizing what he had heard and not finding words. Looking at the confused girl, the young man could not believe that the horns on her head were not an ornament, but a real part of her body. He had been kind enough to offer to help and hoped to save her. Genuinely surprised at his own boldness and sudden impulse, with a deft movement of his hand, the boy lit a small flame in his palm, allowing the warm light to dispel the darkness and attract the girl's attention. Waving the flame in front of her face, Shen tried to demonstrate his strength and confidence, hoping to convince her of his reliability. Confused, the stranger opened her eyes wide and froze in a complete stupor, not expecting such a sight and not knowing how to react. Noticing her reaction, the guy himself was very embarrassed, realizing that his actions could look strange and completely inappropriate. Timidly, the girl asked if he was really able to save her and help her cope with the changes that were happening to her body. The hero noted to himself that according to many criteria, a stranger could suit him as an employee in the other world. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he couldn't believe that the ring had finally brought him tangible success after so many failures. Determined not to miss the opportunity, the hero grabbed the girl's arm and quickly dragged her inside, not giving her time to change her mind. As evening approached, all the customers had long since gone home, leaving the place quiet, empty, and uncharacteristically peaceful. While the stranger sat down at the table, the guy asked her to wait a little, promising to return soon and help her. When he came back, he furiously began to wipe her head with a towel, trying to dry her hair and warm it after the rain. The girl seemed pleased by his concern, and she smiled, and he asked her to wait again, disappearing behind the counter. A few minutes later, the guy brought her a cup of hot coffee to warm her up, and the guest sincerely thanked him for his concern. The character then asked to talk about her problem, hoping to sort out the situation as soon as possible and find a way to help. Pursing her lips and embarrassed, the girl was silent, barely holding back tears and not daring to immediately tell him the whole truth. Still, she explained that she was a student at Bedend College and that something strange had started happening to her a few days ago. Looking at herself in the mirror, she noticed that her ears were beginning to resemble those of an animal, and this scared her to the core. Hearing the story, Shen was very surprised, considering such changes impossible and beyond the usual phenomena. Glancing at Tina, he noticed that she generally looked quite ordinary, and her ears didn't look like an animal at all. Blushing with shame, the girl asked him not to look at her so intently, feeling very embarrassed. Realizing that he was being too casual, Shen apologized, and she cautiously asked if he really believed her. The atmosphere in the cafe remained calm, and the young man asked her to continue her story, carefully listening to every word. Further, the guest explained that until recently, her life was ordinary, and then she began to study mysticism. The hero noted to himself that such an interest often leads to sad consequences and dangerous results. Tina also said that together with her friends, they tried to conduct a ritual, but nothing came of it and she lost interest. However, a few days ago, after taking a shower, she saw in the mirror how her ears finally turned into animal ears. Not considering this a serious problem, the hero asked if there were any other changes with her. She said that she began to hear strange sounds, and her body continued to change, scaring her more and more. Surprised, Shen asked what exactly she was feeling, and Tina confessed that she felt like she was gradually turning into a monster. After that, she began to hide from her parents and friends, stopped attending classes, and almost never left the house. Confused, she added that Mr. White had told her to hold on, but the voices in her head had become unbearable. Wary, Shen asked if the man had ever mentioned the word miracle, carefully watching her reaction. Surprised, Tina remembered that she had actually heard the word in conversations and dreams, which scared her a lot. Thinking about it, the hero decided that under the influence of the leader of the hidden pupil, people turn into monsters and she can become the next victim. In the end, he claimed that Mr. White was a dangerous man, genuinely surprising Tina with this unexpected conclusion. Angrily, the young man told her that he had already heard about similar atrocities before, and insistently asked if she also knew about his whereabouts. Embarrassed, the girl explained that this person exists only in her dreams, which further puzzled the hero. Wide-eyed, Shen couldn't believe what he was hearing, and for a moment he doubted the reality of what was happening. Explaining that she was telling the truth, Tina said that she had been seeing the same man in her dreams for several months in a row. Remembering the dream vision potion and its capabilities, the character thought deeply about the current situation. Looking at the girl, he realized that he was currently lacking the right ingredients to make this elixir. Wary, he didn't want to believe that Tina would end up turning into the fish-headed monster he'd seen in the tunnel. Thinking back to the recent monster, he decided that he would not allow the girl to become like this creepy creature. Suddenly, Shen stood up abruptly and slammed his palm down hard on the table, drawing attention and startling the unusual guest. He confidently declared that he would definitely find Mr. White in his sleep and deal with what was happening. Meanwhile, Beden College was undergoing its usual course of study, and the lights in the windows illuminated the entire building. Slowly, Aina approached one of the classrooms where the lesson was being held, trying not to draw attention to herself. Looking inside, she realized that the changes in her body had stopped, but the spiritual sensations had intensified. Surprised by the new opportunities, Aina realized that she already surpassed her peers in strength and perception. Under the guidance of the High Priest, she mastered the lowest stage of the spiritual art, changing her fate. Seeing the flow of energy was now something she was used to, and she knew that she would never go back to her previous life. Closing her eyes, Aina clearly realized that there was no turning back, and she would have to go all the way. Under all circumstances, this was the only way to help his comrades and change the course of events. Suddenly, a guy in a robe appeared next to her and informed her that her mentor was waiting for her in one of the halls nearby. Without hesitation, the girl went with him to the spiritual priest, expecting to receive important information. When they reached the massive doors of the hall, they stopped, and the young man calmly informed them that the leader was waiting for the girl inside. There were several other dark-robed people in the large hall, and the high priest stood with his back to the entrance while a woman bowed humbly at his feet. When Aina recognized the director of the boarding school and the hunched, gray-haired old woman, she was genuinely surprised, completely not expecting to see a familiar face. Controlling her embarrassment, she quietly asked the woman to leave the hall and leave her alone with the cult members and the high priest for an important conversation. Without showing the slightest objection, the director of the boarding school dutifully agreed to fulfill the girl's request, respectfully calling her her mistress. Hearing the conversation behind him, the leader froze for a moment, then turned around in silence and slowly, carefully examining the girl who entered. With a slight smile, he noticed that Aina had already looked around and confidently reported that all her requests had been fulfilled in full. He also explained that students can now study independently without joining the order, while continuing to provide the cult with a stable financial situation. Hearing that she had nothing to worry about now, Aina slowly closed her eyes and felt an inexplicable sadness weighing heavily on her heart. Keeping calm, she expressed her gratitude to the leader for the work done, but he immediately refused, considering them unnecessary. Looking the girl straight in the eye, the man said that she should not thank him, but only God, whose will they all fulfill. Not knowing what to say to these words, Aina remained silent, staring intently at the priest and trying to hide her own conflicting feelings. Continuing the conversation, the man asked the girl to attend the cult meeting tomorrow, emphasizing that they were waiting for an extremely important and fateful meeting. Explaining the details, the leader added that the event will be private, as the senator intends to strengthen his power in the political arena of the city. Inwardly, Aina wondered if this was the same old man with the huge nose that she had caught a glimpse of during the attack on the cult. Showing interest, she cautiously asked if it would be dangerous for her, given the Anti-Magic Bureau's close attention to her every move. Calming the girl, the priest explained that this meeting would allow her to meet her peers and learn more about the other world. Suddenly, he took out a small bottle with red contents and enthusiastically expressed a desire to dilute the potion to enhance its effect. With a mad gleam in his eyes, the man kept saying that he wanted to give as many people as possible eternal immortality and God's blessing. Feeling his own power, he was genuinely convinced that this was what the vast majority of ordinary residents wanted in their hearts. Abruptly interrupting his enthusiastic speeches, Aina sternly asked if he had forgotten her request, for which she had come to this hall. Smiling, the priest replied that he had already instructed his men to gather information about the hidden pupil, and that the results would be available soon. Laughing, he added that he had never imagined that the Foundation would be so deeply involved in all this. Hearing this confession, Aina's eyes widened in surprise, not believing her own ears and realizing the scale of the threat. It was an independent organization, far superior to the Order of Ashen Chaos, and that was what scared her the most. After firmly stating that she was obliged to report everything to the God's messenger, Aina received an approving nod from the priest who supported her choice. As she was about to leave the hall, the ringleader stared at her back for a long time, his gaze intent and thoughtful. Inwardly, he was sure that the only way the girl could find the messenger was because of the seal hidden on her body and bestowed by a higher power. The man himself understood that an attempt to do this without God's direction would be perceived as a serious insult and sacrilege. Remembering the name of one of the influential aristocrats, the leader ordered the bodybuilder to cancel an earlier appointment with him. Bowing his head, The robed young man obediently agreed to carry out the order without further ado, without asking any questions. Meanwhile, Tina was fast asleep in Shen's room, unaware of the events happening in other parts of the city. A sudden strange sound woke her up and she opened her eyes wide, trying to figure out what exactly had disturbed her sleep. Looking around, she didn't see any signs of violence, but the image of huge angel wings suddenly appeared behind her. Pulling herself together, Tina couldn't understand how she'd even come up with the idea, since Shen seemed like a good wizard. Thinking back to last night, she remembered bowing low to him and thanking him for his sincere desire to save her life. Holding the cross in his hands, Shen hoped that the magic amulet would be able to stop the curse spreading through the girl's body. Inwardly, he decided that in case of any strange changes, the jewelry should be put on for a while, and then carefully removed. Feeling the young man's gaze on her, Tina blushed and looked visibly embarrassed, not knowing how to react properly. Smiling, the hero offered her a break, promising to personally control the situation and prevent her condition from getting worse. Surprised, she hesitantly asked if he was really inviting her to lie down on the bed, misinterpreting his words. Looking at her, the character noted to himself that this girl's thoughts are completely different from those of her peers. At that moment, the horns on her head began to change, becoming bigger and smaller, causing a palpable pain. Unable to bear the pain, she confessed to Shen, and he immediately ordered her to put on a cross, hoping to stop the process. When the jewelry was on her, the girl's body was covered with sweat, and her breathing became heavy and ragged. Shen realized with dismay that the amulet wasn't working as well as he expected, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Suddenly, two huge snow-white angel wings shot out from Tina's back, filling the room with light. Mesmerized by what he saw, the hero realized that this was a unique case, and this was not a curse at all, as he had previously thought. While the frightened girl stood in shock, he asked her not to worry, considering what was happening a solved problem. After asking him again uncertainly, Tina was advised to lie down and get some rest to recover her strength. Wearing only her shirt, she went timidly into the cafe, where Shen was sitting at one of the tables, thinking about a plan of action. Closing his eyes, the hero realized that this was a real miracle, because even the ball of Willard did not give any clues. Confused, Tina explained that she could not return home to her religious parents for fear of being exiled to the church. Looking at the wings, she asked if he could help make them invisible to others. Inwardly, Shen knew that he wasn't able to impart shadow abilities to her and didn't know any concealment techniques. Keeping his head down, he suggested that she stay in a nearby hotel for a while, considering it a temporary solution. Tina blushed and wondered if she really had to rent a room and go into hiding. Keeping calm, Shen decided to find loose clothing to hide the wings and get the girl safely into the hotel. Later, he thought about the description of the mysterious man in her dreams, feeling increasingly uneasy. Fearing a future meeting, the young man understood that it would be extremely difficult to cope with him in reality. He was also considering finding a new apartment, considering that putting Tina in a hotel wasn't a very smart decision. Angry, the hero slammed his fists on the table and did not believe that even in the other world he would have to solve housing problems. At that moment, Christy ran into the cafe and happily announced that she had found an important clue regarding the dead man's question. As she approached the bar, the inspired assistant could barely contain her impatience, wanting to tell her master all the news as soon as possible. Smiling, he calmly offered her a cup of iced coffee to start with, as if he was in no hurry at all. Holding up a finger, he pointed out sternly that she would still have to pay for the order, reminding her of the rules of the place and her own principles. Perplexed, Christy asked if anyone was taking advantage of his kindness, and Shen hinted at the girl who took his umbrella and never returned it. After a while, he brought the order, and at that moment, the cafe had a surprisingly calm atmosphere. She downed the drink in one gulp, not saying a word, concentrating on the taste of cold coffee and the feeling of coolness. After that, she enthusiastically expressed her admiration, but the hero only noticed that she tended to exaggerate everything too much. Waving off the compliments, the character asked her to finally get down to business and tell him all the news she had learned as soon as possible. Frowning, Christy reported that the old man had died because of the Butte family, one of whose members had used a dangerous invisible technique. Realizing how predictable everything was, the guy didn't even express surprise, as if he had expected exactly this development in advance. Shocked by his reaction, Christy assumed that he had deliberately given her a task to test her abilities and ability to extract information. Feeling sad, she mentally decided that she should provide the most detailed report on the work done. Then the girl said that the Count of the Butte family had been seriously ill for a long time, but just recently his condition had improved dramatically, which indicated a spiritual art. Inwardly, Shen wondered how the assistant had managed to gather so much information about a family that had once been a clan but had gone into business in such a short time. Calmly, Christy explained that she had many acquaintances, and one of them was a direct witness to the incident. Noting her good work, the character said that he intends to reward her for her efforts and dedication. Overjoyed, Christy jumped up, blushed, and almost screamed with happiness, not hiding her sincere emotions. Privately, he knew that he couldn't always rely on his assistants to handle all the complicated cases. Taking out the soul ball of Willard from his pocket, the hero believed that now he no longer poses any threat. After handing the artifact to the girl, he asked her not to talk to the summoned object after the summoning, and she agreed without a doubt. Suddenly, the entire space around them began to fill with a thick haze, obscuring the outlines of objects and people. After a while, a glowing screen appeared in front of Christie, and she began to study the information about the power of the summoned Daughter of Silence. Startled by what she saw, she realized that she had never come into contact with a spiritual art of such a high level before. Rising from the table, she bowed deeply and thanked the young man for such a valuable and rare gift. Smiling, Shen assured her that in the future, the assistant will receive much more expensive and meaningful gifts for her service. As he handed her the note, he asked for several vials of Dream Vision Potion, without going into details. Getting up from her chair, Christie confidently stated that she would try to carry out the order as soon as possible. Closing her eyes, she realized that it would take a huge amount of money to make the potion, and she doubted if it was worth it. Remembering that the members of Hidden Pupil were ordinary people, she didn't understand how they could have obtained such funds. Relieved, Christie thought that her master was testing her again, but Shen was looking at her with open bewilderment. However, she added that she also intends to investigate the source of Dream Vision materials to better understand their origin. Marveling at her quick wit, the character didn't understand why he hadn't thought to check the vault himself while the bright light illuminated the bar counter. After a while, the cafe was completely empty, and after finding out all the necessary questions, the young man dismissed his assistant. As Lin walked down the rainy street, she realized that the Light Hunter was an extremely powerful figure within the church. Frowning, she decided not to break her own principles, but to work together with the Anti-Magic Bureau temporarily. Meanwhile, the cat in the cafe was doing bizarre pirouettes in the air, attracting the owner's attention. Tired, he lay down in the aisle of tables near the bar where Shen was currently working. When the scowling Sue entered the cafe, the pet looked at her intently and warily, as if he sensed that the girl wanted to harm him. After greeting the guest, the character noted an unusual and obviously new outfit, which was very different from the previous style of his partner. With a hoarse voice and red glowing eyes, he asked if Cola was going to hiss at the customers. The shocked cat opened its eyes wide and trembled in fear, not expecting such a sharp reaction from the friendly guy. Sue calmly explained that she was posing as an ordinary student for the sake of disguise, and the hero asked if she would order something sweet again as usual. After asking for a cup of tea, the girl waited for the order, and the young man brought it, instead asking her to fulfill one small request. Inwardly, he was glad that Christie had come first and given him important information that gave him a certain advantage over Lin. The shocked Sue couldn't believe that the guy was able to gather and collate all the information so quickly. Just recently in the college library, she had read materials about the Divine Messenger and his unusual abilities. Sue frowned when she found out that the likes of them were unable to see through time spaces, and that this was due to the mental disorders that were happening to them. Among the files, she found Shen's file cabinet, and was surprised to note that there was no danger for him, and it was better to enter into the young man's confidence. As Sue sipped her coffee, she found herself thinking that the hero was an extremely unusual and controversial person. Unexpectedly, Shen explained about the Butte family that had caused the old man's death, without missing out on the key details. As an exchange of information, the girl kindly agreed to tell him about the Light Hunter, knowing that it would be valuable for the hero. Smiling maliciously, Shen stated that the fake god is his obvious rival, and the hunter is chasing after him to kill him. Realizing that even the top department of the Anti-Magic Bureau didn't know this, Sue wondered how the guy knew such information. Then she told me about Flo Augustine, who is single-handedly investigating events related to the Hidden Pupil. Hearing this, Shen's eyes lit up as he received the key details needed to continue his investigation. Skeptically, Sue added that the case was not progressing well and the hunter seemed to her incapable of such matters. Frowning, Shen wondered if it was really bad to be a simple-minded person and leave behind a good memory. Remembering something, the girl added that members of the Foundation had arrived in the city. She didn't know about their intentions, but they were communicating with the Light Hunter. The young man could not believe that we were talking about people who were officially engaged in the protection of historical values. After replying that he understood everything, the hero asked Sue to enjoy his tea calmly and not rush to conclusions, deciding to think about everything in more detail. As he walked back to the counter, he realized that with the information he had received, the big picture was finally coming together. The young man assumed that Mr. White, known as Pure Wonder, was the fake god. Remembering Tina, he realized that she was a member of the Hidden Pupil, which was beginning to show dangerous side effects. His eyes glittered maliciously as he finally realized that White was the fake god, and that one mystery had been solved. Pursing his lips, he was very interested in finally sorting out the case and punishing all the enemies. as well as helping Tina with her manifestations. Standing in front of the mirror, Shen said goodbye to Kola and asked the cat not to destroy the cafe during his absence, realizing that the animal could attract unnecessary suspicion. It was exactly 3 o'clock in the morning, well past midnight, exactly the time that was considered most appropriate for performing forbidden rituals. Looking at his reflection, the young man clearly realized how much he had changed during this time, having first entered this world and gained abilities. Just 2 days ago, Christie had brought him 2 bottles of the rare Dream Vision potion, obtained with great difficulty and considerable expense. After that, he assigned her an important task to look after Tina, who was temporarily staying in Blue's dorm nearby. With a salute and no questions asked, the assistant resolutely set off on her errand, fully accepting her role. Smiling to himself, Shen was genuinely happy with his ideal subordinate. Noting her submissiveness, diligence, and willingness to follow orders, taking out his phone from his pocket, the young man realized that George would not be around, which means he would have to work with Sue. This thought caused him uneasy feelings. As he flipped through the pages on the screen, he realized more and more clearly that he needed to help Tina as quickly as possible before the changes in her body became irreversible. Walking towards the dorm with Lin along the way, the girl cautiously asked if they were really going to hold the ceremony there. In response, he only asked her to follow him in silence, and she, embarrassed, noticed his coldness, deciding not to continue the conversation with the rude man. Noticing that his partner suddenly stopped, Shen turned around and asked why, but the girl just smiled and assured that she was fine. After that, she checked Tina's room number and asked how they could get inside without attracting too much attention. Using the fog's abilities, Shen slowly disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a small white blob. Leaking through the locked door, it startled Lin, clearly demonstrating how far his abilities had gone. After a moment, he quietly opened the entrance from the inside and motioned for his partner to enter, carefully observing the surroundings. Frowning, Lin glared at him viciously, not saying a word, as if assessing the consequences of what was happening. Noticing that Tina was fast asleep, they decided to prepare everything they needed and start the ceremony immediately, so as not to waste time. Small fluffy ears had already appeared on the sleeping girl's head, but her breathing remained even, but there were beads of sweat on her face. While Lin was confused and assumed that Tina looked like an orc, Shen calmly explained that it was just the effects of the miracle worker's influence. Noticing the restless reactions of Tina's body, he realized that the voices in her head were getting stronger, and it was necessary to save the girl as soon as possible. Watching him with interest, Sue tried to understand who exactly he was looking for and secretly hoped to witness the confrontation of the higher powers. Without wasting any time, the hero used his abilities to light a small light on his finger, filling the room with a soft wavering light. Without moving away from Tina's bed, he hoped that the breath of the gods would help suppress the voices in her head and stabilize her. Feeling Sue's burning gaze on his back, he realized that he was too caught up in the process, and for a moment, he completely forgot about her presence. With a deft movement, he pulled out the dream potion Christie had previously obtained from the bottle pocket. After showing them to his partner, he suggested that the ceremony begin, knowing that they only had a few hours left to save Tina. Dutifully, Lin extended her palm, accepting the vials, listening carefully to his every word, and trying not to make a single mistake. Leaning closer, Shen asked his partner to listen carefully, knowing that further instructions were crucial. Fearing that they might be overheard, he spoke almost in a whisper, choosing his words carefully and not letting his emotions betray the tension. Suddenly, the hero's attention was attracted by something strange, and he listened carefully to every sound around. Outside the window, the fog was gradually thickening, slowly creeping between the buildings and distorting the outline of the night city. In the thick haze, the silhouette of an unknown creature appeared, moving unnaturally smoothly and frighteningly noiselessly. In the monster's hands, the curved scythe blade glinted, reflecting the sparse lights and creating ominous reflections in the fog. The creature turned out to be a huge monster with glowing red eyes and strange ears, resembling the face of a bear. Its entire head was a single huge eye, making it look like a cyclops from ancient legends. Completely oblivious to what was happening at the dorm reception, the hostess was fast asleep, not responding to any noise or warning signs. The door alarms went off one by one, but the employee continued to sleep as if under a spell. A few minutes later, the monster flew straight through the air past the counter, leaving no trace and not disturbing the sleeping girl. Slowly looking around, the monster moved along the corridor, clearly looking for its target and listening for every sound. After taking the potion, Sue was lying next to Tina, and Shen was sitting nearby when a monster suddenly flew into the room. Whirling around, it fixed its huge eyes squarely on the youth, as if assessing the threat and unexpected obstacle. Upon seeing the man, the monster paused for a moment, its pupil glinting with a red sinister light as it prepared to attack. The creature's slender hands gripped the sharp scythe tightly, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. With a sharp swing, the monster charged at Shen, hoping to overwhelm him with a swift and precise movement. At the same time, a dense magic mist formed in the youth's hand, which obeyed him, and he deftly controlled it. Transforming it into a whip, Shen retaliated, managing to deflect the attack and force the enemy to retreat. Knowing that he was right about the miracle worker's mark on Tina's body, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his own ingenuity. A few minutes earlier, he had noticed someone's presence, so he asked Lin to go to sleep first, wanting to deal with the enemies. Feeling superior, Shen was glad that he was able to thwart White's well-thought-out plans and break the trap. The monster swung the scythe again, hoping to deliver a decisive blow and destroy the obstacle in its path. Without any intention of retreating, the young man himself rushed forward, determined to end the fight as quickly as possible and fall asleep. With one powerful blow, he managed to break the blade and handle of the scythe into small fragments, depriving the enemy of weapons. Looking at the monster in the hat, Shen coldly said that his path was over and there was no point in resisting anymore. Moving quickly and swinging the whip, he rapidly closed the distance, leaving no time for the enemy to retreat. As he swung, he landed a precise blow on the monster's thigh, putting all the accumulated strength and rage into it. The opponent was unable to dodge. The attack severed the monster's leg, which was only supported by thin threads of flesh and magical energy. But there was no blood. With glowing eyes, Shen ordered the enemy to stop, showing complete superiority in battle. The next blow landed squarely in the monster's stomach, splitting its body into two almost equal halves. A moment later, the enemy's remains were split into several pieces, which scattered in different directions around the room. Feeling tired and satisfied with the victory, Shen declared that he was tired of this opponent. As he took out his magic mace, he remembered that he had previously asked Su to clear the building of people so as not to make too much noise and attract attention. After a while, sitting against the wall, he allowed himself to relax and realize his own victory. The monster was defeated. Suddenly, something strange on the floor among the remains of the defeated creature caught his attention, and he looked down. There were white grains of sand that looked like crystals at his feet, and Shen looked at them with interest. At that moment, he noticed Tina starting to thrash around in her sleep, clearly having a bad nightmare and bouncing up and down on the bed. Fearing for her condition, the young man hurriedly rushed to her, checking her breathing and pulse, realizing that it was necessary to also go to sleep. Looking at Su, he saw the same reaction and realized that this was the result of the trap left by the miracle worker. As Shen gulped down the potion, he knew that it was necessary to enter sleep as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would lose time searching for his partner. But nothing happened, and the young man realized that the information in reality and books is different and requires full concentration to dive. Closing his eyes, he slowly began to fall asleep, feeling the boundaries of consciousness dissolve and reality recede. After a while, he found himself surrounded by thick clouds and couldn't believe that this was the dream world, where time passed differently and space changed. There was a boundless horizon and a cloudy sky through which the sun's rays broke through, turning the clouds golden. Shen kept thinking about Lin, constantly thinking that it was necessary to find a partner as soon as possible and act together. Resolutely, the character headed straight for the light, hoping to reconnect with the girl as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Su was falling into a dark space, her eyes closed, as if floating in zero gravity, feeling a strange freedom. With each passing minute, she was falling further and further into the abyss of the other world. But until she regained consciousness, it was as if she had been dreaming. Something disturbed her peace of mind and she opened her eyes, a little startled, trying to figure out where she was. Jumping up, she shook out her clothes, not fully understanding what had happened, taking in the world that seemed distorted and unpredictable. Once in the same room, she didn't notice Tina and Shen and was surprised by this, feeling a sense of unease that grew stronger by the minute. When she decided to take the robe, she realized that she was on the first level of the dream world, where every step required caution and precise calculation. As she dressed, she knew that the dream world was divided into levels that she had to complete in order to enter the legendary soul dimension and find Tina. Resolutely going to the window, she jumped down, realizing that the miracle worker was close to God, just like Shen, whom she needed to find. After landing on the flashlight, Su knew that she needed to refute her partner's concerns and reunite with him as soon as possible. Lin was going to find Tina in the air, assuming that Shen might be nearby and the connection established earlier would allow her to be more accurately located. She was glad that she didn't have to hide her identity and could safely move around the city, enjoying the freedom. Remembering the magical properties of the robe, she chewed on it, hoping that it would speed up the search and strengthen the connection with Tina, help her navigate more correctly. Taking a bite, she threw it into the air, hoping it would show her the right path to the girl they were trying to save. As the cloth fell, it took on a strange shape and gradually revealed its magical abilities. The connection was restored. Soon, he turned into a swan. In reality, he and Tina were holding hands, which gave a strong connection between the worlds. Walking among the buildings, Lin hoped to use the paper crane to find her, carefully scanning every corner of the street so as not to miss anything. Once on the roof of one of the buildings, she realized that the source of this level was a family whose powers created barriers and distorted space. Noticing the crane's disappearance with surprise, Lin realized that Tina was on another level and needed to quickly cross the space to get closer. Floating in the air, she scanned her surroundings, taking stock of the situation so that she wouldn't fall into the miracle worker's traps and still have a chance to save the cultist. When a strange glow appeared at the bottom, she flew straight down, realizing that this could be a signal or a transition to a new level. After disappearing into the portal, the girl was only a small spark left, flickering in the air and bouncing off the walls of the high-rises. Suddenly, Lin found herself on a busy highway, where there was incredible traffic and a lot of people. Looking around questioningly, she realized that she was on a new level, where space and time were completely different. Suddenly, a huge gorilla with glowing red eyes appeared in front of her and was about to attack. In the distance, on the glass bridge, the girl saw the paper crane again, symbolizing the connection with Tina, which showed her the way. The area was chaotic, with rocks and rubble strewn everywhere, but Lin wasn't going to back down as she moved forward resolutely. The gorilla's huge, furry paw was coming right at her, posing a deadly threat as it could crush her. A moment later, a thick gray dust enveloped the entire space. Rocks and earth flew into the air, and the animal delivered a powerful blow. The paper crane rose into the air, emitting its former magical blue light and confirming its connection to Tina. After flying off the ground, Lin followed him like a guide, completely oblivious to the dust and chaos around her. Suddenly, the space began to distort, taking on a strange shape, but the girl was not going to retreat. Moving towards the goal, a strange vortex engulfed her body, and despite her fear, she rushed forward, feeling that this was the only way to reach the next level. Suddenly, she was in the middle of a green clearing, where the grass swayed gently and the air was clear and unusual. In the distance, she saw the castle and the princesses floating above it, their silhouettes shimmering in the sun, and was very surprised. Suddenly, the girl's attention fell on a small horse with a strange expression on its face, which was watching her and smiling. Surprised and bewildered, Lin was confused as she tried to make sense of what was happening, feeling a sense of unease that grew stronger by the minute. Turning into a dragon with deer antlers, the animal flew straight towards her, radiating power and magical energy, causing terror and admiration at the same time. Gripped by fear, the girl did not understand what kind of terrible picture was unfolding in front of her, like some kind of nightmare. As she made her way through the tall trees, Lin noticed that the paper crane had flown very far away, and now she had to look for new landmarks. A few minutes later, she was on the shore of the lake. The water was calm, the rays of the sun reflected from the surface. Realizing that the source of Tippa's imagination was in Lin's heart, she noted that the girl had a very good time as a child. With irony, she noted that she is definitely much better than herself, who never sees support from her parents. Seeing that the crane was in the water, Sue guessed that it might be the entrance to a new level and resolutely headed there. Moving into the depths, she hoped that she would soon reach a new level and find Tina and Shen. Without a doubt, the girl was submerged under the water, and there was not even a trace of her presence on the surface. Suddenly, she was in a strange place. Everything was bright red. The atmosphere was oppressive. Sue tried to understand what had happened. Lightning flashed around them. The ground beneath their feet looked like thick roots or huge octopus tentacles, and in the distance, mud was trapped. When Lin saw the frightened girl, she was both overjoyed and frightened at the same time, and she needed to save her faster. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her. An unknown man greeted her, and Sue became very alert, sensing danger. The white-haired youth introduced himself as a miracle worker and claimed to know everything about everyone. Observing Lin and her reactions, sarcastically, the girl said that he would not be able to predict the actions of the person outside, believing that the wizard had overestimated his abilities. The sorcerer stared at her intently, his gaze burning into her as he prepared for a future battle with an impudent rival. Remembering the weapon, the girl resolutely drew it to ward off a possible blow and prevent an unexpected attack. Determined to be proactive, she furiously charged straight at the miracle worker, who didn't even budge. Snapping his fingers, the young man decided to use his abilities and not put much physical effort into it. With an evil voice, he ordered the girl's hand to be destroyed, feeling the power and superiority bestowed upon him by the Great One. At the same time, blood spurted out, leaving a void where Lin's hands should have been, splattering everywhere. And the girl was not aware of what was happening. With a malicious smile, the miracle worker made her pain unbearable, demonstrating cruelty and control over the opponent. Lightning streaked through the sky as the wizard slowly approached the injured girl on the ground that looked like intertwined roots. Holding a sword in her teeth, the armless injured Sue viciously demanded that he immediately move back, completely unwilling to give up. With his arms outstretched, the wonder worker insisted that his power was all-powerful and capable of performing miracles, and that her screams, pleas, and resistance were useless. Unable to stand the strain, Lin dropped the weapon, throwing it right at her feet, almost injuring herself with the sharp blade once more. With deep sadness, She knew that if she was killed here, then death would overtake her in reality, and she would not be able to save Tina. Laughing, the wizard confirmed her fears, stating that the girl's body and consciousness would perish. Mocking her, he said that he did not kill her on purpose, because he needed not a body, but sincere, voluntary, and complete submission. When the miracle worker spoke again, the girl's eyes widened, her body froze, and her mind seemed to blur under the pressure of his power. An unbearable pain shot through her entire body, and Lynn screamed in a frenzied scream that was lost in the roar of thunder and flashes of lightning. Her face was filled with pure terror. Her eyes were white, and she was sure that her existence was coming to an end. Holding out his palm and pointing a finger at it, the miracle worker coldly ordered to serve him, not allowing even the thought of resistance. Clenching her teeth and struggling with all her strength, she stubbornly insisted that she would never obey his order, even at the cost of her own life. As the red horizon was pierced by lightning again and again, the man craved only absolute submission. Enjoying her fear and pain? With feigned surprise, the miracle worker asked if the girl was still capable of enduring pain and threatened to continue the massacre. The floor beneath their feet suddenly became concrete. The space distorted, and the distance between them abruptly shortened. Frowning, the wizard suggested that we start over, as if this was a game where he made all the rules. There was a heavy silence, and they glared at each other with hatred, fear, and unyielding determination. As she felt the pain gradually subside, Lynn realized that this was the work of a miracle worker, and this scared her even more. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise and the man froze too, clearly not expecting to see anyone else there. Not far away, Shen stood in the form of a god and silently watched the scene, giving off an overwhelming and frightening aura. In the eyes of the bloodied girl, there was a faint but distinct hope of escape that seemed almost impossible. Looking at her in horror, Shen couldn't believe that the miracle worker could have disfigured Sue like this. And he knew that he was only a few minutes late. Clenching his fists, he was determined to deal with the enemy and save his partner, not letting his fear get the better of him. Behind him, there was a powerful flow of energy that distorted space and emphasized his magical abilities. Noticing the divine aura, the miracle worker became alert and took a few steps back, sensing the threat from the opponent for the first time. Abruptly, his body began to disintegrate into small particles and slowly dissolve into thin air, like an illusion. Looking at the wizard, Shen knew that the wizard was no longer a rival or a threat to him. Before disappearing completely, the miracle worker snapped his fingers, trying to use his powers one last time. Frowning, he ordered the girl to wake up, putting the last of his anger into the words and hoping to ruin the boys' plans. Abruptly, the space around them began to collapse, crumbling like shards of glass, absorbing the remnants of the heroes. Sleep. After a while, Lin, Tina, and Shen were back in the hotel room, where everything looked peaceful. Opening her eyes, Tina came to her senses and looked around in confusion, not immediately realizing where she was, feeling weak in her body. Sitting down, she asked Shen when the witch had entered the room and why she was sharing the same bed with her. Looking at Lin, Tina decided that the sorceress was about her age, and this fact gave her a strange feeling. As she turned her gaze to the stranger, she felt a sudden surge of envy that surprised her. Blushing and blaming everything on nature, the girl could not accept such an injustice and looked away. While Tina was holding her head, Shen woke up and looked at her in silence. Not understanding the reason for such a strange behavior, without explaining anything, she suddenly slapped him on the cheek, and a resounding slap echoed in the room. Angry, the girl started yelling at him, accusing him of what had happened, while the young man did not understand his guilt. Pointing her finger at him, she suspected the guy of malicious intentions and hiding the truth about what had happened. Angry, Shen demanded that she calm down, realizing that hysteria only worsens the situation, and her claims are not justified. Sitting on the floor, he explained that he had come to exorcise the demon from her, and Lin was just his assistant, and they had no intention of offending the girl. Feeling herself, Tina tried to make sure that his words were true, and to understand that now she is an ordinary person and her body will not change. After calming down a little, she said that she believed him, and the hero breathed out a sigh of relief and calmed down a little. Noticing this from her look, Tina stood up and thanked Shen for saving her, still not fully aware of what she was going through as he stared intently at her sleeping partner. Lin still hadn't regained consciousness. Her breathing was even, and her eyes were tightly closed. Her state in the dream seemed slightly depressed to the young man. She opened her eyes abruptly, but didn't say a word, just stared at nothing, feeling unbearably weak all over. Happy to see his partner wake up, Shen asked if the assistant was finally awake and could hear him. The girl's eyes remained blank, and the silence only added to the anxiety and tension in the room, as if she was in some kind of trance. Surprised, Tina asked what had happened to Sue and why she looked so lifeless, also worried about her well-being. Turning around, Shen explained that the assistant had been injured by an evil demon and would need some time to fully recover. He also asked for Lin's permission to stay in Tina's room, and the girl agreed to look after her without any objections. A calm atmosphere reigned around them, and at first glance there was no sign of any new trouble, not even a trace of the monster remained. Looking at Sue's condition, Shen knew that she was very weak and bitterly remembered that they had managed to miss the miracle worker. Suddenly, he heard unintelligible words and thought warily that someone was trying to summon him again. As he looked around, he realized that the whispers were very close, although the source remained invisible to his eyes. Suddenly, the character found himself thinking that the sound seemed to come from the very heart, causing anxiety and misunderstanding. The window was open, and the unintelligible words continued to sound, mixing with the extraneous sounds of the city at night that came from the street. When all was still, Shen thought it was over, but he kept listening, fearing another monster attack. Frightened, Tina was shaking and said in a trembling voice that she didn't feel anything, wondering who the teacher was seeing, but the hero calmed her down. Inwardly, Shen realized that this wasn't a summons, but he decided that he had no right to leave the girls alone in such a dangerous place. Frowning, he feared that the calls were not limited to B-Land, and that everything was far more serious and ambitious than he had thought. Earlier, sitting in the room with Willard's memory ball, the hero gradually learned the history of the third continent, trying to comprehend the past and its impact on the present. The sphere radiated weak energy and reported that Noland had had a brutal war with the Ermin, after which the state had to give up its independence. Now the hero found himself thinking that the sound he had heard earlier was only an echo, similar to a call. But it was not a real call of the Force. Frowning, he tried to figure out the reason why the summon didn't work this time. It was like part of a ritual. In the dream world, he had heard something similar before, and when he thought of the seal on Sue's body, he thought that it might be a side effect of it. Looking at the sleeping girl, the hero experienced anxiety and a desire to make sure that the mark on her stomach did not harm her. Realizing that Tina was watching his every move carefully and might misinterpret everything, he decided to wake Sue up first. Leaning over the bed, the boy asked quietly if his assistant could hear him, trying not to startle her with a sharp tone or movement. However, the girl didn't move or show any signs of life, as if she was in a deep sleep or trance. Then, without thinking of anything better, he offered her a 50% discount on all drinks in his cafe. Lynn pursed her lips slightly, but she didn't open her eyes, and the hero realized that such an incentive was clearly not enough to help her partner. Smiling, Shen added that he couldn't make a bigger discount, especially if the girl was just pretending and ignoring his words. Noticing Sue's sickly appearance, Tina cautiously asked if the hero was treating her like a weak-willed doll and didn't understand the condition. Ironically, Shen remarked that it would be convenient, so he called Lynn Devourer and ordered her to get up immediately. At the same time, Sue abruptly fell off the bed, which greatly frightened and surprised everyone present, with an unexpected and sharp movement. He didn't understand how he had the ability to influence people in this way, but the realization of power made him feel happy. Remembering the breath of the outer god, the character hoped that this power would help his partner recover and get rid of the effects of the seal. With a wave of his hand, he created a flame on his fingertips, carefully observing the girl's reaction and controlling the flow of energy. Sue was visibly trembling, but she didn't make a sound, just opened her eyes wide with fear and tension. She closed her eyes suddenly, as if losing touch with reality, but she didn't move or make a single sound. After a moment, the girl opened her eyes abruptly and stared at Shen with undisguised anger, not saying a word, as if she saw him as an enemy. Choosing his words carefully, the hero explained that he had come to save her this time, but Sue remained silent as if she had taken a mouthful of water. Her eyes were fixed on nothing, as if there was something in front of her that the others couldn't see, and she was still in another world. The image of the god she had seen in her dream reappeared in her mind, and the memory of him filled her with fear, for she recognized him as Shen. Despite the terror in her eyes, Sue didn't say a word, as if she was afraid to break the silence and her own silence. Noticing the strangeness of her behavior, Shen cautiously asked if something else had happened to her that he didn't know about. Shocked, Lin tried to figure out who the person in front of her was who was able to deal with the miracle worker so easily and summon the silent singer. The hero hesitantly asked if he could go about his own business now for fear of leaving her alone in such a state. However, the girl was looking at him with obvious anger, making it clear that she wasn't going to let him go at the moment. Remembering her sword, Sue abruptly rushed towards it, and Shen hurriedly started talking about her reward. Clutching the weapon in her hands, she visibly brightened up and was even glad to hear the mention of the reward, as she had previously thought that the owner had forgotten about it. Watching her, the hero asked what she was doing and received a short but confident answer that the girl was getting dressed and tidying up. After a while, he taught her summoning magic, and Sue was already standing in front of him in a robe while Tina watched from the side. Noticing Lin's strange and intense gaze, Shen tried to understand the reason behind her silent tension and stern gaze. With undisguised anger, the girl declared that this was the highest form of the priesthood and did not believe that he had taught her so easily. Tina understood every word, but together they seemed a strange and frightening mixture, like some kind of porridge. Confused, she was almost certain that what was happening was directly related to the intervention of divine forces. Turning to Shen, Tina cautiously asked him to teach her how to use the power of God. Wanting to understand magic and use it skillfully? With a malicious smile, the hero realized that the second girl also succumbed to the impression of his abilities and the image that he created for himself. Having agreed to teach her, he added that it would require a fee, and Tina froze in surprise, not understanding what was being said. Blushing with embarrassment, she quietly asked what kind of payment she was talking about, suspecting the young man of something forbidden. Understanding her thoughts, Shen became angry and sharply ordered not to even think about such a thing. He was very annoyed by such promiscuity. After that, he offered Tina to become his student and work part-time in a coffee shop. And in her spare time to learn magic, even more surprised, the girl couldn't believe that this was all that needed to be done and asked what about the test and the magic contract. Slapping himself in the face out of desperation, the hero said that she obviously read completely wrong books and made up a lot of things for herself. Outside the window, the sun was already beginning to shine on the room, and the young man said that it was time for Tina to leave, so as not to attract too much attention. Obediently, she bowed low to her master, and he calmly informed her that he was expecting her in 2 days at his cafe for work. As Lin watched them in silence, Shen told Tina to get dressed before going out, as the girl was only wearing one long shirt. Su privately noted that an hour ago, the hero seemed intimidating to her, but now he looked like an ordinary person. While Shen was talking to Tina, she suddenly noticed that he reminded her of her older brother, who was just as brave and courageous, ready to protect the younger ones. Hearing this, the character gave the assistant an interested and attentive look, realizing that she trusted him. Smiling, he invited Su to have a cup of coffee with him, trying to ease the tension and recover from what he had experienced. Frowning, the girl resolutely refused and said that it was time for her to leave, not wanting to continue communicating with the owner. Confused, Shen tried to figure out exactly what had happened and why her behavior had changed so much since returning from the dream world. A few days later, the news announced the start of a new campaign speech by Mayor Belland, and the most suitable candidate turned out to be the oldest. In the cafe, Shen read the newspaper about the applicants and wondered about their age while Tina cleaned up the bar. After asking if she wanted him to become a manager, the hero received her joyful consent. The girl was beaming with happiness. Inwardly, Shen noted with satisfaction that things were going extremely well for him. The number of problems had significantly decreased. Smiling, he decided that there was nothing wrong with keeping his apprentice busy and taking more time off to study magic. Suddenly, Ina entered the cafe, looking around in confusion and asked if anyone was there. Noticing Tina, the girl asked if she was a new employee of the department, and when she heard the affirmative answer, she nodded with satisfaction. Noticing her, Tina felt a twinge of envy, trying not to show any emotion and maintaining a polite smile in front of her guest. Sadly, she wondered why she had received such an unfair punishment from nature, and why exactly she had to put up with it. With a friendly smile, Aina explained that her friends were currently busy with important matters, so she decided to wait for them here. While Tina escorted her to a table, Shen noticed her and asked in surprise if the girl really came all alone, without an escort. Then she calmly explained that the Anti-Magic Bureau does not have the right to detain members of the Order and restrict their freedom without good reason. With a polite smile, the hero asked if anything really interesting or significant had happened today for the Order. Sitting down at his table, Aina explained the latest developments in the clan and mentioned that Mr. George had suddenly decided to join them. This news came as a bolt from the blue for Shen, who couldn't believe that the candidates were also followers of the Lord of Ashes. He noted with annoyance that almost all the adherents are well-off people, while their leader looks poor in the eyes of society. Calmly replying that he knew everything, the hero told Aina to do whatever she wanted, and the girl agreed with his decision without hesitation. Aina also reported that the false god had left the city limits, leaving behind many unresolved issues and disturbing rumors. Today, they were going to hold a new call to correct the past mistake, and the hero confidently declared that the Lord would forgive them all their sins. Blushing with excitement, Aina was genuinely happy about this possible outcome and could hardly hide her overflowing enthusiasm. Politely calling Shen the messenger of God, the girl said goodbye to him, expressing respect and emphasizing her devotion to his higher will. When she left, she promised to keep everything that was happening in the strictest confidence and not to spread what she had heard, even among her confidants. While Tina was busy at the bar, they said their quick goodbyes without attracting too much attention or arousing suspicion from the customers. It was getting late in the afternoon, and the cafe would close soon, settling into its usual quiet after the day's bustle. Calling his assistant to him, the guy noted her diligence and promised that tomorrow he would start teaching her the basics of the occult. This news made Tina incredibly happy, and she could hardly contain her excitement, unable to wait for the promised moment. For today, her work was finished and the young man allowed the girl to go home. Wishing her a quiet evening and a good rest, With a serious look, she said that she would definitely come tomorrow at 6 o'clock sharp in the morning, so as not to miss a single minute of training. While thinking, the character pondered what kind of gift this time should be given to the clan, trying to please their expectations. He was tormented by doubts, and he could not decide what to choose so that the gift would be worthy and symbolic. Abruptly pulling himself together, the guy got angry at his own thoughts, considering it unacceptable to doubt his own decisions. The book said that the Lord gives the faithful food, but the hero did not understand what exactly should be presented to them. Thinking about the bread, he decided that such a gift would look too simple and rustic for such a great ritual. When he saw the cat playing with an apple, he suddenly decided that this particular fruit would be a suitable gift for the clan. Remembering that the fruit is considered a forbidden fruit, the hero rejoiced at his own resourcefulness and symbolism of the choice. There was a calm atmosphere in the cafe when he clearly heard the words of summoning, echoing in his mind. Raising his head, the character prepared to move through space, feeling the familiar tension of magical power. Feeling happy, he realized that it was Aina who was calling him, as expected based on their conversation the day before, and no doubt answered the call. It was getting late, and the girl was performing a ritual in the church building, and the hero noted that her position in the order had noticeably strengthened. Standing before the dark-robed cultists, Aina summoned the Great One, trembling with awe and inner awe. As the high priest bowed, he recalled the previous failed ritual, so this time they decided to limit themselves to one gift. As offerings, they added the Book of 10 Travelers and a strange fruit, a relic of the genus of plagues resembling a pitahaya in shape. Noticing the distortion in space, the priest realized that the invocation had begun and experienced almost childlike joy. Slightly lifting his head up, like a madman, he realized that the Lord had heard their pleas and responded to their call, breaking the normal course of reality. The entire space was shrouded in a thick veil of fog, through which dazzling bright rays of light began to break through. The glow cut through the gray and dense veil, filling the hall with a sense of power beyond human comprehension. A monster appeared right in front of the cultists, its true form making it clear that it was the Lord himself. As if spellbound, Aina rejoiced in the appearance of the Great One, unable to tear her eyes away from his frightening grandeur and admiring him. Feeling the powerful aura, the hero understood why mortals see him in a different guise, and not as an ordinary young man with no special differences. On her knees, the girl addressed him in awe, admiring his strength and boundless power. She gave him gifts, a fruit from the depths of the Black Sea, and a book of 10 travelers that gave off a magical glow. In response, the young man ordered them to accept in return his own gift, which marked the mercy of the Lord. In the midst of a thick haze, he was standing in total darkness, and the sight was both enchanting and frightening, like a real magic ritual. Slowly, he pulled a small paper bag from his pocket, pausing to add to the tension among the cultists. He put his hand inside and smiled at the crowd's reaction, enjoying the moment and the intrigue that had been created. Overjoyed, Aina eagerly awaited the gift from the Lord, not doubting his favor for ordinary believers. The aura of the Great One grew stronger, and the cultists rejoiced, believing that their sins were forgiven and that the Supreme God had mercy on them. Taking out the apple, the hero slowly sank down, allowing everyone to clearly see the gift he brought and fearing possible resentment. Placing the fruit on the floor, he noted that it was a sign of new gratitude and blessing for the faithful, considering it an excellent offering. As if spellbound, the high priest stood in the thick fog, not daring to move, waiting for further will. The monster threw a bright fireball, and its aura instantly engulfed the entire space around it, suppressing any thoughts. Submissive, Aina repeated that his will was their destiny, completely obeying the power of the Lord and watching his every action as if spellbound. A small flame slowly approached the girl, lighting up her face and warming the space where their gifts had been placed earlier. In the center of the fire was a strange circle of heat, which was much stronger. The radiance engulfed everything around, and the believers watched it without looking away. Delighted, the priest assumed that this was the heart of fire and was almost sure of his guesses, realizing how great a gift it was. The legend said that these were the remains of 20 burned worlds, surpassing the strength of any known relic. If the creature had incredible strength, even that could be surpassed, and it could be compared to the most powerful disaster artifacts. Sadly, the priest admitted that they would not be able to use such a valuable item at their own discretion, but only at the will of the god. Then Aina suggested that we go to the messenger and ask how to properly use this gift from the Great One. Delighted, the priest noted the girl's intelligence and resourcefulness, seeing in her the future leader of the order and a worthy successor. Wondering at the man's cunning, Aina realized that he was just waiting for the right sentence to come out of her mouth. The night was silent among the tall buildings of Belland, broken only by the occasional sound that came from the distant streets. Snoring in her sleep, Tina was looking forward to the upcoming training, not realizing what changes were already happening to her. Meanwhile, her hands once again began to transform into the paws of an animal, obeying the hidden power that was still in her body. After a moment, they returned to their normal appearance. But the girl did not notice these frightening changes, because she was immersed in a deep sleep. After the summoning, Shen was in a cafe, using Willard's orb to concentrate on sorting out the gifts he had received. The memories clearly showed that with incredible luck, one could reach the level of calamity, but otherwise there was a risk of losing a body part forever. The hero noted to himself that sometimes a person could lose their own face, receiving in return an extremely rare and truly terrifying ability. Reflecting on the danger, he seriously considered whether it might not be wiser to leave the gifts until better times and forego using them. Next to it, the Book of 10 Travelers lay quietly on the table, looking unremarkable but giving off a faint, magical aura. Remembering her, Shen fell into thought, trying to figure out exactly how to dispose of this artifact and what the consequences might be. The first ability was recording. If you stand with an open book for 10 minutes, it recorded everything that happened within a radius of 100 meters around. Up to 10 observation points were allowed to be recorded simultaneously, which could be deleted at any time if necessary. The recorded image remained active and could be used as a monitor, allowing you to change the angle and rotate the image with finger movements. Suddenly, the guy noticed that a small piece of his favorite coffee cup broke off, which for some reason attracted his attention. With the book open in his hands, he decided to switch to other vantage points to test out exactly how the new ability worked. One of them clearly showed the sofa inside the coffee shop, and the other showed the street directly at the entrance to the establishment. Comparing the effect to the sphere he had used earlier, he quickly realized that they were similar, but beyond 100 meters the image completely disappeared. There was a calm atmosphere in the cafe, and Shen decided to use another function of the book to finally test its capabilities. The second ability was travel. You just had to write this word in the book to instantly move to the chosen place. With genuine joy, the hero noted that it was an incredibly valuable item that no Calamity-class relic could compare to. However, there was a serious drawback. Every third use of the ability took away one truly important thing from the user. Realizing the possible consequences, the hero still rejoiced that he was a god and did not have to pay the price for using artifacts. Standing on the street with an open book in his hands, he confidently wrote the word journey, fully focusing on the result. At the same time, he was right in the middle of the coffee shop, as if he had never left the place, and nothing had changed in a few minutes. Looking around, Shen realized that not even half a second had passed because the teleportation was instantaneous. The only drawback was that it took an entire day to recharge the ability, but the result clearly met expectations. Meanwhile, in one of the buildings nearby, an unknown person began his own investigation, carefully collecting scattered information. One of the members of the Anti-Magic Bureau noted the suspiciously frequent appearance of his student in the same coffee shop. Observing the establishment, he managed to find out that the owner belongs to a mixed church, which created a lot of conflicts. Clutching the cross in his hands, the man remembered that this sanctuary has always been in a fierce confrontation with the Japanese Catholic faith. Deciding that the hero was an enemy of the primordial flame, he coldly decreed that the youth should pay with his own blood. Bored while waiting for his apprentice, Shen came up with an idea of how to sell occult relics and forbidden knowledge. Considering himself a real genius, he was glad that he could earn money without destroying his carefully constructed image. Suddenly, the doors burst open and a bright light rushed in, completely blinding the hero for a moment, and he even cried out in pain. In the next second, the character noticed a person who was emitting a powerful and oppressive energy wave behind him. Noting the unusually strong aura, Shen felt genuinely surprised for the first time in a long time, considering the stranger a worthy opponent. After the fall of the church, the Anti-Magic Bureau had no information about their predecessors, but still, the man decided to personally test Shen, considering him dangerous. With a smile, an unsuspecting Tina greeted the guest and invited him to sit down at an empty table. Smiling back, the guy could hardly believe that he was just seen as a regular customer, but he dutifully agreed to the offer. Coming closer, the character politely asked what exactly the guest would like to order in their establishment. But the man was silent, glaring at him. Feeling his strange gaze on him, he straightened his shirt, wondering if there really was something wrong with his appearance. Noticing the old iron cross on the young man's body, the man experienced a sincere and genuine surprise. Shocked, he didn't understand how an ordinary guy could possibly have one of the strongest known relics of the magical world. With a slight awkwardness, the character still invited the guest to make an order, trying to maintain an outward calm. Sadly lowering his gaze, the man quietly admitted that he did not drink coffee, and the hero wondered why then he came to his coffee shop. Trying to be polite, smiling Shen offered tea, but this offer was politely refused. Abruptly standing up and spreading his arms to the sides, the man said that he was taught to completely abandon his own pleasures. Holding up a finger, he asked for only a simple glass of water without any additives to enjoy the familiar taste. The hero noted that he had previously heard stories about such behavior, and realized that the guest belongs to the priests of the primordial fire. Looking at the man skeptically, the young man realized that this was the light hunter he had been searching for all this time. Emphatically, he stated that the priest knew of his presence here and therefore purposefully came to the cafe, having previously observed him. With interest, the guest asked if the guy had come for God, and Shen noted that even the council didn't know about his true mission. Shocked by the young man's knowledge, the man opened his eyes wide, not hiding his genuine surprise, since this was known only to the Japanese elite. Smiling mischievously, Shen confessed that he knew all this thanks to the witch he had encountered earlier in the colorless world. He had a very interesting conversation with her and learned a lot of new things, but deliberately decided not to go into the details of this meeting. Realizing that he was facing a light hunter, the hero asked what actions he planned to take next, thinking about the battle. With a deft movement, the character lit a flame on his finger, demonstrating his abilities and determination in front of a possible opponent. His eyes lit up, and he mentioned the information about the Ash Lord's apostle, whose aura was significantly different from other gods, carefully observing the reaction. The shocked guest froze on the spot, completely amazed by the amount of knowledge from the appearance of an ordinary guy. It was like a bolt out of the blue. Thinking back to the college library and all the books he had read during that time, the miracle worker had never imagined that the young man possessed such true power. Previously, when facing invincible monsters, he had to look for workarounds and non-standard solutions. As he stood in the thick dust, he considered for the first time the possibility of working with his arch-enemy as a virtue, not a weakness. Not knowing what to do, the man decided to trust his own heart, despite the fear and doubts that overcame him. Clenching his hands, he decided to just go with the flow, accepting what was happening as inevitable and there was no other way out of the situation. Standing up straight like a soldier, the man firmly stated that he wanted to work for Shen and serve him faithfully, not compete. Smiling, the hero couldn't believe that the light hunter was speaking seriously and without any irony, expecting a different outcome of events. Sacred items were not ordinary relics, but refined with the primordial fire, designed to fulfill special purposes. All of these artifacts were extremely important to the miracle worker. There were a total of 115 items, each of which had unique magical properties. He was sure that only with their help would he be able to win the young man over and make him follow a certain path. Then the man told about the fake god, a gifted man who escaped from the Foundation, and then was permanently imprisoned in a prison on the third continent. But now this person had escaped again and was on the second continent, continuing her dangerous activities of taking over the entire world. The man explained that all this was done in order to become like a god, but the hero believed that this person was doomed to inevitable defeat. Gnashing his teeth, the guest firmly stated that it was his duty to find and destroy this villain, considering it the only way to save the city from destruction. Shen stared at him, trying to figure out his true motives, judging how much the words matched the miracle worker's actions. Realizing that the man hadn't come for him personally, the hero let out a sigh of relief and allowed himself to relax for a moment. Frowning, he thought about how to find the right words so that the man wouldn't suspect him of being insincere and reveal his intentions. With a smile, the guy asked, "What if the guest got on the wrong track and just loses time, making actions that will lead to nothing?" The guest noted that he came to Shen for help, as he knows that a few days ago the young man investigated this issue and collected certain information. Grimacing, the hero absently said that he could look for this person, but did not promise guaranteed success, not wanting to solve other people's problems. Resolutely, the miracle worker took out a small box and presented it to the young man, explaining that it contained the first of the relics. A small light was depicted on the box, and the man said that this item allows you to get special sun tokens every 3 days for combat purposes. With a smile, he added that they would be extremely useful in battles against the forces of evil and would help to increase the effectiveness and strengthen the combat magic of allies. Shen frowned and said nothing, assessing the importance of the item, its potential uses, and its potential dangers. Watching the young man's reaction, the guest waited for an answer, as if checking whether the character would appreciate his valuable and useful gift. Without waiting for thanks, he got up and danced towards the exit, shocking the character with his unpredictability. Suddenly, the man's face twisted in horror, as if he had seen some dangerous monster that posed a threat to his life. Turning around, Shen smilingly asked the guest to order coffee next time, so that he could earn some revenue and develop the barely surviving business. But the man noticed a cat that calmly walked on the bar counter, causing him genuine surprise and fear. Blushing and opening his mouth wide, he asked again, as if this was something surprising and unusual, as if it violated his personal principles. Seeing the pet, the man literally couldn't move, completely startled by the animal's strange behavior, and Shen didn't even turn around. Meanwhile, a receptionist in Christie's office was asking if they should continue working on the young man's request. Assessing the current risks, the girl with the gray hair confidently stated that they had already earned enough money and the continuation could be extremely dangerous. As she chewed, Christy said she understood her partner's concerns, but she thought they needed to try a little harder to get more information. Not understanding her words, the secretary offered to continue the conversation after a snack, noting to herself that the director likes to eat delicious food. Earlier, the girl noticed that the boss in the office did not eat, trying to maintain her impeccable image and show an example to other employees. After finishing the meal, Christy revealed with a smile that she was already under Shen's command, and if she left, the punishment might be worse than death. The surprised secretary tried to find words and offer help, but she understood that the boss's decision was final and did not require discussion. Resolutely, Christy stated that the hero destroyed the miracle worker, and for now she intends to stay close to him to observe his actions. With a smile, she hoped that her subordinate would agree to this, showing softness and at the same time power over the rest of the staff. Knowing that she had no choice, barely holding back her tears, the girl supported her, realizing the gravity of the situation and the need for obedience. They got up from the table and stared at each other in silence for a while, trying to read each other's minds and understand their true intentions. Opening her mouth, Christy tried to find words to express her feelings and future plans, but her inner confusion prevented her from doing so. Still, the girl said that she would go check on the guy in the cafe to find out new information and report everything that she managed to find out. The secretary looked at her boss through her glasses with her bright green eyes, not understanding the reason for such a sudden decision. Unexpectedly, she suggested that Christy eat steak after her return, demonstrating her desire to maintain a friendly relationship. Turning around, the boss patted the girl on the head and was very happy with this initiative and willingly agreed to spend time together. The cafe had a calm atmosphere, not disturbed by extraneous noises, and all visitors enjoyed the comfort of the establishment. Once inside, Christy greeted everyone happily, showing her friendliness and willingness to communicate. She hadn't seen her boss in a long time. After recognizing the girl that Tina was secretly looking after, she was very surprised to see her among the usual customers. After greeting the guest, Shen introduced her to his student of magic arts and part-time new employee of the cafe. Smiling sweetly, Tina was very envious of Christy, noting her confidence, charisma, and ease of communication with others, as well as proximity to the owner. Reporting that he needed money, the hero asked to sell the elixir, explaining the importance of careful handling of this magical item. Holding out a small bottle of blue substance, he once again asked the girl to handle it as carefully as possible. It was sacred water. The guy also added that when an ordinary person touches the content, hallucinations occur and they see things that they shouldn't. Agreeing with him, Christy wanted to learn about the properties of the liquid as soon as possible. Showing curiosity and willingness to act kindly, the hero promised 10% of the profit for a quick sale to motivate her to complete the task faster. Happy that she could be useful, Christy bounced away, and the hero wished her good luck, noticing her enthusiasm and activity. Informing that the cafe closes earlier today, the character told Tina to finish work so that she could complete all her duties on time. Surprised, the girl asked if the owner would have a battle with demons or a dragon, not hiding her curiosity and surprise. Feeling somewhat ashamed of her behavior, Shen replied that nothing like this would happen, trying to remain calm and not break out into rudeness. When it got dark, he decided that it was necessary to set up his cameras in the cafe for security, carefully planning every step. After that, the young man went to the port, located in the suburbs of Belanda, where he had to complete important organizational tasks. As he sat in the toilet, he realized how risky it was for the Magic Bureau to stay near the coffee shop, assessing all possible threats. Looking at the Book of 10 Sailors, Shen noticed that he had set up all the cameras, and now he could leave without being noticed. Closing his eyes, he turned his attention back to his ability to travel, focusing entirely on precise movement in space. Suddenly, he found himself in a dark cafe, feeling the strange atmosphere and unknown magical energies around him. A strange voice from the darkness cheered and confirmed his arrival, echoing viciously off the walls in the empty room. Feeling terrified, goosebumps ran down the hero's spine, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise, not expecting that someone was standing behind him and waiting for him. The unknown voice in the darkness once again spoke happily to him, clearly looking forward to this meeting. Cautiously, the young man initially thought of just running away, but still decided to wait for the right moment and stay put. From the darkness, without waiting for him to answer, George asked if the guy could hear him and why he didn't answer the call. While listening, the character noticed that the voice seemed too familiar to him, as if he'd already heard it before. Right in front of him, smiling, was his old, kind, and lively friend George. Not some monster like Shen had assumed. Realizing that his friend was dead, the hero thought of a ghost uprising and carefully turned around, his body trembling. And the detective noticed his reaction and asked how he felt. Indignant, he asked with displeasure why the friend did not come during the day, and how the thief appeared before him at night and greatly frightened him. Without paying attention to the reproaches of his friend, the investigator explained that it was thanks to Shen that he was not allowed to appear in the city and it was very difficult to meet. With a little sadness, George said that he thought the guy would be happy to see his regular customer and did not expect the owner to be absent at all. Staring at him intently, he hadn't expected the guy to appear so suddenly out of nowhere, and he was also a little afraid. Realizing that even the detective hadn't noticed him, Shen noted that Diasyati's Book of Travelers did a much better job than he thought. With the lights on, the place inside looked much nicer, and they both noticed that they hadn't seen each other in a very long time. Sitting down at a table, George explained that he had gotten rid of several villains that he could not touch as an investigator. He went on to explain that a detective could not act without evidence and was subject to the law, and now he was glad that he had complete freedom of action. The man also spent all this time looking for new knowledge about magic and various clans and their successors. Considering this important news for the story, looking at George, the hero remembered that the man had lost his memory and wondered if it was completely different, and he was wrong in his guesses. Keeping a casual air, he noted that, in his opinion, the investigator's life is now much easier and calmer. Lighting a cigarette, the man was secretly happy for the new life given to him by the guy, and hoped that his intentions would not harm ordinary people. While enjoying a cigarette, he thought of the boy as an ordinary doll that couldn't be distinguished from an ordinary person and admired magic. Thinking of his ward Lin, George was glad that no one was forbidding him to smoke or nagging at him. But suddenly, Shen sternly asked him to put out his cigarette, and the detective, surprised and stuttering, agreed to fulfill his friend's request. After that, the hero said that he had encountered a national problem that he could not report, and the detective asked if he could tell Sue about it. Frowning, the guy admitted that recently his partner doesn't like him. Although before everything was fine, after listening to him, George laughed heartily and loudly and explained that they were now one family, welcoming Shen into their ranks. Speechless with surprise, the hero did not understand what exactly the detective meant, considering his behavior absurd. After a few minutes of silence, he still asked the man to tell him everything and promised to pass on the information to Lin. A serious detective reported that a new group of believers had recently appeared in Belland, calling themselves the White Sun Wonderlords. Despite the lack of magic items, the detective considered them unusual people and explained that the Anti-Magic Bureau focused on this. In his mind, the hero noted the observations as something ordinary, understanding that being in the world of evil gods, where everything should be under control. Continuing, George said that this is a fairly new organization, which, to his great surprise, came together very quickly. Skeptically, the young man asked if the detective might be wrong in his assumptions, fearing such harsh statements. Resolutely, the man explained that he was completely confident in his guesses and did not tolerate uncertainty in him and his abilities as an investigator. Suddenly, the boy remembered that he had seen something similar in the hidden disciple's notes and suspected that George was up to something. Looking at the detective, he said that it was God, and the man asked in surprise, not understanding what the young man meant. Then Shen explained that the miracle worker is able to distort reality, and a hunter came to Belland after him to kill. With irony, George noted the usefulness of the information he received from the guy and asked him to forget all that he was telling him. Smiling, the detective asked bluntly, because it wasn't for nothing that the young man told him all the details that he had learned during his absence. Deciding to stand the suspense and not explain his true motives, Shen's response was ambiguous, like a sly fox. Reminding that George always acts fairly, he decided not to ask for his help and gave free rein to manage the information he received on his own. With cordiality, the man noticed that the guy really knows his character and habits well, knowing not very much time. When he got up, he said that he would have his own way, and the hero only asked him to be careful and take care of himself. Finally, he promised to buy his friend a cup of coffee next time, and George thanked him as he left. At the exit, the detective suddenly stopped, as if he was considering something important that he was going to tell the hero. Unexpectedly, he asked how the bureau was doing from his assistant Sue, who was now put in his place as an investigator. Deciding not to go into details, the character smiled and briefly replied that the girl was doing well. Feeling calm and satisfied with the answer, George expressed his hope for the continued success of the Anti-Magic Bureau. Finally, the detective asked if Shen could keep an eye on her, and the guy happily agreed, since he had done it before. For the next few days, the cafe was peaceful. The owner enjoyed watching TV shows and relaxed a little. One day, Lin came in smiling and greeting the boss, and the young man was also happy to see her after a minor separation. But when he asked the girl what she planned to order, Aina walked in the door, drawing everyone's eyes to her. Looking at her closely, Sue noticed the girl's unusual appearance, beauty, and wisdom that was not typical of her peers. Completely not expecting to see her here, especially in front of Lin, the hero turned pale with fear and froze with the cup in his hands. Realizing that a bureau investigator and a cult follower were standing next to each other, the hero thought like a madman about what to do, fearing that Aina might be declassified. Citing Sue's youth and inexperience, he hoped that the girl didn't understand, but he knew that the bureau had been monitoring the cultists' every action for a long time. Remembering George's stories about memory testing, He was determined not to let Lin know the truth about Aina. Looking at the girl with ashen hair and red eyes, he knew that if her identity was declassified, she would face a life sentence. She gave him a sly look and waited for him to greet her, completely unaware that she might be discovered. Smiling, she opened her mouth and was about to address the boy first, calling him her master out of habit. Noticing her behavior and understanding the possible consequences, Shen was horrified to ask her to stop mentally, almost dropping the hot drink from her hands.